Good morning! I managed to wake up early so I could call the medical billing people and get an extension. Yay! Extension on medical bills. When will the Foxy Wops hijack a certain client list for her tabs? Look, man, I can't dig up government secrets. I'm not the War Thunder forums. Thank you for the 100 biddies, smug go-ed. Thank you. Thank you. It's a miracle. She's awake on time. I have delicious steak to cook after stream. I feel like I haven't cooked anything in ages. And I'm gonna cook delicious steak. How am I doing today? I'm kinda in pain, but I'm living. Where's my heart, Twitch? I got my heart! Look! You happy? Look, I got my heart! It's heart time! I haven't had like a normal Twitch account in ages, but if you haven't gotten your heart yet, the way that I was able to get it, was I went to my creator dashboard, and then on your creator dashboard above Stream Manager, there's a home button, and then on the home button, there's like a giant flag for getting your heart badge, and it takes you to your Clips Manager, and you specifically have to hit the share button on a clip in your Clips Manager. I don't know if it has to be made by you or if it can be made by like anyone. I don't know, but just you have to use the share button in the Clips page and then just paste that link anywhere. I pasted it in Discord. Praise Team False Light Deceivers. True. I push myself too hard. Look, man, I really want to play more Okage, but we got yap maxing to do today. We got some yap maxing. A clip for your clip, true. What is the topic of insanity today? We just got tabs. We just got tabs on tabs on tabs. It's like, you know, fucking talk radio. You shared a random clip from someone. It didn't have to be yours. Hell yeah, dude. How do I cook my steak? My answer has consequences. I usually like medium. If it's like a more grisly piece of steak, then like medium well. I'm sorry you weren't here for 2 of the streams. No, don't worry about it. That's fine. Thank you. At least 1k tabs, but mostly tangents. Whoops, all tangents, man. Please don't say you air fried. Who the fuck air fries steak, man? Like ketchup, put tabs on your tabs. Exactly. Tangential tabs. Milk truck, medium rare. I don't like my steak to be like red. I think the pink is nice, but I think when a steak is red, the texture is just really bad. And I'm a texture eater, so. Medium rare supremacist here. Am I doing the $2 method? No. No, I should. Maybe if I make $2 steak, Asmon will come. Don't tell me you put ketchup on your steak. No. No, not unless the steak is really poorly cooked. You know, that's what the ketchup is for. Your father air fries steak. Good thing you don't eat his cooking often. Oh, that's really weird. That's strange. Hello, Mokina lady. Dark Lelouch G, thank you for the 2. Hail Foxu, listening while playing War Thunder. This man is stealing the government secrets. This man is taking them. Anthony, thank you for the 10. Find you a copy of Okage for 24 bucks and a copy of Earthbound for too much. Hell yeah, dude. That's kind of expensive for Okage. I didn't think it would be $24, but I mean, I guess physical media is making a comeback. Corrigan, thank you for the 3-month resub, dude. Thank you. Anonymous gifter, man. Thank you for the gift, subby bubby. Thank you. A Scooter, thank you for the 10. Shinano returns. Been very homesick all week, so putting my streams on a playlist has made for some fun fever dreams. I can only imagine what your sleep paralysis demons must deal with if you fall asleep to me. You prefer well done, but the one time you had medium steak, it wasn't too bad. I liked well done steak when I was younger because like nobody around me could cook steak very well except for like my father. So like whenever he cooked it, I didn't realize that it was like, you know, more pinky. So he knew what he was doing. Of course. Thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Thank you for pruning. A Fate reference? Yeah, you know, it's fun to make Fate references. I had to watch that shit. Zoltar Death Ninja, thank you for the 10. Thank you for being a source of joy for almost a year now. Thank you! Thank you for letting me continue be streamer lady. Thank you, man. I'm special. Where's my helmet? True. I need one of those. I need a helmet. You want to curse the Kusage recommendation? Oh, Kusoge. You recommend Nintendo DS psychological horror game Theresia? Great soundtrack, too. Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. If you like well done steak, you don't like steak, I mean, you know, garlic and butter for cooking steak. I love garlic and butter on my steak, man. Will be Paquino. Thank you for the full fucking year. Thank you for the full fucking year, my guy. Big, huge. Moose Nugget, thank you for the 5. Was I able to get a refund from the local food service that totally isn't drop shipping HelloFresh? Bro! Brother! Okay, so I've been in the claims process in my bank, and they asked me like Friday to give them the extra information, and I think I finally put that information in either like Sunday night or Monday morning. I can't remember. They haven't gotten back to me yet, but in the process of me putting together like this giant PDF of like investigatory pictures and explanations with words, I realized that she fucked up a bit more than I thought she did initially, and that the red flags were there, but I just had too much trust in, you know, buy local mom and pop kind of thing. So when I initially signed up for this food service, I like bought 4 weeks in advance, and the price for the 4 weeks was $475, and I was also supposed to get charged $10.99 for shipping and then like 28 something for sales tax, but the total that I paid was $410.99. So they never charged me the sales tax. Like it has the sales tax in my receipt, but it's not in the total cost. And then also the total cost, instead of being $475 for 4 weeks, it was just $400. So like the final fucking price didn't even make any fucking sense. Why didn't they charge me the sales tax? Why was the sales tax included in the total but not in the final price? Like, I don't, what? Raggy. What did she mean by committing tax fraud? And then after I noticed that, I had left a message with my order, right? So like I'm active at night, dear chatters. And so when I purchase stuff, it's also typically at night before I go to bed. So I placed my order for this meal prep service at like 4:01 a.m. And then immediately after I placed the order, like I had added, you know, information in the notes section of the order, but I don't trust the notes section of orders because, you know, sometimes it fucks up. So I also went to the contact us page on their website, and I drafted like an introductory email like, hello, I just bought, you know, this package of yours at this time, and I had a couple of questions that I would like answered, and I mentioned my mushroom allergy. I mentioned like, how do I get, you know, the food since I prepaid. Now, you know, I just basic questions for starting a new service. And they never responded to my email, and this was back in December. So on January 3rd, I tried calling her, and she didn't answer. And then on January 4th, I tried calling her, and she didn't answer. And so I called again, because I was like, okay, this is the second day, and I don't really want to deal with this. So the second time I called, on the second day I tried calling, she finally answered. Then we had like a 7-minute phone call, where I got to ask my questions from the email. And then I was like, well, I'd sent all of these in an email before, and like, I'm sorry to bother you on the phone, but like, I never got a response back. And she was like, oh, I sent you a response. And I was like, oh, I never got a response. That's a little strange. And so like, I assumed like, okay, maybe, you know, I was dumb. I thought I checked my spam. So like, after the phone call, I went and checked my inbox again. There was nothing in spam. There was nothing in my inbox. When I searched for her name, nothing came up. So she resent the email, as I asked on the phone, you know, just in case I couldn't find the original one. And in the email that she sent me, if you scrolled all the way down to the bottom, right, like I fucking hate email formatting, but if you scrolled all the way down to the bottom, you could see my initial email from the intake form, because it wasn't from my inbox, so I couldn't even like find it in my inbox because I didn't send it from there. I sent it from the intake form on her website. So if you scrolled all the way down in the email, my intake form was there, like in its intake form format, and it had the correct time of... Wait, no. That did not have the correct time. It had a time of like 25 a.m. or some shit. And like, I didn't think anything of this because like, I don't fucking remember when I contacted people like a month ago, right? Or several weeks ago, whatever. I'm not gonna remember that shit. So it was like 10:25 a.m. And then her response was at like 10:37 a.m. or something, you know, like pretty soon after. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess it must have sent and somehow it didn't show up. And I didn't realize this until I was putting everything together Sunday for my claim through my bank to get a refund. The subject line of the email says that there was a new customer contact at 4:06 a.m. EST. So the subject line of the email noted that I sent a contact form about 5 minutes after I placed my order, which checks out. Because I would have sent the email immediately after the order. I wouldn't have waited fucking 5 hours for no fucking reason, right? So I was like, well, if the subject line says that she got the email at 4:06 a.m. after I placed the order, why when I scroll down is the time next to my intake form saying like 10:25 a.m.? That doesn't make any sense. And this isn't like a screenshot or like a protected thing. Like, it shows the format of the intake form and then it just has like text as the line of the email. Like, I can edit the text as well. So I could have changed the time to anything. So I was like, this fucking bitch never sent an email. And then to gaslight me into thinking it was sent, she like changed the time of my intake form as well for some reason. Like, what the fuck is happening? Gaslighting, she's crazy. They're located in UTC. No, they're a local food prep service. They live like in my state. So not only did I not get the email, but she also fucked with the body of the email when she finally did send it to make me think that I was the crazy one. I can't believe someone in Atlanta would lie. Oh my god. Your local is bad. Yeah, I guess I can't fucking buy local, support local unless I live in fucking New England, because goddamn. I guess the Midwest would be pretty fine for that as well. Or Texas. Crazy. I was crazy once. That's probably when she actually opened it. Your email doesn't give you a timestamp when you open an email, Zoomer friend. You're free from work and no more working on the cursed boat. Happy day. And it's like, I wouldn't think anything about her fucking with the times if I had that original email. But the fact that the times don't match up and I never got that email, that's 2 strikes, baby. Also, $400+ for the month. $100 a week for a meal prep service is like not a bad price, unironically, because I was getting 10 meals a week. That's 10 meals a week for 4 weeks, $400. Don't know any customer service software that timestamps your opening of emails either. Yeah, exactly. If it's an attempt to create a false paper trail, it isn't well executed. Yeah, right. So that was an interesting thing I found out. Northern states have less demographics after all. Chat, I don't know if I'm retarded or not. I hate the New England housing market. It makes me so upset. Like, sellers agents are fucking assholes. It's a seller's market up in New England, obviously, so buyers are gonna get fucked one way or another. But on Sunday, I found 2 houses that weren't dilapidated, and they were in a acceptable price bracket for me to be like, okay, well, it's not a Victorian, but it's a house that I could live in temporarily. I could fix up, and then I could probably sell it and then get my Victorian later, because as we know, I'm just trying to move out of the mold cave at the moment. And it's still expensive, don't get me wrong. Like, these are cheap for New England, so they're like around the $500,000 range. Not at 500,000, but they're in that range. And so obviously my brain is still just like, I don't really want to spend this much money. I want to make sure like it's at least, you know, habitable and whatnot. And so obviously on Sunday when I find these things, my dad can't go in the middle of the night to see them. And so Monday, like, I had sent them to my real estate agent. And she gets back to me and she's like, okay, well, one of these is already under contract. Like, I woke up at noon for this, okay? I was awake at noon on a Monday. That's fucking early for this fox woman. So, like, she messaged me. I woke up, I looked, one of the houses was already under contract. And I think the house was, like, listed for, it was, like, 400-something thousand, like, close to 500,000. And she was like, yeah, this one's already under contract, and it's under contract for, like, 560,000. So this one went for almost $100,000 over the asking price. is how fucked the market is right now. And the other house wasn't under contract yet, but it had a deadline of 6 p.m. that evening, which when we talked to the realtor, again, she changed it. It was like, oh, well, it's 5 p.m. now. So I was like, I don't even have time to talk to my dad. He doesn't even get out of work until 5. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? And like, there were things about the house that were fine, but I don't feel comfortable, like, putting in an offer on a house without my dad even going to see it. Like, I don't want to be in a legally binding contract where I can't get out of it and I'm locked into a home unless there's something egregiously wrong that my paid for inspection finds. And so, like, me having to make this decision by, like, 5 p.m., I managed to talk to my dad while he was still at work, and he's just like, you know, I mean, if this is what you want to do, like, I would feel more comfortable if, like, I could at least see the property, like, before you put an offer in. And so, like, eventually I got too nervous, and I was just like, all right, I'm sorry, Miss Real Estate Lady. I know you sent me all the paperwork to, like, put in an offer, but, like, I don't think I can. I don't know, like, if this is a bad idea to, like, get rid of this, because I'm probably not gonna find another place that's not a crack den at this price. But I just don't feel comfortable putting an offer on a house without my dad having even signed it, like, seen it, right? Like, it's in the perfect area, it's close to things that I know, like, it's not terrible looking in pictures, but again, neither was that other house that was in pictures that my dad went to see, and it was a dilapidated crack shack. So I decided to pass on it, and I've just been fucking turmoiling in my brain, because it immediately after my real estate agent contacted the other agent and said, like, oh, we're gonna pass, that other agent was like, okay, it's already under contract. So I was just like, I don't know if I did the right thing. And I mean, she did say that the market is going to be more active now because we're coming out of the winter season, so there's going to be more properties coming up. But, like, I don't know, man. A fear of missing out bullshit. It really is. And it's like in New England, if you're looking at, like, below 500,000, they're either crack shacks that are going to stay on market long because somebody needs to be rich enough to be able to put in the funding to change it into a livable condition, or if they're livable conditions at the, like, higher end of 400,000, they're going to go for over asking. And almost every single one of the seller's agents that deals in the, like, under $550,000 bracket will put time constraints on it. Typically, it's about 5 to 7 days that they'll set a time limit and be like, if you don't get your offers in by, you know, this 5th day or this 7th day, like, that's it, you've run out of time. So the fact that this property I was looking at, their agent put it down as a 3-day. Like, they put it up on Friday, and then the deadline was Monday, originally at 6, and then they changed it to 5. So, like, this agent didn't even want to wait a week. They were like, yeah, 3 days, fuck you guys. And to me, right, because I've been looking at a bracket above crack dens, you don't have that time constraint usually. Like, they don't put that in the description. They don't have that, like, you need to get your offers in by this time. And so looking at the lower priced homes, and again, I'm using lower price very fucking loosely because I know it's still incredibly fucking expensive, especially in comparison to the majority of the country. But, like, to me, that just makes it look like they are not only being manipulative, but they are taking advantage of lower income people, as well as first time home buyers that don't know any better. It's incredibly fucking scummy. And, like, when I said that out loud to my agent, she was like, yeah, like, I can't even defend them. Like, you are exactly right. That is what they're doing. Can I get your dad to look at a house? Do not go for it? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I need to impose that rule in my brain that, like, no matter how much I want to leave as soon as fucking possible where I'm living, any property that has a time constraint where my dad won't be able to go look at it, I just need to throw in the trash. No matter how nice it looks in pictures, no matter how, like, quick I think I could move into it, it's just gotta go in the trash. I can't keep doing that to my brain, man. That's absolutely ridiculous. This is not buying a home appliance, it's buying a goddamn home. How are you supposed to decide in 3 days? The time constraint also pressurizes people. So again, this is something very common in the New England market. And I talked about this last year as well when I had a different agent for New Hampshire. So sellers agents will put these time constraints on as well to pressure buyers into giving up their right to an inspection. So a lot of times, if you put an offer on a home, like the two properties that I was looking at that both went under contract, one of them had like 14 offers by the time they chose one, and the other one had 9 offers. And this, again, these were like 3 days, and the other one was on market for 2 days, but it had a 7-day deadline. So these homes, they're very competitive because they're in the lower price bracket for the region. If you submit your offer and you do not waive your right to an inspection, you will not get the home. So buyers are encouraged to waive their right to inspection on houses that could have a lot of hidden damages, like that other house I spoke about on Friday. And they're encouraged to waive the inspection because otherwise their offer will not get chosen. Not suspicious at all. It's fucked. It's incredibly fucked. That doesn't sound legal. It's absolutely legal. However, my agent did tell me that a law was passed in Massachusetts. It doesn't go into effect until 2026. So you're still fucked for this year. But in 2026, the Massachusetts law will go into effect that sellers and sellers agents are not allowed to know if a home buyer's offer includes an inspection or a right to waive inspection until after an offer is chosen. So no longer in your offer submission documents are you supposed to put in whether you're waiving inspection or not, because they don't want offers to be chosen based on the waiving of the inspection anymore, because it's incredibly scummy. Yeah, it's like spicy infringing on buyers' rights, essentially. So in Massachusetts, if you are looking for a home, in 2026, Massachusetts will have that law go into effect where sellers will no longer know if a buyer is waiving inspection or not, so that will no longer be a criteria for choosing an offer. So Massachusetts does something good every once in a while. Loophole, most likely. A good thing you did not get an inspection to see the massive foundation crack. Yeah, right? Oh my god. Moomy playing games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. I'm despairing at the absolute state of the New England housing market again. Don't forget that most staging photos for houses are AI generated now. I hate staged photos. I feel like I am very far and away from the majority of home buyers right now, because the majority of home buyers, they want a bland house. They want a house that has like beige or white or like just a very bland color scheme, because a lot of home buyers want to imagine what they would do to the home rather than seeing a home's like natural unique characteristics, which is again why a lot of Victorian homes stagnate on the market, because the only people that want Victorians are people like me who want to maintain the historical integrity, or people like boomers and companies who want to destroy that integrity and turn it into a multifamily rental property. So it's just like a lot of Victorians will just end up stagnating, which is unfortunate because a lot of them are outside of the price bracket I can afford. I'm not a millionaire over here, okay? Here's a house joke. You've just got home to find the turf you laid last week has been stolen. Your girlfriend's outside now looking forlorn. What the heck? Offend them harder. So many home photos on the market are boring and sterile. Doesn't look like a home where people live. It looks like a museum showpiece. I hate it. I hate it. And I doubly hate it, right? When everything is like bland and white and beige and like made to just look cold. And then there's also no furniture in it, right? Like, I hate the AI staging, so I'd prefer the empty over the AI staged, but it's like, why did you wait to move out to take pictures? Like, it just looks soulless now. Boomers are genuinely the worst. They really are. They really fucking are. I hate them. Personally, you don't care about the house's appearance one way or the other. All you want when you bought yours was a particular area, price range, and that it be in good condition. Well, I get like catfished by Victorian houses all the time because I see the outside and I'm like, oh my god, it's gorgeous. Be still, my beating heart. And then I look at the inside and it's like some fucking boomer or millennial piece of shit that gutted all of the original woodwork, and now it's just another copycat fucking white, grayish, beige home. You'd be okay with AI staged and empty of the same photo? I mean, like, yeah, if they had an AI stage next to the empty, like, that's fine. I don't like that either because it inflates the photo count, so it makes it look like you have more photos of the home than you realistically do. But I guess I'm just picky when it comes to that. You hate how many places are on leased land? I haven't run into that issue, thankfully. You're still mad at your parents for selling the Victorian home you had in Washington? Completely destroyed now, gray house with white interior. It's like, I wish I could have afforded a home like just a couple of years ago, not only because it would have been cheaper, but also because there were a lot of Victorians on the market that now have been destroyed by this point. And it's really depressing. I pissed you off on Zillow, the same room with 10 pictures of the same room. Yeah. It's like, oh, you really must love that fucking kitchen countertop, man, because there's 12 pictures of it. Grandparents' home, built in the 30s, ended up getting ruined by house flippers. I hate flippers. You only have 3 requirements: good roof, good area, good plumbing. You can fix everything else. Cauldron here, thank you for the heckin' 20. Thank you for the 20. It's yappening. It is. We're yap maxing here, dude. Saw a house a few weeks ago. Your parents were confused when, after all the plain white of the rest of the home, the child's Harry Potter themed bedroom had each of the 4 walls colored differently: red, green, blue, yellow. That's a pretty common thing. Like my grandparents' house, all of the walls were like, you know, the adult color, right? My grandma had like, she had wallpaper upstairs, but it was like a green and white, like ivy wallpaper. The living room was like a very faint green. My grandmother is a huge fan of walls that almost look white, but have like just enough color that if you put your face up against the wall, you'll be able to tell that it's not white. So the walls in the living room were like basically white, but they had a tinge of green in the white. And then, like, her bedroom was the same thing, but it was, like, a tinge of gold. And then, like, my bedroom had pink walls. I was a baby girl, so I had pink walls and pink curtains and pink sheets and pink bedspread and pink beanbag. Like, I had pink everything. Maybe that's why my favorite color was blue. I was rejecting the natural order. You hate off-whites. I always like poked fun at my grandma for having white walls, because then she would go into her explanation of like, Kirsche, they're not white. There's a little bit of green in the walls because green is my favorite color. Green was her favorite color. We had a green rocking chair. We had green pillows. We had green couch. We had a downstairs green couch. We had green fucking poofy chairs to sit in. We had a green like swing on the porch, like not the indoor, like not the outside porch, the indoor porch. It also had a green futon. There was a futon on the porch. All of the wooden chairs had green cushions on them. Like, bitch loved green. All right. Help. Your half bath is a dark gray. You need to repaint it. All the whiter beige modern paint job houses have obviously never had children with crayons and greasy fingers. My aunt and uncle, they bought like a dilapidated crack shack, and everyone in my family helped with renovations. That's kind of like how my family works, right? So like whenever there was construction going on my grandparents' place, like my dad would help, my uncles would help, my aunt's husband would help. And then when my aunt and my uncle were building their house, like my dad and my grandfather would go over there, my uncles would go over there, they would all help build little family activities. Since her house was under construction for so fucking long, when her kids were young, they just kind of let them draw all over the drywall, because it was gonna get fucking covered up anyway, so like they didn't care. You wouldn't be surprised if she was the Green Lantern. And childhood home had light bisque walls, specifically chosen for being light, but not white. Grandma had green food. No! Don't be a bad bear. That's bad. That's a bad bear. Bingo, that's what you do. Yeah, exactly. Am I getting used to not being in the mold or in the void anymore? No, I don't like not being in the void. I mean, I like it because it's beautiful here, right? But like the void makes me feel safe. Leave some memories on the house. Bingo. Bingo bango. Now in Mass, you sure that's illegal? You'll need a license for building stuff. Oh, my grandparents complained all the time about getting permits for their building. Because, like, while I was alive, my grandfather redid the indoor porch, like, 4 times for my grandma. He redid the front porch once. He installed new doors. We have, like, a shed. It's not like a regular shed. It's like a long shed. Like a long rectangle shed. And he rebuilt that once because I guess it had, like, really bad water damage at some point. So they wanted to tear down the old shed and then rebuild it, but, like, more watertight. And so, like, anytime they had to apply for a permit for something, it was, like, an absolute fucking nightmare. While you were alive! Well, I mean, I don't know how many times he rebuilt things while I was not alive. I know he built an entire addition onto the house. As, it was always wicked cute because in our kitchen, there was like this giant beam. Like a giant dark wooden beam. Like a big, just like two beams on either side of the kitchen, and then like a large beam connecting them on the ceiling. And like everything to the other side of the not kitchen of that beam was what my grandfather added to the house before I was alive. So he added like a giant section of the house. And I was like, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of what you do, right? And like that's kind of why when I was young, I got it in my head that like, oh, even if I buy a small house, as long as I have a man, he can make small house bigger. That's what men do, because like you have the children's and the children's need more space, and so the men makes the house bigger. That checks out. It's the math is mathing. The mega beam. Come inside. Let me show you the beam. You're new here. Already love my content. Hello, welcome. We're yapping today. Marry a carpenter. You were alive. I think I was. Men make wife bigger. Men make house bigger. Men just make things bigger, you know? 400 to 500k in your state gets you a homeowner association, cookie cutter, DR Horton, or Lennar. I don't know what that means. That in a year we'll have mold growing through the flooded cracks in the foundation. That's twice your budget. Market says you can only afford a shack deep in the hood. Yeah, you know, if I... Instead of spending like, you know, $400,000 to $500,000 of debt, because I can't afford that, right? Like I'm gonna be getting a mortgage, like I'm getting a loan. It's like if I were to spend that in like Tennessee or Georgia or Florida, I would get like basically a McMansion. Like I'd be able to get a giant fucking house for that price. You make something bigger, all right. Oh, I didn't know you were gay. Congratulations. You'll make, Tennessee mentioned. Tennessee has some really nicely priced homes. Tennessee's very affordable. You paid 283k for 3k square feet in Georgia in 2020. Well, that doesn't count. That doesn't count because like 2020 and 2021 were like the cheapest time on the market. Like not only were housing prices cheap as fuck, but you had like 2% loans, dude. That was like the time to buy if you could afford to. In 2020, I was still thinking that owning a home was like an impossibility for me, right? I was like, yeah, I'm barely scraping by here. I'm fucking stealing credit card debt from not having a job. My sister's buying a home in Mass. It's ridiculously expensive and competitive over there. It fucking sucks. Like if you're trying to move into Mass and it's not like super far western Mass, it's incredibly competitive. The same with New Hampshire. If you're anywhere like south of Manch Vegas, it's incredibly competitive. Unless you're like near the Vermont border. Nobody cares about living there. That's like basically not even New Hampshire at that point. Oh god. I stopped paying $400 a month for food delivery then. Well, it's not 2020 anymore, man. I'm living in a position where like I can get a mortgage. I can start saving money. I was looking into fucking retirement accounts. I don't know anything about investments. So my entire life I thought that if you had a retirement account, you just like you put money in retirement account, your employer puts money in retirement account, and then retirement account money gets bigger. But apparently that's not how that works. Apparently you put money in retirement account and then you have to invest that money, and that's the only way it gets bigger. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't know that was the way it worked. People from Mass started moving to New Hampshire, jacking up the price. Yeah, very much so, unfortunately. There's a beautiful Greek revival home in New Hampshire that's been on market for almost a fucking year now. And it's very expensive. It's like $900,000, and I'm like, all right, if this bitch manages to drop because it's been on market for so long, I don't know why it's been on market for so long. Probably because nobody cares about actual historical houses, and this one, I guess, can't be remodeled. I don't know. It's maybe it's just not big enough for boomers to turn it into multifamily, but it's been there for ages. And I'm like, all right, if this bitch can fall into an affordable price bracket, maybe I'll fucking consider it. Well, it depends on the account, but you do need to make some decisions with them in the beginning. Depends on the retirement account. Your 401k, your work matches contributions, and they invest based off of the investment profile of their choice. I don't have an employer, though. So, like, that would basically fall on me. That's $1 mil? Where's the foxu gonna get that? I already said that's not in my price bracket, man. Oh, and I just moved to Western Mass and take Route 2 out east. If it's a nice drive, you did it all the time when you were in boarding school. It's too far. It's too far. It's very too far. And Shadow Cyber Demon, thank you for the 5 Canadian. City in Canada, even houses in the middle of nowhere are unreasonably priced out there. Yeah, that's because the Chinese have basically bought out your housing market and your government didn't fucking give a shit. And now you guys are reaping the rewards of that. Depends. A company like Fidelity will give you 10 to 20 bundle options. Some have no fees. Some have a flat rate. Some have a percentage. I have no idea what I'm doing, man. Roth IRA. Yeah, I was looking into Roth IRA, but apparently, like, you can't like pull out money. I don't know the difference between like a traditional IRA and a Roth. Apparently Roth is better, but like maybe traditional could be better in some I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. The mud beckons. No property taxes on the mud island. There's no property taxes. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's just no property taxes. Actually pretty big. That's actually pretty big, man. Roths are good. It just takes time till you can gain access to it. Your wife has an inherited money market account. You don't know much either. Talk to Hina. She has a Roth IRA. Like Hina Bobina. An IRA and a Roth IRA have a penalty for withdrawal before retirement. Oh my god. I was watching a fucking another Caleb Hammer thing. I can't play it on stream because it was a members video. Because I've started watching all of the like the members content of the shows now. And there was this dumb bitch who was like, she was a socialist, because of course she was. She was like 27. And she was like, yeah, I'm going to school for a creative writing degree because people like need communicators, and like a creative writing degree is gonna help you be a communicator. And like if I apply for like a marketing job and like everyone has a marketing degree but I have a creative writing degree, like I'm going to look better because I'm not just like another stack in the pile. And Caleb was like, okay, well, what are you gonna do with your creative writing degree? And she's like, well, like I want to go into real estate and I want to like own properties and I'm going to be a landlord. And it's just like, you're a socialist that wants to be a landlord. I don't like, her work was like paying her partially under the table so that she could still live in like fucking, it wasn't Section 8, but it was some other kind of like affordable housing program. Because if her tax bracket went up, she would have been kicked out of the affordable housing shit. And so she's like, she's leeching off of taxpayers when she doesn't have to. And like, this whole fucking episode just blew my mind. And then eventually he was just like, yeah, I just don't understand why you're getting a worthless degree, and like on top of that, why you're getting a worthless degree and then doing real estate. And she's like, well, I have like a lot of friends in like the Chicago music industry, and like I want to write stories about them, like I want to do like nonfiction. Like just listening to this was so fucking hard, man. She's from the Hassan Piker School of Communism. Like to people like her, fucking socialism is just, I'm going to be as capitalistic as possible, but I get to use everyone else's money for any purpose. Afternoon, Kirsche. Did I see Trash Taste debacle? I don't know anything about Trash Taste, no. Has she admitted to fraud and her job committing fraud? On a channel that has millions of subscribers. You would be surprised how many times people admit to crimes on Caleb's show. It's actually fucking fascinating. It is actually fascinating how many people are just like, yes, I'm going to go onto this channel for financial advice, and they might have millions of followers and they might get millions of views, but nobody will see that I'm breaking the law. I'm like, what the fuck? Trash Taste had Hassan Piker on. They kind of glazed him too. That genuinely doesn't surprise me. They don't know that it's yeah, she seemed like she was dumb enough that she didn't know it was breaking the law, because she kept referring to her income as her direct deposit. And so when Caleb was trying to figure out, he's like, well, what the fuck is this extra money that you're getting? And she's like, I don't know. Like, they just call it like my extra check. And he's like, is it a bonus? And she's like, no, we get like bonuses twice a year. So the boss doesn't call it a bonus. It's not a red square. Whatever's happening on Twitch is actually just happening on Twitch. It's not happening here. Is YouTube struggling as well? Because I still have Gween. I'm still gweened out of my mind. Do not direct deposit to the socials. Video's fine on YouTube. Yeah, it's only happening on Twitch. Only happening on Twitch. What the fuck, Twitch? What the fuck, Twitch, you piece of shit? Cyber attacks going whack. Only hiccuped for a second. Should be good. Struggling. Yeah, I guess Twitch had like a little fuck up for a second. Twitch had like a little fuck up. Damn you, Twitch. Yeah, damn you, Twitch, you piece of shit. You know, she was just like, I don't know, the boss, like, he gives us bonuses twice a year, so he just calls this, like, my extra check, and, like, I get it monthly, and, like, I'm not the only one who gets it, so, like, it's just normal here, but, like, the extra check isn't, like, part of my direct deposit, and so, like, I don't count it as, like, income, because it's not part of my direct deposit, it's just, like, extra. And, again, like, Caleb's face the entire time she's trying to explain this, I'm like, he is me. He is literally me, for real, for real. Music going wonky too. Oh no, we're in Bizarro world. Who or what are we talking about? I have gained an addiction to watching Caleb Hammer's financial audit. It is a wondrous show where I get to see just how fucking dumb people really are. Mention Hassan Twitch stream goes to shit. What did they mean by this? I'm talking about Hassan summons Twitch mods to throttle the stream. Hey my god, Twitch, more ads for a worse experience? I mean, you know, the chatting experience is better on Twitch, but I always advocate, you know, use the YouTube player, chat in Twitch chat, just pop that bitch out. Have I been taking notes of things not to do? The only thing that I feel panicked for is, like, every time I watch that show, he always talks about retirement funds, and I'm like, I don't have one of those. I was too poor to afford a retirement. But now, like, I want to start trying, but I need to know about investing if I want to start putting stuff in a retirement account. I didn't know that I needed to learn how to invest things if I wanted in a retirement account. I thought it just did it for you. Why did Hassan go to Japan to spread his cancer? I am so sick of streamers in Japan. Like, tinfoil time. I feel like the amount of Western streamers going over to Japan and fucking shit up has drastically increased recently. And I don't know if this is just some kind of like, oh yeah, I want to hop on the bandwagon, bro. Anything for the views, anything for the content. Or if it's some sort of like more insidious thing where like everybody's just going to Japan to fuck things up anyways, because they're going to eventually, Japan is going to get sick of this, right? Because they're an incredibly like a xenophobic nation, not in a bad way. That's just how they are. And so the amount of people going over there and being retards and being assholes and fucking shit up, they're eventually going to get the, like, you know, the pictures and shit on shops. They're gonna be like, sorry, we don't accept foreigners here. And then foreigners are going to complain, and then that's going to become a whole thing in the West where it's like, oh, look at these racists in Japan. They're not allowing foreigners to use their businesses, even though this is a practice that's been going on in Japan for ages. There are places in the countryside in Japan that will not accept foreigners. They will not, like, especially in like places for long-term stay, like housing, they will not accept foreigners. And so, like, even though this is something that's been going on forever, all of these streamers are going to be making more places not accept foreigners. And then it's going to become a talking point for, like, lazy fucking social justice warriors in the West. And then eventually people are probably going to get, like, kneecapped into capitulating in Japan. I was like, I don't want to see that happen, man. I don't want to see that happen. Japan, stay xenophobic. Stay fucking racist, man. You need it to survive. And they can get away with it in the US, especially if they're the right color, so they think they can do it anywhere else. Yeah, it's just like... it's a crazy Western entitlement attitude, and it doesn't make sense to me. Like, it makes sense from the perspective that a lot of these people think that, like, the United States shouldn't have borders and everyone should just be able to come over here and do whatever the fuck they want. It makes sense from that perspective, but it's just like, who the fuck raised you? Like, unironically, were you raised in a fucking barn? Like, horses have better manners than you dipshit. It's like, I don't understand, like, how they lack the concept of, like, don't shit on someone else's rug, as it were. Like, if I am a guest somewhere, I don't want to be an obnoxious piece of shit. That doesn't make sense in my brain. JP Twitter is already very sick of it. It goes viral every time. Oh my god. I think it was Johnny Somali. It might have been someone else. But, like, they got their fucking ass beat in Korea, and oh my god, that was so cathartic. I know the Korean dude, like, got arrested for it, which is unfortunate. He should be freed. I don't know if he actually got any charges or if he was just arrested and then released, but, like, fuck, man. And then there was another one. This wasn't Johnny Somali, the second instance. There was some other fucking streamer guy who like asked a Japanese girl whose boyfriend was with her if she would come back to like a love hotel with him. And the Japanese guy was like, don't talk to my fucking girl like that, dude. And the streamer obviously responded as you would expect, and then got his ass beat by the Japanese guy, and then was surprised that he got his ass beat. Like, his chat was making fun of him because the Japanese guy was like, you know, smaller and thinner and more lithe. Oh, and it's like, fuck, man. That's what I want. The fucking Japanese guy is peak alpha energy, dude. Absolutely peak. Base, yeah, right? Fucking should have beat his ass harder, dude. Got his ass beat. Yeah, it was great. Cinder blocks, so throw them in the fucking river. If someone get the Yakuza back out here. Make them less gay. Johnny Somali single-handedly set back Japan-US relations. I don't know if he single-handedly set back Japan-US relations. I feel like the relations between, you know, certain communities in Japan were already pretty bad. Let's be real. The arrested guy was a streamer that got something like 20k in super chats for punching Johnny. Oh, thank fuck, dude. Thank fuck. Bless that guy. People are tanking relations between countries. Where the fuck are the embassies in deporting these retards? I don't think they can forcibly deport them, unfortunately. German tourist and JP with the snowball retard. I remember that as well. Like, these people just act like fucking assholes, man. Like, even... I know now that, like, from listening to Pult Fan, that, like, in Japan, it's considered a common courtesy, like, before you go into a place to ask if you can record. I might have accidentally broken that courtesy, because in the US, you don't have to ask, you just fucking do it, right? So, like, if I had broken that courtesy and someone was like, oh, sumimasen, American lady, please do not record in our establishment, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I will turn this off. Sorry, chat, I did not realize I had to ask permission first. I will remember this in the future. Right? Like, is that fucking simple? Many shops have a no camera photo sign. I mean, if there wasn't a sign, right? Like, ideally, I would try to read signs. Legal Mindset was saying in his stream this morning that Johnny is doing some corn clickbaiting for money. If I speak, I will be banned. It's not an act, they're just disrespectful. It's like, how did we get here, man? Like, I know I talk all the time about just like how fucked the dating market is, which is obviously a side effect of how people were raised, right? But it's like, how did parents fail so miserably that, like, you look at my childhood, right? You look at my childhood and, like, the parental figures that I grew up with. Not that my father's bad, right? But, like, I didn't really have to see him do too much, like, publicly, right? Like, we would go out to eat occasionally, but, like, I mostly had exposure to, like, my mom. And so, how the fuck did I manage to grow up and treat people with a degree of respect, but all of these normies who are supposedly more brand safe than a slightly conservative Foxu, how are they all so disrespectful? We embrace trash culture in the US and stop pushing back against it. Oh my god. This reminds me, I don't know if this is real. Oh god, let me see if I can find this. I don't know if this is real or if this is like Western people made it to be subversive, but I saw it and I fucking laughed my ass off. It's like this stupid fucking meme, and I know I posted it in here soon. Maybe if I just search for like from... Oh, I can't search from users fucking while I'm on stream. God, I hate Discord. I hate fucking Discord and their new privacy bullshit. These pieces of fucking garbage. Where is this like Japan? Oh, here it is. Okay. Here it is. Okay. Oh, that means I gotta change my...
Beep 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 boop 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 ba-doo ba-doo. This... No, firefuck. I want the firefuck.
So there's this comic, and it doesn't look like it's a Japanese art style, which is why I say, like, I don't know if like some Westerner just made this and claimed it was from Japan, or if this is like actually from a Japanese newspaper. I don't know. But a Japanese newspaper published this comic explaining the US political divide. Like, you know, you got the Democrats on the left here, you got the Republicans on the right here. The Republicans, like, the men and women work together. The Democrats, the men and women, you fucking hate each other, you know. On the Republican side, you got fried chicken, you got baseball, you got country music, you got soda, You got a single family home with an American flag and a white picket fence, a pickup truck. And on the Democrat side, you got basketball, rap music, sushi, Starbucks, electric cars. They also have like a little bit of more political stuff, like the New York Times on the Democrat side, Apple computers, CNN, gay people. Then on the Republican side, you have the Wall Street Journal, HP laptops, question mark, Fox News, and then the church. And the first thing I thought of when I saw this was there's an ancient poll meme about what America worships, and it's not God. And as soon as I saw this, the first thing I saw was, oh, the Democrats worship black people. It's just like that poll meme. Oh my god. Oh, that one. Yeah, I couldn't bring that one up on stream. PC keeps winning. Unfortunately, the first sign a culture's becoming poisoned is what music is popular. I don't mind having some of the, like, you know, dirty, trouncy music, but I look back at my childhood and how, like, the first cassette I was given is Let's Talk About Sex by Salt and Pepper. And I'm like, you know, maybe she should have started with, like, I don't know, Disney or something. The shrine.
Munya.
Poll's proven right once again. Who would have thunk? I miss the days when Poll was right again. Instead, now Poll is just a slop bucket. A slop bucket full of feds and brown people LARPing as white supremacists. No, St. Floyd of the Fent on the left. Oh my god, your first CD was Weird Al? Hot take, I never thought Weird Al was funny. That Call Me Tower instead of the Call Me block. I forgot to mention the fucking Call Me Tower. I really don't like condominium towers, man. Cancel her. Both in America, which used to be a good country until they started letting people like you do whatever they want. Speaking of letting people like you do whatever they want, there's a fucking the stupid Tiffany Henyard lady, the super mayor of a fucking Illinois town. Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard is on the Tuesday ballot. She is running to keep her seat as super mayor, chat. 4 years after Tiffany Henyard took office promising change and transparency in South suburban Dalton, voters will decide her political fate. Henyard has refused multiple interview requests after more than a year's worth of WGN Investigates reporting exposing questionable spending, allegations of cronyism, and corruption. The FBI has served subpoenas on both of the governments Henyard runs. We got here by a rogue mayor that decided she didn't want to listen to the voices of the community, said trustee Jason House, who is running against Henyard. WGN's reporting, and all the other reports out there, have helped the community get the true picture of what's going on. Henyard's closing argument to voters came in a flurry of social media posts in the election's final days and included a music video that features the self-proclaimed super mayor clapping back at her critics. We need to watch this. We need to fucking watch this taxpayer-funded music video by the super mayor. Holy shit. Holy fuck. How does one woman continuously become even worse of a stereotype? Like, even the creators of the Boondocks couldn't have made this character, dude. They put me in office and treat me like it's illegal to feed the people. Henyard's synthesized voice is heard singing. I gave back to the community and cleaned the streets up. I'm feeding the people. They put me in office and treat me like it's illegal. Feeding the people. By feeding the people, does she mean enriching herself by hundreds of thousands of dollars? Like, what? She also posted videos celebrating her work distributing food, hosting community events, and building a skating rink. WGN Investigates has previously reported on the high cost of Henyard's events. Did they also report about how she had a convicted molester as like somebody who was supposed to check in on people's homes? Did they talk about that? Trustees hired former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot to investigate the spending. Lightfoot determined Henyard and her allies hid their expenses from trustees and drove the village into a multi-million-dollar deficit. Fucking Beetlejuice over here being like, look, Tiff, baby, we all do the embezzlement, but you're doing it a little bit too much, all right? You gotta do it slowly. You gotta do it more subtly. If you want to keep your gravy train going, you can't be this open about how much you're embezzling, lady. You're gonna ruin it for all of us. Thornton Township Democrats previously voted against slating Henyard to continue as township supervisor in a move that she claimed was illegal. She has filed to run as a write-in candidate in the April 1st election. In Dolton, Henyard's team is running against a slate of incumbents, some of whom were on her ticket in 2021. I feel like anyone who ran on the same ticket with Henyard is going to do the exact same thing. They're going to be like, yeah, we got that corrupt bitch out. Now it's my turn. It's my turn on the gravy train. This is what I deserve. This them reparations. Polls close at 7 p.m. Tuesday. I need to see this music video. I need to see this. Where is the music video, man? Tiffany Henyard music video. Give it to me, baby. Is there any... Like, how do I find the original, man? Holy shit, the ratios on the video? I can't find the original. I can only find reacts to it. And, like, TikToks that are, like, 30 seconds. But 30 seconds isn't a music video. Music video is called Feed the People, but you can't find it? Tiffany Henyard, Feed the People. Well, she got that fucking South African ANC naming, dude. And the fact that she got elected in the first place just goes to show the type of people living there. They're probably doomed. I want this video, man. I want this video, man! Is it this one? Did I find it?
Seymour from Tiffany Henyard. September 15th, 2024.
Okay, well that's not... Maybe this YouTube channel? Tiff Speaks the Truth? Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy would have already had it in a tab. Oh, she doesn't have any videos? What the heck? 19 hours ago, trustees, cover-ups in Dolton? You sure you guys want the truth? Know before you vote. Board of Trustees, support the team that cares. Punch 1, Tiffany Henyard. The real truth behind property taxes. There's a Feed the People teaser from 4 days ago. So there's a Feed the People teaser, but I can't find the full video. Did she actually take it down? Because, like, it wouldn't be on TikTok, because TikTok doesn't let you... TikTok doesn't let you post, like, long videos. Oh, her tweets are protected, so I can't look at her Twitter. That's unfortunate. When Tiffany was voted in, you believe almost nobody in Dolton voted, if you recall? I mean, there's a lot of apathetic people, unfortunately. Oh, her website doesn't seem to be working either. TikTok does multi-minute videos now? Okay, well, I'll check her TikTok then. I'll check. Her website does not seem to be working. Videos. Okay, she has 14.2k followers, but she doesn't seem to have any videos on TikTok. Doesn't seem to have any videos. Unless my browser just broke? Okay, my browser just broke. Listening to their side. Wow, she gets a ton of fucking views. Before you vote, coming soon. Here's her teaser. Alright. Yeah, I can only find the teaser. Maybe everybody is just clickbaiting and she hasn't actually dropped the full video yet. She's only dropped the teaser. TikTok hate. Was there a scrub? Maybe it's not a scrub. Here's a sneak peek of the new music video from Tiffany Henyard. Yeah, the sneak peek was 4 days ago, and I absolutely cannot find a full video, so let's see here. Let me turn off my background music so we get the full effect here. This is Tiffany Henyard, Super Mayor of Dolton, and running again for some reason.
She got another exclusive.
Y'all ready for this?
I'm starving the board, I'm feeding the people. They put me in office and treat me like it's illegal to feed the people, to feed the people. I gave back to community.
I feel like even Malcolm X probably would have shot her, let's be real. I don't know why she has that portrait there. From Vegas to Chicago, I rode around in time. What? And of course, you know, comments are disabled, so like you can't you can't comment. That was elucidating. I hate this so much. Why'd you torture us with that? I wanted to watch the full fucking video. I hope she releases the full fucking music video, man. I have a mighty need. I have a mighty fucking need. Need a palate cleanser after that. I kind of want to see. Hold on, I accidentally closed it. I accidentally closed it because I have terminal retardation. What? I clicked on Facebook and it took me to X? You fucking piece of shit. Give me the Facebook. Please, no, I've seen enough. Well, she had like new videos on her TikTok as well, and I just like I wanna hear the like absolute drivel coming out of this thing's mouth. Cause like I was about to complain that she has more views than I do, but her views seem like all over the fucking place, man. Like she's got, you know, like 85k, 72, 322k, a 6,000 on the music video preview. Like 1,000 here, 1,000, 800, 700, 700, 676,000. That's part 2, part 3. Where's part 1? Receipt series. But wait, why is part 1 uploaded after part 2 and part 3? I don't know how this fucking works, man. I'm gonna click on this one first.
Hey guys, this is Super Mayor Tiffany A. here.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, whoa! Why did she just do a Hitler salute, you guys?
Hey guys, this is Super Mayor.
Well, she just did the Elon thing. She did the Elon. She's a Nazi. We need to cancel her on Twitter immediately. She is also a Nazi. Breaking news. Breaking fucking news. Time to jail this woman. Not for her financial crimes, but for the Nazi salute.
Tiffany A. here, the people's mayor. So, you guys doing a lot of snitching. And y'all went and got my site shut down.
Oh, that's why I couldn't open it.
On the Move podcast. Tiffany Henry on the Move podcast. Well, it's said that when truth speaks, everybody gets scared and everybody gets to running. Well, just like I told you, if you want the tea, get it from me. And if you want to check me out, because I got other platforms, go to Spotify. And that way you'll see Tiffany Henry on the Move podcast. Yes.
I cannot believe that this is a person in a seat of political power. Like, with my fucking Boston ass accent, I sound more professional. I was like, I could be talking like, hey, yo, you know, I'm gonna fucking throw the tea in the ocean, you know, but also on top of that, we're gonna like do something with the property taxes here. They're way too high. We're gonna get rid of some of these taxes on the food that you buy in Massachusetts because there's way too many taxes. Why are you being multiple tax? Why do you have a sales tax along with a sugar tax, along with an alcohol tax, along with a tobacco tax, along with a like fucking candy tax? There's too many. There's too many taxes. We gotta get rid of some of those. And like most people would be like, wow, she sounds retarded. I can't even tell what she's saying because of her accent. But like, I would at least be talking some sense, unlike this woman.
Spotify. And you can also go to Apple Podcasts, because those are different outlets to view all the content. And y'all asked me for the receipts, but I got the receipts right here on ice, like I always do.
What does that mean?
I asked for it, and I'm about to deliver. I got episode after episode.
Shouldn't the tea be hot? I thought the hot tea was the thing. Like, if it's cold, then that's not good, right? Am I crazy?
At the episode, just wait your turn. Yeah, your turn coming. Just wait. Y'all doing all that talking. Y'all doing all that lying. And I told y'all, stop lying on me before I start telling the truth on y'all. And that's what this is. True speech right here. Residents, community, nation. Y'all gonna be shocked at the mess that's all around y'all. But I want to educate people in my delivery of receipts that y'all thought I didn't have. I always keep my receipts. I mean, I do a lot of talking, or it may come out a little slower than norm, but I keep receipts.
She trying to be me, but this bitch can't be me. She ain't be me. That's how I say it, right?
That way I can educate the world as what happens behind the scenes that y'all don't see. I don't like fake news, because fake news tell you one-sided narratives.
She ain't K-Dog. She don't have the memory card.
First one was lit money. It was off the chain. And the problem I got is, when they do it, it's cool. But when I do it, it's a problem. But this how I see it.
Did she forget black people can't use the internet? Why is she telling people to use all these podcast sites? Because you shouldn't consume news from elsewhere. All right, don't consume multiple sources of news. Just go to my podcast. That's the only place you're gonna get the truth.
My head. Play the video.
It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it.
What? What?
Hey guys, this is...
What the fuck? All right, here's the receipts. All right, that was the you come to me. I got all the receipts. I'm telling on all of the constituents in my community. And now we got the receipt series. So let's check out what her receipts are, chat.
You guys went on the news, Board of Trustees, and said that people was taking time, doing things with time for 303 hours.
This is a Freedom of Information request we did to see how much overtime these officers are making on her security detail.
Oh, wow. 162 hours.
162. Well, that's...
I remember watching this.
How does a person put in a 2-week pay period, 303 hours? That's impossible. That's impossible. That's impossible.
Exact.
Right. Ask yourself.
Is she literally just gonna be like, well, yeah, of course it's impossible. They lying. Is that really her defense? Is that really what she's going with here?
This question: how can you work 303 hours? Please tell me, because I'm a workaholic. Anybody that truly know me, I work nonstop. As soon as I get up all the way to y'all sleep, I'm still on the street. So please tell me how you can work more hours in a day so I can do it. But 303 hours, come on now. Did nobody use common sense? And I'm speaking to my board. Not one of y'all use common sense. Not one.
But there's proof that they got paid out for those hours, which is the point. That's why it's corruption. That's why it's embezzlement, man. Like, what? Who is believing this? Is she just like, don't worry about it, I got this. I'm 90 IQ, but my constituents are only 70. Like,
one of y'all calling and ask no questions. Y'all just got on the news and just went in, huh? So let's break it down. If Trustee Tammy Brown, I'm mad she's not here because she should have been here so she can get this lesson I'm about to give her. If she is a HR specialist, why didn't she know where the 303 hours came from? This is why I'm trying to educate the public. Where did 303 hours come from? Nobody use common sense say that maybe it's vacation time, maybe it's comp time, which is paid time due hours. Nobody thought to think of that. Y'all just thought somebody went and ran amok. We didn't do that at all. So that's...
Sometimes when Tim doesn't use all of his vacation days, he gets his vacation days like paid out to him on a check period. And when his vacation days get paid out on a check period, they are specifically listed as different from his regular check pay period. So if it was vacation days being added because they weren't being used by the end of the year, I'm sure that would, like, you can't convince me that like some random ass fucking job is going to have a better record keeping of how they do their money than these people here, right? Like, I just, you know, it's 303 hours said overtime. Yeah. Were you talking about the super mayor? Yeah. We're seeing what excuses she makes up.
These trustees that run to every negative story, I mean at every negative story, because they want airtime, because y'all not listening to them. So they got to go and put a negative spin on what they think we're doing in the village, not facts, state facts. And any journalist...
Your last job was use it or get fired. Yeah, not every job is going to even let you do that with your vacation days, but the ones that do, from my experience, they do list it as separate from your like regular paycheck period, even when they add it. Not this lady again.
That report stuff, they go check the facts. And I just asked that question.
Where's this lady from? Illinois.
Somebody worked 303 hours.
Gross payroll for May the 5th.
This is Trustee Stan Brown.
2023, $480,776.80.
Trustee Tammy Brown.
As a retired HR professional, why would you vote to approve these hours with no discussion? Oh, so she's just like throwing the other people who are on her ticket with her under the bus. As like they were complicit in the corruption, so like now they're just little scapegoats.
On that board meeting, it was on May 5th, 2023. It was for the pay period of 4/16 through 4/30. So anybody want to FOIA and do the real research like you should have done before you made the story.
But it was a FOIA request. What is she talking about?
Voted. This board right here, the entire board, voted to pay out the entire payroll for that day. So how they sitting here saying they don't know? Obviously, y'all didn't read your package, but y'all got the same information that we gave to everybody else.
A FOIA. Yeah, a FOIA. F-O-I-A. Freedom of Information Act request.
Y'all voted to pay this individual and then anybody else they payroll. Didn't ask no questions, didn't have no discussion, didn't do anything. But y'all ran to the media and tried to spin the narrative as though we was doing something wrong.
What goes through your mind when you see this cost? Well, we filed a Freedom of Information request and found that officers...
I was like, this is her retort. It's like... This is her retort, and she says shit, and then just basically shows, oh yeah, they did do a Freedom of Information Act request. You know, it's like, how? How do you fuck up to this degree, man?
...in detail are routinely working hundreds of hours of overtime.
Next. Y'all say that
the FOIA request submitted asks for payroll records for specific officers' total hours worked and amounts paid since January 1st, 2021.
That these individuals work on my detail. When you did the FOIA request, it says no such thing. So how dare you assume and allege that the individuals that was given to them by the Board of Trustees say that they part of my detail?
If I remember correctly from when we did watch, like, Nate's very early videos on this, Nate the lawyer dude, she had, like, an entourage that followed her around that was, like, I don't remember if they were, like, armed bodyguards or if they were just, like, her regular guards, but she had, like, 4 dudes who would just constantly follow her around everywhere.
And it's false, because people work here in the village to protect the residents, but they attached all those people to my detail. And it don't say that. It asks for hours of anybody, which was the names that they gave them, for 2-year period. 2-year period. It had nothing to do with mayor's details.
Her fuck boys.
It had to do with their work history for 2 years. But did anybody ask that question? Did anybody break this down like I'm doing for you so that you can make sure you know what's going on?
Yes,
it's a
actually,
shame that I got to be the mayor, the trustee, the reporter. I got to do all the research just to show the people how people just lie on people's names and spin it because y'all control the media, right? When the media can just put anything out on people, people tend to believe certain channels. That's one station you definitely shouldn't believe. But I want to show y'all the facts so that you can determine later for yourself when they go, because they ain't nothing but a big smear campaign. They mad because
yeah, I'm just going to press X, lady.
Things, such as
God keeps blessing me with things. Is that what we're calling it? Embezzlement and fucking corruption now? God just keeps blessing me, man. I don't know.
Mayor, I'm your supervisor, and he keep blessing me. And like they say, whatever God got for you is for you. Can't no man or woman take it from you. So until people learn what it is and how to actually do research and stop just listening to hearsay, and I get it. Bad news travel quicker than anything. And that's why it's called messy people. Misery needs company. And that's what these 4 individuals need. They need company. They need you guys to like what they doing, which is nothing, in the village of Dalton. And I try to point out every single board meeting how they neglect y'all, how they don't pay bills to that one vendor that asked to get paid. The trustees took you out of that warrant list.
Is she justifying getting money she shouldn't? She's justifying putting this town in, like, millions of dollars worth of deficit.
Because you guys are doing the service of the people, but people not paying attention to that. Lights everywhere in our village, especially on the west side where Trustee Norwood live, but she voted no to take care of the west side where she stay. Where they do that at? Either you want to service the people or you just here.
Come back for part 2. She went to the Nancy Pelosi school of just keep talking about things and people will forget what your point was. Wait, no, this is part 3. We can't skip ahead. We can't skip ahead in the saga.
So we're going to go back to the video. How did you determine that all these individuals on the mayor's detail? Because somebody told you, because you didn't FOIA it, so somebody told you individual names. So reminding you that you putting them and me at risk. Because anybody that know anything about security, you don't tell people names.
She's going to be servicing people behind the Denny's when she gets kicked out.
To this woman.
Do you really think people are going to pay for that kind of service from her?
Y'all didn't do that to Ronnie Lewis. You didn't do it to any of the men that sat in this seat before me that had a detail to them. So anybody
Yeah, but their detail wasn't made up of, like, a child predator and family members and a rapper. Like, I mean, maybe the people before her were also corrupt. They just did it, you know, in the normal, subtle political way and not like this dumb bitch.
been here as long as I've been here, because remember, I tell y'all all day long, I grew here. Everybody else flew here. Because at the end of the day, I could tell you about every single mayor and they detail that was attached to them. But now when this woman takes this seat, it's a shame that now it's a problem. How? It wasn't a problem before. I'm not doing anything different than what was warranted for the seat.
Is she gonna do the same thing that Georgia mayor did, where he's just like, I am a black mayor in the blackest town in the blackest state, and you guys are being racist. And it's just like, if they're all black, how is it racist?
And we're going to continue so you can understand why. So this one's asking, is it normal to vote for things that you guys saw, that you just heard in a board meeting?
My predecessors did this, so can I. It's like when Destiny was like, oh, I know all these other content creators who also did the sexual assault stuff. If I go down, I'm taking them all down with me. And it's like, hold up, sir. If you knew about it, why didn't you say something when you knew about it? Like, why would you just hold on to that? And if you know so many of them, that makes it even worse. Like, what kind of defense is this? It's actually painful listening to. It's very hard to listen to her. I know how some people feel when they hear my fucking accent sometimes now, you know?
For the individual to get paid. They voted for all of them to get paid. So if it was a big problem and they asked for that information, literally, I think it was April, Tangeny? About April, and then they just not playing this now. So you had that all that time, didn't ask one question, meaning the news. Didn't ask one question. This is what I'm saying to you. All I can do is point it out and make you see the things that's wrong with this. And I'm going to show you
what did she even say?
We send everything to every single trustee here. This is Tanganyika, our finance director. Those are attachments of payroll reports, financials. Y'all talk about transparency. I told you, stop letting them send y'all off. We send an email every single time about everything we do here in the village. There's your proof. All I can do is make you see.
It's absolutely not possible for them to do something without sending an email. I'm sure they sent every email for every part of corruption that they did. Don't worry about it.
Because right now you're just hearing things people say, hearsay. Should never judge a person off of hearsay. Come and see for yourself. Because we send them what they need for board meetings to make votes, right? So if you got questions, if you're really reading all this information, you will ask your questions before a board meeting.
You once had a coworker that was from Africa pulled the race card on your supervisor that was black, saying, you're not black, you're American black. I'm actually gonna retort to this one, because it's actually unironically very well known that African blacks, like actual from Africa blacks who come over here, and then like Caribbean black people, fucking hate African Americans. It's fucking hilarious to watch like the fights happen, not like physical fights, but like when they get upset. From what you understand, that's fairly common. Yeah, it's very common.
You will make sure that you can define why you're voting the way you're voting, but that's your proof. They had the payroll reports that they sat here and got on TV to my, oh my God, it's not true. No, y'all knew.
That's
y'all knew
true.
About it. Play the video.
Dalton trustees have filed a lawsuit against Tenured, saying she's not justified the need for security. That lawsuit over the mayor's detail has not yet been settled.
Now, you just saw a clip, and they ain't had no press conference about no trustees. That was the Park District. Why is that clip inserted here talking about Dalton business as it relates to this board? So that's number one. Number two, he said that the lawsuit has not yet been settled. Come on, man. Come on, Flaco. You know better than that. If you're a true investigative journalist, you would have did your research. It's a shame that I got to do his job for him because he's trying to drag me. So I got to make sure I put the facts out. Here we go. And y'all make sure y'all get this to anybody in the audience that want it. Special details. The boys sue for every little thing. It's like kids up here. Anytime they can't have their way, it's like a kid that you're playing with and you take your toy and you run. That's them. You can't play with me today.
What is she talking about? Is she saying like them wearing a suit is like a kid playing with a toy? Like what? My eyes are glazing over here, dude.
That's how they act. So this the lawsuit, just so you're aware of what's going on. This is the lawsuit that the Board of Trustees, except for Trustee Stan Brown and Trustee Andrew Holmes.
Did she just refer to corruption charges as someone trying to drag her? She did. I'm surprised she didn't follow up with the slay me.
Sued me for saying I can't have a detail here in the Village of Dalton. And when I say we won that lawsuit. Here's the judgment. Here's the date. It say March 14, 2023.
I don't know anything about the lawsuit. I do not. I do not know about the lawsuit, so I don't know. I don't know the context behind here. I can't imagine how she would have won this lawsuit. So I feel I wish I knew some context here, because like there ain't no way. I knew she was being investigated by the FBI, and I knew that there was a lawsuit, but how the fuck?
Won the lawsuit, which states that, guess what? I can have a detail. And then on top of that, it's in the CBA. Yeah, for those that don't know what that is, collective bargaining agreement. That's the police contract. So that's why I'm trying to explain to you that every mayor has this. But you make a big emphasis about when I have it. When y'all do know I am the first. I'm the first youngest female mayor. Female. Get the most attacks. Because people want to control me if y'all ain't saw that yet. And you cannot and will not. So I fight back. That's what this is all about. It's a power play. It's a money grab.
No, you are the money grab, lady.
Y'all want to talk mess, get the facts right. Put this on y'all little hate groups. This right here, facts.
It's not hate to not want you to fuck up a town with your selfishness, lady. Lady, the first youngest. I know, they keep adding conditionals to that kind of shit, man.
Okay. Somebody knows something. Don't nobody know nothing.
I remember this video.
Nobody. Nobody? Trustees? Nobody? Somebody knows something.
Why the fuck is she walking around at like a government official meeting in her town looking like she's got a discount porn shoot outfit on? All right, this is like, you know, the pizza guy is gonna come to the door. She's gonna be like, "Oh, my husband is out for the day and I can't afford this pizza. Is there somewhere else I can pay you?" And then the pizza guy like invites over his like manager, and then like another delivery guy comes by and like they have a gangbang.
I think you know something. Yeah, Jason, you know something about it.
Tiffany Henyard certainly isn't shy about attracting attention. Here she is starting a Dalton Village board meeting dressed like the Wesley Snipes character in the movie New Jack City.
What? There's no way that that's what that's supposed to be!
I know you gonna dig this.
So, y'all know why we're here, right?
This is an official government employee using fucking thunderclaps in her exposing the fake news video.
Don't anybody know.
Okay, this is her Wesley Snipes outfit. Okay, it's just a black turtleneck and black pants, but we're supposed to know that she's cosplaying Wesley Snipes.
Terry, Hannah, Angelique, come on. Don't nobody know nothing.
I didn't know that I cosplay Wesley Snipes all the time.
They walked
It's
into
interesting.
A bank in Orleans and hijacked the bank account.
Archer is my favorite Wesley Snipes cosplayer. Oh, that is ridiculous. What the fuck? You know, I once said that I wish that our Congress could be as absolutely ridiculous as South African Parliament, because I loved watching South African Parliament videos, but like, if this is what we get, I kind of take that back. I'm sorry, chat. I shouldn't have spoke that into existence. Thus spake Kirsche. I'm so sorry, chat.
Nobody know nothing. I don't know how they...
Spoke. I was trying to say spake and my brain died.
They pay Venice. Resulting to $2 million. $2 million we owe Venice.
Spoke? No, spake. Spake is a word. Sprick to make it stop.
I know you knew something. I know somebody knew something, right? You know it. Yeah, that's my daughter. Yeah, don't get her. Don't get her. I know she knew.
Like, is this real, or is this like a bit that she did specifically for this video? Because, like, if this was actually something that, like, she walked into the office to do on purpose and not just for the purpose of this video, I wouldn't be able to take her seriously. Like, I mean, I can't anyways. But, like, as a fellow government official, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on? How much of the embezzlement went to drugs? Is that a laugh track? It is a laugh track.
My girl. Nobody knows.
This reminds me of the fact that conservatives make parodies of liberals and you can't parody them because they just actually act how they depict them. Spake is an archaic word. Yeah, I know, but it's fun. Spake is a fun word to use and I barely ever get to use it. Let me have my moment, chat. I'm turning to dust. This is for entertainment only. Sometimes you get a laugh to keep from crying. Fake news goes around quicker than facts. Well, I mean, that's the first true thing she said. Okay. What was the point of this? What was the point of this? Is that not? Hold on.
You guys,
yeah, these are uploaded 10/13/2023. So wait, this has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with this fucking. Those are old receipts, even. So what the fuck? What the fuck was this video with her stack of receipts? This was last year. Where the fuck are these stack of receipts? What the fuck? Where the fuck are your new videos? Also,
she got another exclusive coming.
How are these oriented? This is from 5 days ago. How does TikTok orient their fucking page? If this is from 5 days ago, how the fuck am I supposed to assume that the other stuff around it is from like a gajillion years ago? What is happening? What is going on? 4 days ago. Two days ago. Trustees reject $600,000 grant. 1 day ago. I don't think I can play that because it's like Taylor Swift. She fucking copyright strikes you, man. So she's just saying like everything is the trustees' fault. She's not culpable for anything. Recent trending post probably. I don't know how to use TikTok, man. I'm not a Zoomer. I'm not a fucking Zoomer. What is happening? I don't know what's happening. Fuck this lady. This lady is fucking crazy. I am upset still that we don't have the full music video. I wanted that music video, man. I guess we're gonna have to live without the music video, chat.
Oh, I'm on ya. I'm on ya.
Taylor extortion racket. She's a woman. It's obviously not her fault. Oh my god. Speaking of it not being someone's fault. Hold on a moment. Hold on a gosh dang fucking second. I brought up like POCD before on stream because I was seeing people use it in a really weird way to sort of defend. Oh fuck. Oh, we'll get to that in a second. I was seeing people use it to like defend like pedophiles, sort of like map language, right? Where the like map is the acronym for minor attracted person, when they were trying to be like,
oh, they can't help it. Pedophiles were born this way. It's just a sexuality. You know, it's like the gays. They're just you shouldn't shame them because they can't help it.
And now we have something called POCD, which is pedophilia obsessive compulsive disorder. And I only briefly went over it before because it wasn't like super relevant. It was just another thing that I noticed people are like trying to defend pedophiles by being like, oh, they can't help it. It's a disorder. We shouldn't shame them, blah, 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 blah. So I looked up stuff about POCD. And let me find let me switch to these tabs because I did this ages ago and people were talking about -8, which is an artist who admitted that he likes children. And I feel like when somebody admits that, you don't try to be like, oh, well, aunties made him do it. That's a little fucking weird. And the first time I was able to find any links between OCD and pedophilia was a 1999 news journal, or not news journal, but like scientific journal. Let me see here. I want to make sure I have the correct date, because this is 2018, but I'm pretty sure this is from 1999. I'm pretty sure this is from 1999. Nom 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 nom. I just want to make sure. No, this isn't it. This isn't the 1999 journal. Okay, so... Where is the 1999 one? No, this is also current year. I guess maybe I might have closed the journal from 1999.
1 second here.
Okay, so this cites... Okay, this cites it. This is the Bradford one. Can I... Okay, so I got it, chat. I got it, chat. We're all set. We're all set. So, in looking up POCD, because before I talk about something, I typically want to understand exactly what it is. So, this is a 2018 science journal. Pedophilic sex offenders are characterized by reduced GABA concentration in the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex. This is basically something wrong with their brain. A pedophilic disorder is characterized by abnormal sexual urges toward prepubescent children. Child abusive behavior is frequently a result of lack of behavioral inhibition, and current treatment options entail, next to suppressing unchangeable sexual orientation, measures to increase cognitive and attentional control. We tested if in brain regions subversing attentional control of behavior and perception of salient stimuli, such inhibition deficit can be observed also on the level of inhibitory neurotransmitters. We measured GABA concentration in the dorsal anterior cingulate cortex and in a control region, the pregenual anterior cingulate cortex, in pedophilic sex offenders, and matched controls using a 7 Tesla steam magnetic resonance spectroscopy. In DACC, but not in the control region, pedophilic sex offenders showed a reduced GABA and CR concentrations compared to the healthy controls. The reduction was robust after controlling for potential influence of age and gray matter proportion within the MRS voxel. Importantly, reduced GABA CR in patients was correlated with lower self-control measured with the Barrett impulsiveness scale. Essentially, blah, blah, blah. They keep going on, and they give you a little introduction on how pedophiles have fucked up brain. But the thing that I wanted to reference was the Bradford 1999 Science Journal was the first time I could ever find any instances of pedophilia and OCD being linked in any way or shape or form. There's some evidence that pedophilia and obsessive-compulsive spectrum disorders show phenomenological as well as etiological overlap, as reflected, for instance, by similar pattern of brain structural deficiencies. ADHD is another highly comorbid clinical condition in pedophilia, which may further sexual disinhibition, and therefore has been discussed as an important vulnerability factor to sexual delinquency. So essentially, in the Bradford Journal talks about how when someone is a pedophile, they typically also will exhibit comorbidities of other mental illnesses. Often they will exhibit OCD, they will exhibit ADHD, they will exhibit anxiety, depression. There's a lot of comorbidities when someone is a pedophile. So this isn't saying that there's something that is POCD. This is saying that paraphilias like pedophilia typically have a lot of overlap with other mental illnesses. What? No way. I know. So at some point around 2015, this man, Dr. Jordan Levi, I guess? Dr. Jordan Levi is a licensed psychologist in private practice in Manhattan at the Center for Cognitive Behavioral Psychotherapy and in Livingston, New Jersey. He specializes in the treatment of anxiety and obsessive-compulsive disorder, including the purely obsessional subtype, Pure O. And he's written a bunch of articles. 8 signs you might have somatic OCD, 9 signs you might have pedophilic OCD, 13 signs you might have harm OCD, 8 signs you might have existential OCD, 13 signs you might have relationship OCD, 11 signs you might have suicidal OCD. You get the picture, right, chat? Like, he's made a whole bunch of fucking subgroups in 2015 of OCD. And of them, there's this article. And pretty much everything I've seen that talks about pedophilia OCD cites Jordan Levi as the source of the information. Dr. Jordan Levi is a licensed psychologist specializing in the treatment of anxiety and obsessive-compulsive disorders. The diagnosis of pedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with the diagnosis of POCD. Avoidance plays an important role in the perpetuation of POCD. Individuals suffering with POCD will do everything in their power to ensure that these fears do not come to fruition. Treatment for POCD entails engaging in exposure therapy while simultaneously addressing the shame resulting from stigma. What was the sample size? Hold up, exposure therapy? Yes, you heard that right. Imagine one day you are walking past an elementary school playground. You glance over at the children and out of the blue, a thought enters your head. Did I just look at those kids in a creepy way? Your brain immediately begins to doubt and analyze whether your glance was creepy, and you're flooded with terror. Why would I be staring at kids? Do other people do this? Was I physically attracted to one of them? Is there something wrong with me? Did I do something inappropriate? Did I get aroused by the children? Am I a pedophile? Am I going to become a pedophile? What does this mean that I am even thinking these thoughts? Sorry, so the guy openly admitting he is in possession of CP? No. By exposure therapy, he means if you are afraid you're going to become a pedophile, spend time around children so that you understand you will not become a pedophile. Is what he means by exposure therapy. The next time that you are in a similar situation, you were probably acutely aware and on guard for whether there were any intrusive thoughts present. Now, whenever you walk by a school or playground, you avoid eye contact with everyone. You check where your hands are to make sure you won't accidentally touch a child inappropriately. And you're on guard and panicked that you will experience more intrusive thoughts that suggest feelings for children. And again, this is very different from that 1999 study that I was just talking about. This is a complete different thing, but I wanted to point out where OCD and pedophilia started to become linked in science journals so that people could see the transformation from simply paraphilia as having a connection with other mental illnesses, and then Jordan Levi here coining the POCD term. Why would I be on a playground? If you're afraid of explosives, be close to them. Oops, I accidentally just inappropriately touched that child. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is very weird. You may even check your genitals for signs of arousal. I don't know, man. I'm just saying, this is kind of weird. You worry others are looking at you, and you may even begin to question what you've done. You feel your only options to escape in order to protect the innocence of the children. You may feel that you're a monster and a bad person for having these thoughts in your brain. What you may not realize is that you may be suffering from a very common form of obsessive-compulsive disorder called pure O, and you're not alone. Purely obsessional OCD, also known as pure O, is one of the most common, yet lesser known, manifestations of OCD. People with pure O experience minimal observable compulsions, compared to those with who experience the typical form of OCD, such as checking and hand washing. While ritualizing and neutralizing behaviors do take place, they are mostly of a cognitive basis. The primary anxiety-reducing vehicle is mental rumination. Purely obsessional OCD often takes the form of horrific, intrusive thoughts of a distressing or violent nature, and the sufferer spending a great deal of mental effort trying to check, neutralize, and avoid certain thoughts. The internal verbal behaviors encompass excessive ruminations, thought loops, mental checking, and mental avoidance of certain thoughts. Endless amounts of time is spent attempting to answer the unanswerable questions that the OCD posits. And this is where we get into the exact same language as the map sort of debacle, where maps say that they are a minor attracted person, but they're a no contact map, which means they're not actually a pedophile because they won't actually touch a child. But this is a redefinition of what pedophilia is. Pedophilia is the attraction, not the actual action. So the fact that this is now another, well, they're not actually touching children, and now these people, they can't be real pedophiles, because real pedophiles, they don't know it's wrong. They don't get anxious or scared about being caught, right? That's not a pedophile. Feels like he's writing from personal experience. Relying on a pedo to self-report. How can this possibly go wrong? Very compelling argument. Face the wall, please. You know what goes through a guy's head first when he comes across children is the setting with kids secure or not. Automatic guard dog response. Real pedophiles haven't been tried yet. Pure O OCD is one of the most common yet lesser known. OCD is masterful at deceiving the sufferer by saying, if you spend just a little time on this question, you'll figure it out and feel so much better. Because the threat feels so real, it is extremely difficult to resist the siren's call of mental rumination. The most imperative item on the agenda becomes gaining certainty. Oftentimes, sufferers will replay past scenarios, making sure to examine every single fact that was present. This is also something people with anxiety do. But when you ruminate on something, when you think, did I do anything wrong, especially if you speak out this situation to other people, they'll be able to tell you, no, absolutely nothing was wrong here. But if you are having these thoughts, if you are consuming things that would be pedophilia, that doesn't mean that you aren't also having these thoughts. Pedophiles know that what they're doing is wrong. They just don't care. I'm sure some of them have probably drank the Kool-Aid and genuinely believe that it's something they can't help and that they were born with, right? I'm sure some are that crazy because we have crazy people everywhere. But for the most part, they know what the fuck they're doing is wrong. The line of logic leads directly to the I'd better actually have sex with this child to make sure I don't like it. It's actual insanity here. And again, like, someone can feel free to fact check me, right? Because, like, I tried looking for instances of specific pedophilia, obsessive compulsive disorder, and I could not find anything on POCD prior to Jordan Levi and 2015. And the only links prior to POCD being used in 2015 that I could find personally were from that 1999 science journal, which only said that paraphilias, and like pedophilia is a paraphilia, they have comorbidities with a lot of other mental illnesses, and OCD is one of the ones mentioned. That's because they get buried when they start. Within the subset of pure O, several themes tend to co-occur, including fears related to pedophilia, POCD, sexuality, HOCD, incest, bestiality, and the primary romantic relationship, ROCD. This is wonderful. If you have anxiety about anything, that means you just have, you know, an OCD subcondition. That's a get out of jail free card, chat. As Shane Dawson didn't really want to put his cock on that cat. He just had HOCD. This article concentrates on pedophilia OCD. An individual living with POCD can be simultaneously flooded with unwanted thoughts or images related to any and all of these themes. An individual that is terrified of becoming a pedophile or being a pedophile will be flooded with thoughts and imagery related to being a pedophile. I don't have OCD, but that seems a little weird to me. That seems a little odd. Patients have remarked, if I am attracted to a child of the same sex, then that doesn't mean I'm gay and shouldn't be married. If left unchecked, POCD can bleed into numerous areas of one life. If I'm attracted to a child of the same sex, that doesn't mean I'm gay. What the fuck did they mean by this? Are they just like, I can't be gay if I fuck a boy child because it's a child so it doesn't count? Like, what? What the fuck is this logic? I thought the idea of kinks are genetic was insane. All the description of pure obsessive disorder is describing is an aversion to thought. This is brainworms. In contrast, the DSM-5 defines pedophilia as recurrent, intense, sexually arousing fantasies, sexual urges, or behaviors involving sexual activity with a prepubescent child or children. The diagnosis of pedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with the diagnosis of pedophilia obsessive-compulsive disorder. Despite this clear distinction, your POCD will undoubtedly be persuading you that you belong in the true pedophile category rather than the POCD category. Your therapist doesn't really understand, or your therapist is wrong. That's right, pedophile! Don't listen to your therapist, they're wrong! Listen to this psychology guy online who started talking about this in 2015. And also, an individual living with POCD can be flooded with unwanted thoughts or images related to these themes. So they're saying because someone is immediately flooded with the thoughts and images and they claim it's unwanted. That's different. That's patently, completely different from recurring intense fantasies and urges. Chat, I think we need to bring back helicopter rides, man. An individual living with POCD is no more likely to be a pedophile than an individual who does not have POCD. This is a disorder of anxiety and uncertainty, not sexual urges and behaviors. In regards to POCD, the primitive worry brain, they took my term, has randomly selected this theme as the topic that feels like it must be resolved immediately. That's right, chat. If you have sudden floods of thoughts of pedophilia, that means you're not likely to be a pedophile. You're just a normal person at that point. The difference is whether the pedophile feels guilty and it changes nothing. Yeah, like I said, I looked this up months ago, back when people were talking about like the -8 controversy stuff. -8, it took me ages to remember this fucking guy's name, by the way, because like I only knew him as like the dude that did the Anka animation. But like he came out and was like, he said some just fucking crazy shit about how like he would have sex with a child if he could afford the therapy after, but he's not rich, so he can't do that. And then he drew a lot of crazy shit as well. Like he said some shit, and people would defend him, being like, aunties gaslit him into believing that he was a pedophile when he's not, and so he's suffering from POCD because he was terrified of becoming a pedophile because of all the aunties attacking him. And it's like, bro, man, I probably have more aunties than anyone I can think of off the top of my head. Than like maybe like Maury Calliope has me beat, right? But like not a single time have I felt like gaslit into believing any of their delusions, right? And like, I say aunties as just like as someone who is against someone. I am not putting myself into the same category as -8. I know people like to hate watch, so I gotta clarify myself here. Oh man, you love -8 art? Yeah, it's just like when I found out all the fucking shit Shadman did, dude. It's like I thought he was some fucking meme artist. I had really wanted art by him, and then, I mean, like, my dreams were crushed. Like, thankfully so, chat. Thankfully you reminded me about how terrible he was, because that could have been really bad otherwise. Does he mean therapy for the child? Does he think if he just throws enough money at it after an apology, he can do whatever he wants? Yes, that is exactly what he meant. That is exactly what he meant. High altitude, no opening skydiving. What did Shad do? Shad drew lewd imagery. I can't remember her name. It was a minor actress. I don't remember what movie she was from, but he drew lewds based on her. And I feel like that immediately crosses a line. Like, he's done other grotesque art. I get, you guys told me he did art of his mother, and it's like, yeah, that's fucking grotesque Chris Chan levels, but his mother's not a minor. Shad drew art of Keemstar's daughter. Also that. Maury Cantaloupe, true and real. So it's like, once you start using real children in your artwork, that's kind of fucked up. As a pole denizen, I knew him for like the Hillary Clinton, Jill Stein fucking meme art. The fucking Bigfoot is real and he tried to eat my ass kind of artwork. I was like, that's funny meme shit. But it crosses a line, as it were. You like -8, but yeah, you weren't aware of the things that were going on with him. It's fucking bad. I don't have the screenshots of the shit that -8 said on hand, but you can look them up. I am heavily quoting, and I don't know exactly how it was worded, but yes, he did say that like he wishes he could have sex with a child, but he doesn't have the money to be able to buy them therapy afterwards, so that's why he doesn't. And he's drawn some crazy shit as well. And then he came out with an apology, and he was just like, I'm gonna go to therapy. It's like, you know, and then everybody started defending him with this POCD nonsense, and it's like, the dude literally said he would fuck a kid if he could. That is not POCD. That is him admitting what he wants to do. If you want to know more, there's videos on it. Yeah, there's a lot of people who covered this when it happened. But since I had never seen POCD before at that point, that's why I have these tabs open. These are like fucking ancient ass tabs. Do I have something around here that I can get like a date on? What is this? What date is this? December? This was December last year. So that's how old these tabs are that I've kept open. Back to Mr. Jordan Levi here and his fucking nonsense. An individual suffering with POCD will experience intrusive thoughts or images accompanied by terrorizing anxiety. The OCD has the ability to produce doubt or question memories, real or imagined. Well, isn't that a neat excuse? Isn't that a neat thing there? Additionally, sexual urges are monitored and encoded as a part of the evidence-gathering process. The presence of an erection or vaginal lubrication is closely examined for signs of arousal. Based on the importance that POCD places on sexual attraction, your brain constantly draws attention to sexual arousal. This increased monitoring allows for a case of mistaken identity, in which any microscopic movement is determined to be arousal towards children. Taken together, unwanted thoughts, images, and urges can persuade an individual with POCD that they are a sexual deviant. So this guy is unironically saying, you might get a boner. If you're a lady, you might get wet. But that doesn't mean you're a pedophile because you're becoming aroused at imagery of lewd children in your brain. That's completely unwanted. You know, you can't help it. You're not really aroused. That's just the body's normal response. This is just like that John Money shit. Yeah, fuck John Money, dude. I would like to know more about Jordan Levi, but I literally could not find much on him either. Like, he just seemed to appear out of thin air and start talking about this shit. The diagnosis of pedophilia has absolutely nothing to do with the diagnosis of POCD. Among the many themes within OCD, there is perhaps no theme that carries more shame, guilt, self-loathing, and stigma than POCD. Despite the fact that there is no tangible difference between OCD themes in terms of development, maintenance, and treatment, those suffering with POCD tend to take ownership of OCD and view themselves as repugnant, vile, terrible people. Well, that's fine then, you know? As long as the pedophile says, I can't help it, I have POCD, I am vile and repugnant, well, he's just fine then, right? No further inquiry needed. Bullet dodged, right? Is he even a real person? In line with this stigma, those suffering with POCD are almost always hesitant to describe what they are experiencing to a psychologist, if they're lucky enough to recognize that this is OCD. Are you kidding me? Are you... The more I read, the more I hate this man, dude. The word pedophile or molester is often whispered inaudibly during the initial sessions. Descriptions of POCD are typically preempted with questions regarding confidentiality or previous experience treating OCD, or a warning that you may judge me and think this is atrocious, but here goes. So you're telling me that once somebody thinks that they can use POCD as an excuse, they can go to a therapist and describe in detail the, like, intrusive images of lewd children that their brain produces and that arouse them, and that like the therapist is incorrect for diagnosing them as a pedophile instead of simply with just OCD? Are you... You may judge me and think this is atrocious, but here goes. Remember, I only have OCD. I'm not a pedophile, as I describe in great detail how my brain conjures images of how I'd like to fuck children. You think the difference should be quite simple? The actual bad person performs actual bad acts rather than finding it easy to simply not commit crimes? Again, the definition of pedophilia, a pedophile, is not someone who acts on it. A pedophile is someone who is attracted to children. So regardless of whether you're a no-contact map or a pedophile, you're both pedophiles. The word means an attraction to children. It does not mean an action on the attraction to children. Your shock therapy works. The OCD part specifically comes from it being intrusive, meaning they're unwanted, unconscious thoughts. Not an excuse, but there still is a difference. And I'm sure that there are some people, right, who may have been molested as children. I had to figure out how to say this. There are people who've probably been, like, molested as children who are terrified of perpetuating the cycle of becoming an abuser because they were abused, right? I don't doubt this. There are some people who probably have experienced some crazy shit, and now they are worried, am I going to continue this, right? But I would be willing to wager that that is an even smaller percentage of the population than those who actually suffer from gender dysphoria. And I feel like, again, the majority of people are going to be using POCD as a cover, as an excuse to hide the fact that they are pedophiles. Watch the anime Happy Sugar Life? I don't know what that is. This dude is as subversive as commies. Yep. A winning wager. Very winning wager. Very, very winning wager, man. I'm not a gambling lady, but you know. The idea of coming to therapy and talking about something that is deemed so shameful feels like an impossible undertaking. This is unfortunately reinforced by society and, to a lesser extent, the mental health field, which does not have an adequate understanding of POCD. Again, this guy started talking about this in 2015. What was in full swing around 2015? The entire children can consent to changing their body irrevocably. And the end goal of children can consent to changing their body, they can consent to surgeries, they can consent to hormone treatments, is eventually going to be children can consent to sex. That is the only direction that can go in. They're like, if children are capable of making irreversible decisions about their sexual organs, the logical conclusion would be, yes, they can consent to sex. Because why wouldn't they be able to if they can consent to changing their sexual organs? This is erroneous, and I'm glad that, again, we're doing things to protect children in current year. I'm glad that there are less crazy people advocating for this nonsense. I still wish that doctors and parents who allowed this to happen could somehow get prosecuted. The slippery slope is no longer a fallacy. So it's funny to me that the first instances of this I could find from this guy are in 2015, and it was around the same time that all of this other shit was coming out about doing stuff to children, and now pedophiles conveniently have a new excuse that isn't the map language that everybody already rejected previously. Go be a monk in the mountains. Kids can't consent because they're not old enough. No, I agree. That's not my opinion. I do not think kids can consent to that. You're tired of people calling a logical conclusion a slippery slope? I'm just following the logic to where it leads. Was it 2015? You didn't start seeing that till 2019. This is what I'm saying from looking up POCD, right? POCD, the first instances I saw of this were in 2015. If you're talking about like the children consenting thing, that goes all the way back to about 2005. Was probably the first time I heard of that specifically. By 2009, there were people in my high school wearing binders and also wanting to get on hormones. And I was posting articles on Facebook about as early as 2010, 2011 about minors being put on hormone blockers. So that stuff has been going on for a very long time. Shit's far older, coming from the 70s where teachers were trying to test shit. I know the John Money shit came from the 70s, right? John Money is the one who coined the theory of gender being separate from sex. And anybody who knows about John Money, TLDR, there was a botched circumcision on a pair of twins. One of them had a botched circumcision, and they decided instead of raising that as a little boy, they would raise him as a girl. And John Money made the twins perform sexual acts on each other. He would bring them to orgasm. He would raise that boy as a girl. And I'm pretty sure both of them ended up taking their own lives when they grew older. What are binders? Binders are what women wear to press their breasts flat against their chest. Typically, they had been used in the past by like women to squeeze into dresses, to do like performances on stage in theater, or to do like cosplays and whatnot. But women who believe that they can become a man will wear chest binders to flatten their chest. Men did evil in the sight of the Lord. Yeah. Chest bindings. Yeah. Sadly, not the kind of binders that are usually in school, you know, for papers. Crazy, your old pastor's talking about this in the 90s and early 2000s. Yes. Like I said, I'm sure it existed before then, but in my personal experience, I first heard of it around 2005-ish. I was very young, so I wasn't exactly like politically aware at that point, but it was like the first time that I had heard of it in my life. True to what happens often, twins oft themselves. One funny thing about John Money is that his own research actually disproved his hypothesis about gender identity being a product of upbringing, but that aspect of it never gets talked about. I mean, they can't talk about it because then it would unravel a lot of the activist talking points. You went from middle school where you had a gay guy and he was known as the gay guy. He was a jerk. That's the real reason people disliked him, to being in high school and getting woke because a school buddy got you on Tumblr. Some school friend went progressively, more down the pipe, first pan, then non-binary, then a trans man, just kept going. Yeah, I've talked a couple of times about, there was a lesbian couple who had sex on an art room table in my high school, and one of them was 18 and the other was 17, and because it wasn't because of the age gap, but it was because they did it on school grounds, and one of them was an adult, that the older one got expelled. And she was already like, you know, like a butch lesbian, but after that she ended up like wearing chest binders and changing her name, and I'm pretty sure she eventually went on hormones. And then I'm not sure what happened after that. Lost track of her. The bastard is still cited in psychology textbooks. He is, unfortunately. Numerous therapists make the harmful mistake of informing someone with POCD that it's not OCD and that they're a dangerous individual and or should be seeking sex therapy. Sadly, this promotes the message to the POCD sufferer that they are horrible people who do not have OCD. I have a feeling that, right, like even a therapist dealing with a pedophile doesn't specifically say that they are a dangerous individual. I feel like a therapist is going to word that slightly differently. Like they are a dangerous individual, I agree, but I don't think a therapist is going to word it that way. The cure for pedophilia is at 556, true and real. Newsflash, you can have OCD and still be a horrible person. Which again, the 1999 Science Journal did say that paraphilias like pedophilia do have comorbidities with other mental illnesses like OCD. I do not believe that you can blame your pedophilia on OCD, though. I feel like a lot of this POCD is just schizobabble nonsense. However, I can see some of it making sense in the instances of, like, if you were a child and you experienced being molested, you experienced something incredibly traumatic, and you don't want to perpetuate a cycle of abuse, I could see becoming, like, irrationally obsessed with the, am I going to become a terrible person kind of thing, right? I can see that being a thing. I just do not think it is going to be very widespread. It's going to be a very small population of people that fall into that. What is pedophilic OCD? Common past-oriented spikes. Did I ever do anything inappropriately sexual when I was younger? Did I do anything recently that was sexually inappropriate? Have I ever been attracted to an adolescent child? Did I ever molest anyone? Could ambiguous action X be construed as sexual? Have I accidentally clicked on child porn? What? Does a person from my past know something that suggests I'm a pedophile? I'm very confused. Right, like, I mean, I guess if you frequented 4chan back in the day, you could have accidentally clicked on child porn. But I feel like in the current year, it's like very fucking difficult to accidentally stumble upon something like that. Like, I don't even know where I would look for something like that besides just a shrug dark web question mark. Like, what, how does one accidentally? A sex therapy exists? Sign me up. What the fuck? That damn cat searching that CP. To be fair, back in the old Kazaa days, there was a ton of CP labeled as Naruto episodes. Yeah, like back in the day, it was very easy to like hide that shit. And I'm sure some people came across it accidentally. Again, back in the day. And maybe since this is worded as have I accidentally, it could be like at any point, not in current year, but any point in their life in general. But it's like if you, as someone who frequented 4chan when I was in high school, I can't imagine constantly thinking about what did I click on fucking years ago. Were they referring to like Lolicon? I don't know, man, dude. I don't fucking know. Didn't the hub purge its non-verified uploads due to that? Yeah, the hub had an issue with that. The hub had an issue. Blue Sky, Deep Web, Dark Web would be one of them. Oh yeah, I forgot Blue Sky had the fucking pedophilia issue. I forgot about them completely. Didn't the hub purge? Yeah, the hub purged. A chippy. You don't have to look for that. The whole Blue Sky was created for it. I forgot about Blue Sky, man. I take that back. Maybe this guy's a Blue Sky user. And then he could actually unironically question if he accidentally clicked on it. And the only other thing you've seen that has to do with CP was a Discord server owner getting his house raided by the FBI for someone else posting CP in his Discord server. I feel like that's really weird. Right? Because, like, if you want to get someone's Discord server shut down and you want to get someone's house raided, wouldn't you also be worried that, like, where did that guy get the CP from? Right? Like, did they think about this ahead of time? They mean at any point ever. Does this also apply to the one being attracted to a minor ever? Correct me if you're wrong, but that would also count as a kid having thoughts about another kid. Yeah, but it's like if you're a child and you have like a crush on someone, that's not pedophilia. That's just like it's liking someone your age. Raid the person that posted it, not the one that made the server. Yeah, exactly. That's like people posted that at fucking Chibi reviews, didn't they? Like they like ended up getting into his DeviantArt account or some shit and then posting actual CP because they thought he was a pedophile. But it's like, hold on, wait a minute. If you're going to call someone a pedophile, why do you have CP? And why are you uploading it to his account, right? Like, first of all, you shouldn't have that. Someone raid that man's house. Second of all, why would you give someone that you think is a pedophile CP? Like, that just... I don't understand the logic here. Gotta own the pedos by posting CP to their accounts. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Feds do it all the time. Yeah, but you're not a Fed. You don't have like governmental protection and immunity for entrapment, man. And sometimes the childs are perverted and want to fuck a woman, for example. If you are an adult and a minor comes to you and is like, hey, yo, you want some fuck? It is your job as an adult to tell them no, and then also, like, probably report them, right? Because that means there's probably some kind of abuse going on at home, right? Because most children aren't going to do that. I've even talked about how, like, when I was like 16, right, I dated like a 23-year-old. That is bad. That is a major fucking red flag. A lot of high school girls think that if like older men are attracted to them, that means they're more mature and they're worth more than their peers because an adult is attracted to them instead of stinky high school boys, right? Right? But it's like that. No, that's bad. That's bad because the older man is taking advantage of you and is a pedophile. Mods, check that man's hard drive. Most children that do that are either imitating what they've witnessed or, yeah, that problem. Yep. That's a definite report this happening because something is not right at home, man. Send him to Ukraine. You agree it was an orphanage with a lot of sons of whores? Common present-oriented spikes. Okay, so these were the past-oriented, totally not pedophilic thoughts. These are the present-oriented, totally not pedophilic thoughts. Am I attracted to this 10-year-old in front of me? Was I just checking out this 13-year-old girl? Did someone just notice me doing something strange? I should stand on the other side of the subway, away from the 6-year-old boy, so I don't impulsively grope him. If you're having thoughts about impulsively groping children, I don't think you can hide behind POCD. I don't think you can hide behind that, dude. Am I sexually aroused by this little girl on TV? Okay. Common future-oriented spikes. How do I know I will never engage in pedophilic behavior? What if one day I really am attracted to children? I think that one day has passed. If you're having impulsive thoughts of groping children. What is the right way to hold/hug/change a child? What if I get arrested and go to jail? Will I be creepy or do something inappropriate when I have a baby? Simply disable your limbs. It's fucking insane that this is what people in those Twitter threads are defending by using POCD as a cudgel. It is. It really is. It really is. And I'm seeing the exact same, like, fucking rhetoric as the map language. And it's insane to me that people are eating this shit up once again. Reassurance seeking is common within this theme. Individuals with POCD will ask friends and loved ones questions aimed at figuring out this threatening unknown. Endless hours are spent mentally ruminating in an attempt to alleviate anxiety. Checking the physical environment to ensure that insidious behavior has not occurred is also common. Incessant answer seeking also occurs on the internet through Google searches and online forums. Common searches include looking up infamous pedophiles and comparing to oneself or sifting through legal jargon to prepare for feared consequences. The hope is to find a nugget of information from anyone, anywhere that will extinguish the horrific threat. The internet can be an extremely debilitating weapon that leads individuals with POCD down the proverbial rabbit hole. And again, I just want to remind people, pedophilia is not the action of touching a child. Pedophilia is simply the attraction to one. Very nice of you to read this to make us sick. Now chat can vomit with you. I feel the need to bring this up because, again, POCD is being used to defend people that are actual, like, pedophiles. It's not being used as, like, oh, well, this can happen to people who were traumatized and, you know, the very small percentage of people might actually experience an obsessive compulsion towards not wanting to perpetuate a cycle of abuse. It's being used as in, these people are pedophiles, they can't help it, they have a mental illness. And it's just like they haven't touched a child, so they got POCD, they're not a pedophile. You can only joke about exploding the penis, but not breaking it. It's fucking... There's a considerable amount of testing that takes place within this theme. Individuals with POCD feel compelled to compare their thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and sexual arousal when they're around children and adults. The hope is that this will serve as a pedophilia litmus test. As mentioned earlier, this inevitably yields a multitude of false positives that lends itself to further ritualizing. While all of these rituals serve to temporarily relieve anxiety, they ultimately prevent someone with POCD from progressing in treatment. Avoidance plays an important role in the perpetuation of POCD. Individuals suffering with POCD will do everything in their power to ensure that these fears do not come to fruition. This is another thing. -8 drew himself fucking children. He admitted he wanted to fuck children. He just didn't have the money to afford their therapy. He said in so many words that he is a pedophile. There is no defending him with POCD. Like, it's fine if he wanted to come out and apologize for his behavior and say that he's seeking therapy, but it's like, you're not, like, I'm not part of his personal life, right? I don't know if he's going to therapy. I don't know how real that is. It's just like, it's insane to, like, blame that people gaslit him. Absolutely insane to me. And especially because avoidance plays an important role. If people are consuming pornographic content of either like AI children, or maybe if they have the real thing, or maybe if they're doing like weird toddler con shit, that's not avoidance. That is not avoidance. That is playing into it. You can't say that you have POCD if you are actively participating in something that POCD people should be avoiding, right? You doubt any amount of therapy can reduce that kind of damage that's enabling the behavior? Yeah, exactly. As is the case with all forms of OCD, escape and avoidance maintain and exacerbate the anxiety. I misread this. He's saying that you shouldn't avoid them. He's saying that you shouldn't avoid things that trigger your POCD. He's saying you should consume these things. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, dude. In response to an impulsivity fear, one may stand as far away as possible from a minor or escape the situation altogether. Avoiding children at parks, museums, or near schools helps ensure that these thoughts, images, and feelings will not surface. In line with their avoidance, some individuals may choose not to have children of their own in order to limit the danger that they feel they pose to children. Now, I'm not a therapist, but I feel like if a guy comes to you and regardless of whether he says that he has flooding thoughts or consistent thoughts of pedophilia in his brain, I don't think any therapist worth their salt would be like, you should be around children more just to see if these thoughts are real. Like, I'm not a therapist. I don't have a degree, but like, that doesn't seem like something a professional would suggest to me. This is absurd. You're attracted to women. You don't go around burying your face in their very nice titties because of impulse control. These people belong in a wood chipper. 1,000% fucking %. 1,000% fucking %. Like, this is all grotesque, but I wanted people to know how, again, language is evolving, and you're going to be seeing a little bit less of people using map language, and you're going to be seeing POCD a bit more often. Unfortunately. Treatment for POCD entails engaging in exposure therapy while simultaneously addressing the shame resulting from the stigma discussed above. Facing the fear head on while limiting ritualistic behavior is the most effective way to manage OCD. This includes intentionally placing oneself in situations that will progressively provoke more challenging, unwanted, intrusive thoughts and accompanying anxiety. An emphasis is placed on situations that are inducing a desire to escape or avoid. Sample exposure items include going to public parks, looking at pictures of children, watching movies such as The Lovely Bones, or reading news stories about pedophiles. I don't know what The Lovely Bones is, so I can't comment on that one. Are they gonna recommend people with POCD watch Cuties? Is that gonna be in the treatment regimen over here? Imagine if you have actual OCD and then this piece of shit says, yeah, I'm not a pedophile, I have POCD. Dude, if I had OCD, I'd kind of be a little angry hearing this, I'm gonna be honest with you. Even if it helped to be around children more, to make them less affected by POCD, the risk to the children isn't worth it. This is what I was just about to say, right? Like, as someone with anxiety, certain things would tick up my anxiety. And yes, exposure therapy does help. When I had panic attacks playing Tarkov, I got berated because how the fuck are you having panic attacks playing a video game, you fucking idiot? But it's like, I would continue playing it because I wanted to figure out exactly what was triggering my anxiety and how to no longer have that happen. But when I'm doing that, I'm not endangering other people. I don't have like thoughts of murdering people in my head, right? Like I'm not doing anything dangerous. If someone is having like pedophilic thoughts, even if they're the type of pedophile that thinks they're bad, that knows it's a bad thing to have, that doesn't mean that you should place them around children. Like, that's insane. Hey, Kirsche, I think I may have a tail fetish, but I'm fairly certain it's just a passing thing. Would you mind if I repeatedly shoved my face into your tail and huffed it for hours and hours on end to make sure it's definitely just a passing fancy I'll get over in time? I believe this would count as essential research material and have extreme value to the psychological community. I feel like if I let you do that, I would wake up tied to a chair with most of my tail shaved off and then you recreating some sort of like weird voodoo doll of me with my tail fluff so that you could repeatedly use that in the future. I would feel a little unsafe. I feel a little crazy. We're gonna have some Josef Fritzling going on here. Explode that man's balls. It puts the lotion on its tail. No, that's ridicule, not me. I don't know, man. I don't know, the meat posting is kind of funny.
No.
You'd watch that movie, Jesus Christ. The goal of these challenging exposure exercises is to let unwanted thoughts be present while allowing anxiety to dissipate organically. Taking this risk, I like how they put risk in quotation marks. Like it's not a real risk to place someone with pedophilic thoughts around children. Feels impossible, but after engaging in exposures consistently and repeatedly, the rational brain, the real you, can dominate the conversation. When anxiety is allowed to naturally dissipate, threatening situations are no longer perceived as such, and one does not feel relentlessly compelled to resolve questions related to potential for pedophilia. This theme can become irrelevant through exposures and response prevention. Okay, all right, wait a minute, hear me out. What if instead of placing these people in front of children, because they mentioned pictures earlier, what if these people are looking at pictures of children? And then their POCD brain goes into overdrive and they're like, well, what if I'm not attracted to this child wearing a big puffy jacket? What if I need this child to remove layers of their clothes and see how attracted I am to them then? Like, how far are you wanting these people to go in their picture therapy, as it were? Like, what are we supposed to allow here? You're okay with a pit bull around a child? 60% is better odds than whatever risk this therapy entails? Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck even is this, dude? About the author. Dr. Jordan Levi is a licensed psychologist in a private practice in Manhattan at the Center for Cognitive Behavioral Psychotherapy and in Livingston, New Jersey. We already read what he specializes in, but it's just like... Man. And then there was this International OCD Foundation, which uses Jordan Levi's Am I a Monster? And he also wrote a little article here for them. They also say, Dr. Jordan Levi is a clinical psychologist, blah, blah, blah. He has the exact same line everywhere it goes. This article was initially published in the winter 2016 edition of the OCD newsletter. And it's just like a repaste. I don't know if he added anything else here, or if it's just a complete repaste. No, just a complete repaste. And he also adds, visit, the iocdf.org about OCD, visit intrusivethoughts.org OCD symptoms. Again, like I said, everything quotes Jordan Levi when it is talking about POCD. And I'm trying to find if I had any other tabs open here. I have this monarticle. This is from Ignite Counseling Colorado, April 15th, 2022. Pedophilia obsessive compulsive disorder. It's not what you think. Myths and facts. Myth number 1. If a person has POCD, that means they are a pedophile. Fact. A diagnosis of POCD does not mean that the individual is an offending pedophile. I wonder who else uses this rhetoric. Maps belong on the wall. Actually, having intrusive thoughts and urges about possibly being a pedophile is extremely distressing to these individuals, who may go to extreme efforts to avoid any situations that could possibly bring them closer to their fears. If a pedophile has an attraction to children and is afraid of actually offending, that does not make them any less of a pedophile. It makes them aware that they are a bad person, but it does not make them less of a pedophile. What a moment to enter stream. Welcome! Isn't that a good thing? This sometimes look like avoidance of media content with or about children and babies. Declining invitations to social gatherings in which children and babies will be present. I really hate how this article added babies. Or an inability to care for one's own child for fear of accidentally doing something inappropriate. Myth number 2. Having obsessive thoughts and urges about being a pedophile means that the individual is sexually aroused by this content. Fact. The OCD cycle, regardless of content, traps the sufferer in a loop of A, having an intrusive thought and urge that causes distress, B, the person compulsively engaging in a behavior to neutralize or undo the thought, C, temporary reduction in anxiety from the original thought, which reinforces to the brain that this compulsive behavior is necessary for our safety, and D, the intrusive thought and urge remains. The bottom line is, intrusive thoughts can feel torturous to the person experiencing them. The thoughts and urges are not desired, sought after, or welcome. Yes, I definitely trust a pedophile when he says that his thoughts about molesting children are merely intrusive and he definitely doesn't like them. Sufferer, remember chat, the pedos are the real victims. Myth number 3. Obsession about pedophilia is really sick. That person must be severely sick. Way more than regular OCD. Fact. OCD can hook onto any content matter: germs, relationship uncertainty, sexual orientation, religion, health, symmetry, order, and more. The type of OCD has no bearing on severity. Rather, severity is determined by how much impairment the individual experiences in daily functioning as a result of the intrusive thoughts. Trained clinicians measure the amount of time the person spends on their compulsive behaviors a day, and how much control the person feels they have in their ability to resist compulsion. Chat, I just had a thought. I just had an impulsive thought. The severity is determined by how much impairment the individual experiences in daily functioning. You know what else uses that terminology? When you're trying to get like disability payments, you have to explain to the government how your disability is severe enough to impair your daily functioning. Can you imagine someone who's a pedophile claiming they have POCD and eventually making the government believe that they have a severe enough impairment about thinking about molesting children all day that the government starts paying them disability? That is horrifying. That is a horrifying fucking thought. Getting paid to sit out in front of the school all day. People who use this to justify maps aside, you believe the core idea of POCD is not that paraphilia is not a pedophilia, but the irrational fear that they are a pedophile, but you don't know. I've already said this a couple of times, but I'll loop it like a third or fourth one here. I don't know how many loops I'm on. I think that POCD can be an actual thing for a very, very small percentage of people, as we've seen from victims of grooming, from victims of childhood exploitation, from victims of childhood sexual assault, right? these children can go on to perpetuate the cycle of abuse. The victim becomes the abuser because they have normalized what happened to them in their head. We've read articles about the gay community on this, about how like gay people will be ushered into cruising and into the gay clubs by like 13, 14, 15, and then they'll go on to do the same thing to other 13, 14, 15-year-old boys when they get older, right? So I can understand from that perspective, if you've been a victim or you've been exposed to these things as a child, you could get that obsession over, I don't want to be like that. I don't want to do these things. I'm not attracted to these things, but I am terrified that I might become like the person who abused me, right? Like that makes sense. That's a sensical train of thought. And for those people, I feel nothing but bad for them, right? Because they went through some shit and they don't want to make other kids go through some shit. But I don't think that that is how POCD is going to be largely used. And I've seen it already on Twitter, people using POCD to defend outward pedophiles. And it's like that's not like, that does a disservice to the actual victims who might be terrified of perpetuating a cycle. What the fuck is that comic? I'm about to get to it. Let me see. I can't zoom in on this, so here we go. Paraphilia, OCD, it's not what you think. And this woman says, let's talk about the thoughts that have been worrying you. The ones about kids. And the guy says, they really scare me. I don't like them. Sometimes I think things or have urges to do things that I know are wrong with kids. And the woman says, have you ever acted on these urges? And the man says, no, never. But what if I do? What if I'm a horrible monster? And she says, you have something called POCD. You're not a monster, and you're not a pedophile. And he says, can you help me? I can't even babysit my little sister because I don't want to hurt her or even think about hurting her. So again, even in this comic, the way that they're using it in this comic is not someone who was abused and is afraid of perpetuating the cycle. They're using it as, this is a pedophile that has urges to do things with kids, but he's not a pedophile because he knows it's wrong. This is the way they are using it. Congratulations, you're a fucking monster. Oh my god, your sister, Jesus Christ. Family members are usually the first victims in these kinds of things.
Am I a bad person? Paranoia is extremely common. Any psychologist will tell you, people in blue areas worry they might be racist, red areas worry they might be gay, and everyone worries about more universal ways to be a monster.
I mean, sometimes I worry about the way I've worded things, because like sometimes I'm fucking an idiot, right? I was like, I don't want to word things incorrectly. I try my best, but I'm also talking off the cuff for 5 hours a day. So like sometimes I might not word things well enough and it might get misconstrued, and sometimes I try to explain myself better, you know? Come on, guys, it's fine. This pedo totally is afraid of touching kids, bro. You can trust him. Yeah, he's afraid. He knows it's wrong. That means he's not really a pedophile. It's not real pedophilia unless you actually touch a kid. Everyone does, Kier, you're fine. Yeah, you're our adorable idiot. I try best. Nobody has ever done anything they know to be wrong. Yeah, like it's a crazy rationalization. And the fact that it's not even like these people aren't even trying to pretend that POCD is something from like a victim to abuser pipeline concern. They're literally just saying, this person is a pedophile, but they know pedophilia is wrong, therefore they're not a pedophile, and it's just POCD. That wasn't real pedophiles, that wasn't real communism. Well, I mean, they usually run together in the same groups, let's be real. A uranium cake gift to the doctor. Oh my god, this is horrific. I'm gonna post this article in chat in case you guys want this. I know KB is gonna be posting it in the stream channels as well. But I think this one is the fastest way. If POCD defenders pop up, this comic is the fastest way to be like, you're full of shit, buddy. What does treatment look? This isn't from like some random fucking blog either. It's from Ignite Counseling Colorado, which like it is a blog, but it's from a counseling company. Nobody wants this. What does treatment look like for someone presenting with POCD symptoms? With an ERP trained clinician. I hate that exposure and response prevention is the same as erotic roleplay, man, because goddamn, that With an exposure and response prevention trained clinician, POCD clients work towards engaging with their fears and tolerating distress without performing ritualized compulsive behaviors. For example, if a mother diagnosed with POCD refuses to give her child a bath when alone because she's afraid of bathing her child inappropriately, the client is then assigned homework assignments with the purpose of bringing her closer and closer to the highest anticipated level of discomfort with the distressing, unwanted, intrusive thoughts. ERP trained. That's so fucking weird to me. Like, I'm not a mother, but the only time I've ever thought about, like, changing diapers is like, goddamn, I'm probably gonna have to wear a mask when I do that because I'm incredibly smell sensitive and baby shit smells atrocious. My grandma would like change the diapers of my little cousins in her bedroom, which was next to mine, and I would feel like vomiting all the time. I can't stand the smell, man. Assign her to cell block D. At first, this might look like helping the child get ready for the bath, then passing the bathing task to another trusted caregiver. Another exposure might be giving the child a bath with another caregiver in the home, but not nearby. And yet another exposure might be giving the child a bath without another caregiver in the home. With repeated exposure to the feared stimuli without tapping out, and engaging in a compulsion, such as a mental ritual of repeating the phrase, "I am okay if I just stay away from my child," clients retrain their brains to tolerate temporary distress without needing to do anything to alleviate the anxiety. If this is resonating with an aspect of your personal experience, we want you to know that there is hope for recovery, and we want to help. Please click here to schedule a free phone consultation with one of our ERP-trained staff. Bro, dude. I'm thinking of that fucking Hurtful Onions clip of him talking to the security guard, saying that he has to keep recording because he's like on the fucking sex offender registry or some shit. Harmful Onions, you have to do this. Fucking schedule for a free phone consultation. This is literally free kind of content that you do, my man. I would love to hear you talk to one of these consultants and talk about how you suffer from POCD. I need this. I need this unpopular onions video, man. Schedule him for the wood chipper. No, the Harmful Onions isn't an actual offender. He said that because he didn't want to turn off his stream. He's a silly little prankster. Why can't people just molest the Kirsche? Do not molest woodland critters. Free. It's literally free. This is his forte, man. And as I said, look at one of the references here. It's our friend, Mr. Jordan Levi. And Mr. Jordan Levi. Imagine that. This is pretty much what they do for OCD sufferers who are triggered by other kinds of thoughts. They think they can just do the same thing for people who have thoughts of diddling kids. Yeah, again, it makes sense for regular OCD. Exposure behavioral therapy makes sense for regular OCD. It makes sense for anxiety. It makes sense for all sorts of mental health things. But if someone is having any kind of, whether you call them intrusive or not, thoughts about molesting children, I don't care if they say they think things and have urges that they know are wrong. I don't want to put that person in front of children. All these sources are just reposts of the original. They are. All of them source a Mr. Jordan Levi. All of them source Mr. Jordan Levi. Here's another one from 2025, February 14th, 2025. This is fucking recent, man. Jesus. What is POCD, pedophilia, OCD, signs, symptoms, and treatments? So I must have opened this one recently because I found more shit. Pedophilic OCD is a subtype of OCD that causes intrusive, unwanted thoughts about children, leading to an intense fear and compulsion. Sorry, there's a Cheems ball that licked my foot arch. Unlike pedophilia, POCD is driven by anxiety, not desire. The most effective treatment is exposure and response prevention therapy, which helps people manage uncertainty and anxiety. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's not driven by desire. If they say it's anxiety driven, that's, they're not really a pedophile. You're taking a stroll through the park, you notice a young child. Wait, hold on. We've already read this. Where did we read this? This is like a copy paste of something we already read. There's a young child on the playground. We already read this. Which article was this from? Hold on. Let me jumble muffle around my tabs. It's not here. It's not here. It's not. I swear to God, chat, we read that. That's from Levi's source thing. Maybe if I just search the word playground? No, it's not here. Not here. Yeah! That was this fucking Jordan Levi's thing. The imagine one day you're walking past an elementary school playground. They just left out the... You think to yourself, what a cute kid. But then another thought comes. Wait, what if I'm attracted to children? Am I a pedophile? If you have recurring sexual thoughts about children, you may have a condition known as pedophilia OCD. Hold on, wait a minute. In the other article, they specifically said that the difference between pedophilia and POCD was that in pedophilia, it's recurring thoughts, whereas in POCD, it's just a flooding of thoughts. I said, hold on, wait, they can't even keep their story fucking straight, man. Let's be clear, everyone has a random unwanted thought that pops into their head from time to time. However, there's a big difference between unwanted thoughts you can easily dismiss and those that sit on your mind and cause distress. With POCD, fleeting thoughts like these can cause a lot of anxiety because you have an intense fear of being a pedophile. If you believe you might have POCD, read on to learn about the symptoms, how it differs from pedophilia, and how treatment can help you overcome your fears. In this article, they have the what is pedophilia, OCD, what are the symptoms, the relationship between POCD and false arousal, POCD versus pedophilia, they aren't the same, POCD treatment, bottom line, and key takeaways. Well, we already know what it is. Community discussions, what is this? I have the most lovely 3-month-old daughter, and I have chronic OCD over harm and pedophilia OCD, and it just consumes me. Last night, I was rubbing... Oh, what the fuck? 1 in 40 people experience OCD. Okay. Last night I was rubbing her chest to help her sleep and my hand rubbed over a wee button under her sleep suit. As she's a girl and I was rubbing her chest, my head thought, that's like a mound, as if a breast. I can't remember what I thought or did after this, but I may have thought, that's nice, and kept rubbing. Not long after, I remember the thoughts being too much and lifting my hand away. I'm absolutely mortified at the thought I didn't lift my hand away the second my hand associated that wee mound with a breast and feel like the worst dad ever now. I'm so upset over this, the amount of effort I put into not doing anything appropriate, and then I let this happen. Alright, hold on a second. He said wee button under her sleep suit, and that's why I paused at first, because I was like, why is he calling... like nipples a wee button, because it's under her sleep suit, so it's not an actual button. And then he went on to explain, making it very obvious he was talking about nipples and not a button. But it's okay, guys, he's not a pedophile because he thought that rubbing a child's breasts was nice. He's mortified at the thought, don't you know? That's why we shouldn't shame him and feel bad for him instead. He's the real victim here, chat. The amount of effort he put into not doing anything appropriate. Oh my god, what a poor little guy! 3 months, for the love of... Yeah, his child. This is someone they put in their article about POCD. This is someone they put in their article about why they're different from pedophiles. Let's see some responses to this fucking thing. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Looking back on the moment and trying to analyze when and why you did what you did is just OCD. Trying to get you to doubt. Try your best to catch yourself when ruminating on the moment. Come back to the present. Be kind to yourself. Remember, your thoughts are just thoughts. They have no bearing on you personally. People without OCD get intrusive thoughts as well, but with us, it sticks. The alarm goes off and we keep cycling when we fight our thoughts. I'm understanding through my therapist what's actually happening with me. Your last paragraph is instructive. My therapist said that in my case, I'm sensitized to my theme. So the more effort I put into avoid, I actually strengthen the OCD. So I can completely understand, man. Talk to your therapist and they'll help you manage this. I hope you and we all beat this OCD thing soon. This sounds like the fucking transgender cult Reddit posts. Where, like, someone posts about getting a boner from wearing their sister's underwear or their mother's dresses, and everyone's like, oh my god, you're such a cute little egg ready to crack. Oh my god, you're such a beautiful and brave, valid woman. This is Silence of the Lamb dialogue. What the fuck? It is. This chatter. I'm Hard Stratos provided this. This looks like the blog post that I just posted, Ziz. What do you mean? You know, Einhard Stratos did not provide that. I provided that to the chat. Maybe he was reposting it for someone. But yeah, no, that's the link I posted in chat from the article that I read earlier. I posted that. That was my article. Bing. Let's see what else is here. This would definitely be so hard to deal with. I don't have children myself, but from time to time I'll see one and the intrusive thoughts will come for me. What the fuck? What the fuck? From time to time I'll see a child and the intrusive thoughts will come to me. When they do, I feel like I'm viewing them from a predator's gaze. It's disturbing. Anyway, I say that just to say it's bad enough when OCD targets people you know like it. It must be horrible when it's about your own child. Oh my god, yeah, you are the predator, man. Look, again, I said opening with this, most of these people are going to be using it to hide actual pedophilia. And that is exactly what it is being used for. So, like, anyone that uses POCD in a defense online should be heavily fucking scrutinized. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. I'd like to remind you, though, that thoughts are neither good nor bad. We might react to them, and our reactions may give us a reason to label them one way or another. But at the end of the day, thoughts merely are. That's right, chat. You don't want to prosecute people for thought crimes, right? A pedophile is someone who actually touches a child. It's not merely the thoughts of touching children. I hate these people. And I would also like to say that it's probably for the best you didn't immediately pull your hand away. There's nothing that you were doing that was somehow wrong. You were just trying to help her get to sleep. Plus exposure and all that. Bro, if you are rubbing your child's chest to help them get to sleep, and you start finding yourself focusing on their nipples and also thinking to yourself, this feels nice to me, yeah, you should immediately fucking stop because you are a grotesque predator. What the fuck are these people talking about? What the fuck are they talking about? This has 6 likes. I'm gonna kill myself in Minecraft. When it's your own children, it hits on another level. I'm so sorry, you're not alone. Every day, be the best father you can be. Try to remain present and accept these thoughts as nothing but thoughts when they arise. You're brave for talking about this and finding help. I didn't do that until my children were much older, and along the way, the distress caused me to withdraw at times. Don't let OCD take from your relationship with your child. You're doing great. I'm a father who loves my family and child and wouldn't do anything to hurt them. I had to change the diaper. Oh boy. This is a different post. This is another guy. I had to change the diaper and saw an area that needed to be wiped on the leg but got anxious. I slightly moved my hand to wipe my hand was out away from my body and my child. I had the thought to grab the towel and wipe to be clean, but I got anxious so my hand moved and then I pulled my hand away. I didn't go toward the towel, my hand moved near my child but was far away. OCD says I was going to do something bad, but I know that's not who I am. And I know my therapist said my mind can involuntarily send signals due to anxiety to make me move my hand as a false alarm. And then I pull my hand away, obviously, because I have no intention of doing anything bad. OCD just makes me feel guilty and like I was going to do something, but I know that's not who I am. What? I don't know if I was moving my hand to wipe and then pulled away, but I wasn't moving my hand toward the towel, but just forward toward their leg. Nobody's gonna wipe poop away with their hand if they have wipes at availability. What the fuck? Or maybe it's what my therapist said, my mind sending signals from anxiety and making me involuntarily move my hand, but in that moment I don't let anxiety control me, and I pulled my hand away. Wait, so is he trying to say that his anxiety is sending him signals and that's why his hand was moving closer without a wipe? And then his involuntarily moving, or sorry, in that movement I don't let anxiety control me and make my hand move closer, I pull my hand away. So what? So the therapist is like, okay, when your hand goes to touch your child in an inappropriate way in your mind, that's the anxiety causing that to happen, and you moving it away is you controlling the situation. Like what? This guy's so ESL, dude. I know I didn't have any bad intentions, I never did anything, and I'm a good, caring father, but OCD gets me to doubt and question and analyze me moving my hand and doubt my intentions. What the fuck? Back in the day, people used to blame the devil for their actions, now they're blaming OCD. Asphalt looking kind of soft. We need something stronger than asphalt, man. This is insane. Can I search? Can I search posts? Can I find more POCD posts? Search. POCD. We got a what is POCD, another what is POCD. This one just says POCD. People with POCD, be strong. No, you're not the only one suffering of the sickness. Why does this have a trigger warning? It's awful. I know, be strong. These fucking people. Oh, it takes a minute to fucking back tab for some reason. Really? I hit the back button and I have like this fucking crazy loading screen. Oh no, did I get cock blocked? What's happening? What's happening? Where's my internet? Asylums need to come back. 2 years ago? Yeah, like I said, the POCD thing, as far back as I could find it being used, was 2015. 2015. Search. We're gonna go back to the POCD search. What about POCD? This was one I haven't read. Still always scared and worried that deep down I'm a pedophile, that the signs have been there, signs being weird stuff I watched as a kid, also me being very touchy with other kids as a child. My POCD spiked when me and my best friend found out her ex is an actual pedophile. I just hate this, I don't even trust myself, and the groinal responses are unbearable. Oh, it's just like the gender euphoria boners. That means they're transgender and it's not a fetish. I really don't like this. I'm scared. I'm gonna die alone. Me and my friend were having a convo about pedos yesterday due to her ex, and I know a lot about them because I researched about them because of my OCD. But now I'm scared she thinks I'm a pedophile, or I'm just a pedophile in denial who covers it up with OCD. As I'm writing this, I'm getting really bad groinal responses, and I don't know why. I used to be fine and got better with my POCD. Why is it back and 10 times worse? A lot of these people with paraphilias really like the, taboo and shame response that they get. So when they talk about doing something taboo, that's going to cause them to get aroused. You do have OCD, though, because you are disturbed by these thoughts. Oh, well, that's fine, then. As long as the pedophile knows he's disgusting and doing something bad, it's okay that he thinks about it. Pedophiles are not. They are intrigued and want to act on them. You being disturbed by these thoughts are a good thing because it means you are a good person. I think you too should reach out to a therapist or a psychiatrist for help too. Also, Google said that groinal response can happen when one is in a heightened state of anxiety, feeling joy, pain, or excitement. We call these high arousal emotions. Simply put, a groinal response is not always an indicator of arousal. Now, I'm not a man, so I don't have a penis. But I have a vagina, and I have anxiety. And I've made the jokes about how a panic attack is an orgasm's evil cousin, right? But I have never had an arousal response when I've had panic attacks or when I've been in a heightened state of anxiety. Not a single fucking time. And I have been heavily medicated for anxiety. So I kind of know what that's like, you know? I kind of know what that's like. Not how boners work. You never had a fear boner? Right, I'm just saying, I don't have a penis, so I can't speak to fucking men being anxious and possibly getting a stiffy, right? I imagine that doesn't happen, right? But I'm not a man, so I can't say for sure. Is a groinal response whenever I do a pants grab. When you have a panic attack, it feels like you're drowning and can't breathe. Yeah, I feel like I'm falling off of a very fucking tall building, dude. Boners happen randomly, even at gross stuff. A boner is just a blood pressure thing. Yeah, I mean, I can agree boners will happen randomly. I can't imagine a boner happening during a panic attack. That seems incredibly foreign to me. And also, the language with groinal responses to them getting aroused by, thoughts of children reminds me of, the fucking autogynephiliacs using euphoric for their boners. It's it's gender euphoria boner, you bigot. Fear boners aren't real unless the evil woman is hot. Well, fear boners are a hentai thing, right? It's definitely not real. I don't want to read any more of these pedophile posts, man. What triggers POCD? I think we already know. You don't have to manage POCD on your own. What are the symptoms? Common POCD obsessions. Did I sexually harm a child and forget? Did I click on child porn by accident? Will I become a pedophile in the future? Was I attracted to that child or teenager? Did I ever do something sexually inappropriate around loved ones? Should I have children if I'm having these thoughts? Did I have a physical sensation after looking at that child? Does God hate me for having these sexual thoughts? The answer to that last one is absolutely yes. Can we get a list of all California politicians that have POCD? Common POCD compulsions. Turning down jobs that involve working with children. If you have thoughts sexualizing children, you should absolutely not work a job that involves children. Like what? Compulsively avoiding children, maybe even your own, choosing not to have children, seeking reassurance from others, i.e., did that person look older than 18? Watching content about pedophiles and comparing yourself to them, mentally reviewing present and past experiences for evidence of pedophilic behavior, watching child porn to check if your obsessions are what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I was not... Like, I know that comic earlier was very on the nose, right? But I did not expect them to just come out and say it. It's okay if you're watching child porn. You still didn't touch a child. That means you're not a pedophile. You just have POCD. Don't worry about it. Chippy Chanduko. Home. I'm just checking, bro. It's okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Jared from Subway was just curious, Kirsche. I'm being a bigot, I know. Watching how others behave around children and comparing it with your own behavior. Oh my god. The relationship between POCD and false arousal. Have you ever looked at a child and felt an unwanted tingle in your genital area? It's not uncommon for people with POCD, or any OCD subtype for that matter, to experience something known as groinal response. A groinal response is a feeling of arousal which could include anything from tingling, swelling, warmth, lubrication, etc. that's typically linked to an OCD obsession, which can actually be triggered by anxiety. Oh, I'm so glad that when I get horny, it's not actually a response to things that I find sexually attractive. It's just, I just have OCD chat. That's why I sit on a towel. Holy shit, they're just lying. Yeah, they're just fucking lying. Again, like, I know this shit is disgusting and difficult to listen to, but since POCD is becoming a popular defense now, I think it's very important for people to understand where this is coming from. What the ever-living fuck is this? You've looked at kids before and wanted to punt them across the city, but that's because they're being little shits. Gabriel, blow the trumpets. True and real. Well, wait. If someone does the Kirsche, they're okay if they have anxiety. Do not fuck woodland critters! Can someone check the hard drives and phone histories of everyone who works at this NOCD thing? With Trump getting rid of the IRS, we know why you sit on that towel. I need more IRS employees to lose their jobs. The way it works with OCD is something like, I'm not interested in that at all, but I have a body response that says I am. Says Zinman Ibrahim. If I speak, I will be arrested. The more I pay attention to see if it's happening, I'm starting to notice. Me too, guy, actually. And maybe even making it happen more often. Then people get really nervous because they think, I walked by the school and I saw a 5-year-old and I got a groinal response. This means I'm probably attracted to kids. Yes, that is what it means! Normal people don't see a child and get aroused! What the fuck do you mean? I am losing my fucking mind here. Know that POCD arousal is not the same as sexual arousal. This is referred to as arousal non-concordance, and it's a well-documented psychological phenomenon that is entirely distinct from sexual arousal. Oh my god, dude. Oingo Boingo's little girl song intensifies. At this point, you might be questioning the meaning of POCD and wondering, how is pedophile OCD any different from pedophilia? Yeah, because it's fucking not! While the two may seem like they involve similar themes, they couldn't be more different, and we'll tell you why. POCD looks like, oh no, what if I'm attracted to people who aren't 18? Says Zinman Ibrahim. But this is only because that's the last thing you would ever want. On the flip side, someone who is a pedophile accepts or even welcomes these thoughts and may fantasize about sexual contact with children. A major distinction between POCD versus pedophilia is that pedophilia doesn't lead to compulsions. They can't be fucking serious here, right? People with POCD engage in compulsions to seek reassurance and reduce distress, while pedophilia involves an acceptance of these thoughts rather than fear. If you're a pedophile, you don't do compulsions to avoid those thoughts because you're not scared of them, says Zinman Ibrahim. If you're scared, it tends to be more about getting caught and in trouble. Good news! If you struggle with the fear of being a pedophile, know that POCD is highly treatable with the right form of therapy. Exposure and response prevention therapy is the most effective treatment for managing all subtypes of OCD. Often, people with pedophile OCD are referred to talk therapies like cognitive behavioral therapy to overcome their symptoms, but these are not nearly as effective as ERP. Oh, CBT is not as effective as ERP. I see, I understand. And can even make OCD symptoms worse. Oh, there's a little video.
There are subtypes of OCD that can be really difficult for people. We talk about scrupulosity, morals and ethics and religion. We talk about harm. What if I were to do harm to myself or someone else? When we also talk about pedophilic OCD. What if I were to harm a child in some way or do something that would be really uncomfortable? People have this notion that if I think something, it must be true. Let's first break that notion. So if you're watching this right now, I would like you to stare at your ceiling and I would like you to wish for it to collapse upon you, crushing you to death.
What the fuck?
In the next 10 seconds. I will do it with you. Go. Come on, ceiling. Here we go. Crash. Come on. I still seem to be here, meaning that my brain powers of ripping ceilings down is not working today.
I don't think you can compare brain powers of ripping the ceiling down to having thoughts of molesting children. Normal people do not have thoughts of molesting children, my guy. That's not... I do not think this is comparable. It's hard for you to laugh at this when you're so disgusted.
But maybe tomorrow. I've also done that example probably 9,000 times already in my career, and it still has not happened. But I also have no guarantee that it won't. And I'm okay with not having a guarantee. OCD is not okay with having no guarantee. OCD wants a guarantee. And when it comes to pedophilic OCD, OCD wants this guarantee that I would never do anything that would ever harm a child whatsoever. And at its most extreme, I've treated someone, and I can talk about this because we wrote an article about it and the person was involved in it. We worked with someone who didn't even hold their child for the first 6 months out of their child's life out of fear of what if I would do something harmful to them? What if while changing their diaper, I accidentally molested them, or I touched them inappropriately, or I pushed too hard when I was wiping them, or something like that. And so her mother moved in and her husband was taking care of the child, and she was always 6 feet away from the child, telling them what to do.
Yeah, I don't know how you accidentally molest. Like, that's not accidental. Like that guy's post we read earlier about him rubbing his fucking daughter's chest. That's not, like, if you're just rubbing Vicks Vapo Rub in, right? Like, you're just rubbing it, that's normal, that's fine, that's whatever. But he went further into thought, and he's like, wow, this feels nice. I love my child's nipples. I guess what? That's the difference between a normal human being and a pedophile. Fear and anxiety is not rational, Kirsche. Please don't defend this after everything we've just read.
But never getting any closer. It wasn't until 7.5 months after her child was born that in my office, she picked up her child for the very first time. Now, we were all in tears at that point, let me tell you. Here's what OCD did. It convinced her that, you
There's
had a
the
what
music
if
telling
thought.
you how to feel.
Oh,
Yep.
that must mean that you want to do it. Name me one new parent that hasn't had a what if thought about something harmful coming to their child. Like, what if I drop them? Or what if the bathwater's too cold or too hot? Or what if the formula is not the right temperature or anything?
I don't think you can compare a parent worrying about dropping their child, or if the bathwater is the right temperature, or like if the baby's too cold, to what if I accidentally molest my child? Like that is in another fucking galaxy of thought. What the actual hell?
anything of that nature. If we were to stop doing things because of what if questions, none of us would ever leave our homes. Society would collapse within 3 months. The human species would be dead within 6 months, and there would just be none of us left whatsoever.
Yeah, the water temperature dropping irrational
desolate.
worries.
The
now.
animals take over. We're gone.
I was like whenever anybody hands me their baby to hold, my immediate thought is, oh God, what if I drop this thing? What if I accidentally hold it too hard? They're very squishy. What if I give it brain damage? You know, normal thoughts about this thing is very fragile and I do not wish to harm it. It's like a piece of very fragile glass. Do not break the baby. What if I dropped the demon core?
In pedophilic OCD, these what if questions rule our lives to the point of, I need to do everything that I possibly can to protect anyone around me, especially kids. And therefore, I will have others around to guarantee that I won't do anything. I will run my thoughts past them, the images that I have past them, the urges that I have past them, asking them to tell me that it's fine and that everything will be okay and that I won't need to worry about it, that I'm a good parent, that I'm a decent person. And you know what? When you have OCD, you'll never get enough of that. You will never scratch that itch to the point that it will go away. The goal is to recognize
Dude,
this.
Self-reporting.
As a parent, you're going to goof up. Stuff's going to happen.
Oops, you just molested your child, but that's okay. You're not a pedophile. You just had, POCD. Whoopsie. Just a little minor whoopsie daisy. A little goof, if you will.
You're going to be walking down the hall and you're going to turn while you're holding your kid and you're going to bump your kid's head on the doorway one day. That kind of thing happens. You're going to turn around and you're going to turn back and your kid's eating the dog food out of the dog bowl with your dog, right? These are things that occur. But OCD says that's not acceptable. There should be nothing that you could do that ever harm a child. And the worst thing that you could possibly do, some kind of pedophilic type of thing. Well, since we've now known what the worst thing you could ever do is, you better be on guard 24/7 to make sure that doesn't ever happen. Because if you're not on guard, you might slip up. And if you slip up and you do something, what awful, horrible, evil person are you for having done such a thing? I don't treat people with pedophilia. I treat people who are afraid of what if I were to have that, right? This what if question is the nature of obsessive compulsive disorder.
Is he trying to mask pedophilia with just people being overly anxious? That is entirely what POCD seems to be in their connotation, right? Like, I am willing to give a asterisk. POCD could be a real thing in people who were victims of molestation, who were victims of being exposed to sexual things as a child, and they might be incredibly anxious and develop obsessive compulsions over, I don't want to be like the people who victimized me. I don't want to be like the people I saw victimize other. What if I do that? Because we know that there's a repeat chance that someone who was a victim then becomes the abuser, right? I can see that being a thing. We're looping, I know. I can see that being a thing, but that is not how any of these articles have presented POCD. These articles have presented POCD as, you're merely having thoughts of molesting children, and you're not acting on them. That means you're not a pedophile. And beyond that, you know that it's wrong, and you feel bad about having those thoughts, so you're not a pedophile. That's literally what all of these things we've read have said. It's subversion.
And the work that we do with people all day long is to help them learn that just because they have an intrusive kind of thought like this doesn't mean that it's going to make something occur. If this is happening in your life, help is available. Reach out to us.
We'll give you the bullet. To learn more about OCD and effective treatment, visit nocd.com. Oh boy. Oh boy. We specialize in treating POCD. We got some licensed therapists here, man. Reach out to us. We're here to help. I just don't know about all that. I just don't know about all that, man. Well, okay. Well, okay. Forgot the most ridiculous part of it all. They want to make it so people stop being pissed at them for having these thoughts that are seen as real bad people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's a little fucky-wucky. That's a little fucky-wucky. And then, I found a forum. I'll post the link to the forum in chat. But, I can't... Hold on, my brain is fucking... Oh, my brain is dying, chat. I'll paste the link to this forum, but there are slurs here, because, you know, I can't show slurs on stream. So this is the forum I'm about to read. It's, female pedophiles are not labeled as such. Instead, they are diagnosed with pedophilia obsessive-compulsive disorder. This is February 7th, 2024. In this society where a normal man is shunned and labeled as a pedophile for wishing to date prime girls and then turned into a national headline, female humanoids are instead spared of having any responsibility, further proving that females live life on tutorial mode. Females that are pedophiles are instead diagnosed with POCD, which, yes, is a real thing according to clinical psychologists. And they link Jordan Levi's fucking thing that we read earlier. I feel like this is a very weird way to phrase it, obviously. A prime, you know, yeah, femoids and prime. You know this guy is a fucking weird-ass dude. Of prime girls. He's mad at the female pedophiles, but not the male ones. And then there's a little image here. There's a little image here. I can show this image because it obscures the slurs. I can show this image. It's always mental health matters until you're actually fucked up and not just TikTok fucked up. Someone down here said, "Me and my POCD, I work with kids and have considered quitting because of it." Imagine how uncomfortable I am when my brain tries to convince me I like kids. Again, this is not being used in a way where a victim is terrified of becoming like their abuser. This is a way for pedophiles to hide what they are doing and take advantage of idiots who are willing to believe it. Into the chipper you go. It is literally rebranded map rhetoric. That is all it is. Even the actual counseling sites themselves sound like that. I don't think there are any other relevant screenshots here. I don't see any other relevant screenshots, but I did want to bring those up because there's just fucking crazy people in the wild. It's a bridge for maps. It is fucking insane, dude. Actually crazy. Where is... Okay, this is I'm gonna tap out chat. Nighty night, have a good one. Yeah, I bring this up because... Where is it? Because I brought up my Twitter. I bring this up because Rev made a post on Twitter. And it's like some fucking YouTuber. Oh shit, I hope there's no slurs there. I didn't change my browser. I hope there were no slurs on that page. Rev made a Twitter post of like some YouTuber like a fucking seething about him and Asmongold, and I was like, hold on, I've heard that name somewhere before. And there's this content creator named Ace that has made a bunch of videos, and Food Shops appeared in one of Ace's videos before, and this is a small clip from Ace's video.
Now, my lolly consumption is completely separate from the OCD aspect. At the time, the reason why I gave POCD up is mainly because of the reason that I was panicking. And obviously, I don't stand by that anymore, right? Because I realize it is irresponsible. Now, if you want to talk about how, okay, so I basically brought up, hey, by the way, therapist person, I consume lolly. And my therapist was like, whoa, okay, all right. So, and I'm like, okay, but my POCD gets triggered when I consume lolly. So I try to avoid lolly, just mainly because, you know, it triggers my POCD, it triggers anxiety. And then the therapist goes like, you sort of want to expose yourself to that fear. So what you want to do is that you, like, unfortunately, it does sound weird, but you sort of, on these specific cases, you do sort of want to consume lolly, okay? That's it. Now,
That's a very fucking weird thing to say. And Rev came in and was like, not surprised by this. I've also heard some really disturbing allegations about this person that goes way beyond fictional content. I haven't. I only know this person, and its name fucking triggered some remembering cogs in my brain because of this clip, and me being like, what the actual fuck is this human being? Biting my tongue until I see more substantial proof of these claims. And he said, just Googled what they meant by POCD, and I'm going to throw up. And there are people in his replies who are like, oh my god, I regret looking this up. But there are also people here defending it and trying to be like, no, POCD isn't actually a bad thing. People here seem to be misunderstanding what POCD is. It's like, you guys just don't get it, man. POCD is, they're not pedophiles. They're just terrified that, you know, they might be. That's like, you don't know what POCD is. And so, again, because there's like a lot of people who are defending POCD, and maybe they've just accidentally also fallen for like the fucking propaganda, man. It is literally just map rebranded. Literally just map rebranded. So I feel like hopefully people here defending it are not actually like needing to have their hard drives checked. But you know, the internet has given me a very jaded view. I understand why Kirsche is an anime racist, as it were. Can we bring lynch mobs back? They probably know, like, come on. They could be fucking retarded. Who knows? But it's like, man, it makes you look real fucking suspicious when you're defending POCD, man. Listen, chat, you know they like ducks and quack like ducks, but they're totally not ducks. Blue Sky is a big offender, isn't it? Yeah. Blows your mind that people post these videos online voluntarily. Well, I mean, again, if they think that they can hide behind a mental illness or hide behind an identity because it's a protected class, or they can sort of like weasel word their way out of it, they feel like they're not doing anything wrong. And also, people who have paraphilias get off on that kind of taboo thing. They get off on like the risk of potentially being caught, right? How typical. Pedophile obsessive compulsive disorder. They know what they're doing. They're playing stupid, hoping you're just as stupid. Yeah, which is, again, I know this was a very disturbing topic to talk about, but I wanted to inform people about how POCD is being used. I wanted to read directly from Jordan Levi. I wanted to read directly from different consultation and like psychology books online so that you guys would know how the people promoting POCD are even talking about it. So when you encounter those defending or using POCD as an excuse, you know to call that shit out. Right? Like, I feel like this is important information so you guys don't also get caught up in a, well, POCD is different. Because even the actual therapists are saying, it's not different, but actually it is. Oh Christ, I'm retarded. You confused POCD with COPD? You were confused what people with fucked up lungs did. Yeah, fuck those guys and their shitty lungs. Get them out of here. You still have the cognitive dissonance with POCD and PCOD. The former, the rebrand, the latter is an issue women can have. Polycystic ovarian disease. Yeah. All Blue Sky users are pedos. Don't forget, ERP is not erotic. I like how ERP and CBT are both also psychological things. Kinda funny. Let me see if I have anything that's not so, like, fucking crazy here. Not so, like, fucking crazy to talk about. Because I also had, like, DEI tabs today, but man, after that, I don't want to fucking talk DEI after that, dude. I want to give my brain a rest, man. Do I have anything not related? Oh, I have something China. China related. We can do that really quick. Chinese company withdraws notice setting deadline for single workers to get married. Government enforced marriage, chat. China. Is anything in your tabs not crazy? I mean, have I read the Interlink chat logs where alleged government workers were talking about wearing dresses? I have not. I heard that there was like some government chat logs that got like leaked or some shit. I haven't looked into them, but I would love to. I'm sure that looks fucking crazy. The company in Shandong province had said unmarried workers ages 28 to 58, including those who are divorced, would be fired if they were still single by the end of September. A company in China has rolled back a policy threatening never married and divorced employees with termination if they were still single by the end of September, after pushback from the public as well as government officials. The Shunqian Chemical Group, based in eastern China's Shandong province, announced the policy last month in an effort to boost the marriage rate among its employees. The company, which has more than 1,200 employees, told unmarried workers 28 to 58, including those who are divorced, that they were required to resolve your personal marriage issues by September 30th. If not completed by the first quarter, you must write a self-reflection, its announcement read. If not completed by the second quarter, the company will conduct an evaluation. If you cannot get married and establish a family by the third quarter, the company will terminate your labor contract, it continued. Please take note. I like how the government had to come in and be like, we appreciate your allegiance to our policies, but this might be a step too far. Like, even the Chinese government was like, that's a little much. How does the government not have the ability to force them to rescind this policy? Oh, they did. That's the joke I just made. The government came in and was like, you can't do that. The notice also criticized single employees for not responding to the national call to marry and have children, accusing them of being disloyal and disobedient to parental advice. Elon made government workers do a self-reflection in his email. I don't think that was a self-reflection. That was a, like, tell me what you did for work the last 2 weeks or you're fired if you're useless. Establish a family. Don't think there's time to have a kid. You can't do that. Only we can do that. They're like, yeah, you're capitulating a little too much. The announcement, which comes amid a concerted Chinese government effort to boost marriage and birth rates, was widely criticized online. Isn't this just another reason to fire an employee? Read one comment on the Chinese social media platform Weibo. Chinese media reported that officials from the local Human Resources and Social Security Bureau visited the company on February 13th and pointed out that the policy violated Chinese labor law. The company withdrew it by the next day. This announcement has been withdrawn because some of the words used were inappropriate. A person who answered the phone at Shunqian Chemical Group but declined to give their name told NBC News on Tuesday. The government of China, the world's second most populous country after India, has been trying to stoke the younger generation's interest in getting married and having children in the face of a declining and aging population. The number of new marriages in China fell by a fifth last year, and the biggest drop on record. According to the government data released this month, while the population fell in 2024 for the third consecutive year to 1.408 billion. Ahead of China's parliamentary meeting next week, one national political advisor has suggested lowering the legal age for marriage to 18 as one way to reverse current trends, Chinese media reported Tuesday. At 22 for men and 20 for women, the legal age for marriage in China is among the highest in the world. The legal age is 18 in most developed countries, including most of the United States, though most U.S. states allow younger people to get married with parental or judicial consent. My mom tried that! She tried marrying me off at 16 so I could become an emancipated minor because she wanted me to live with her instead of my dad. That's really fucking high. Yeah, that is really fucking high. Also, it's funny that the age for men is higher. The proposal met with skepticism among Chinese social media users, some of whom noted the high unemployment rate among young people. When you don't even have the ability to make money, do you want to have a baby for your parents to raise? Read one comment on Weibo. Another asked, is this going back to ancient times? Only 1.48 billion? That's room for an emergency. Jesus Christ, Kirsche. Oh yeah, my mom is a piece of work if you have not heard the stories. Another fucked up element of Kirsche's life. Who was my arranged partner? My mom had a friend whose son was just single, so she was like, yeah, like, you don't need to like the guy, just get married to him so you can become emancipated, and then you can just divorce him after. Like, it's all legal, man. You don't need to worry about it. All you gotta do is, you know, become emancipated, so then you can do whatever you want. You're your own boss. You won't have to listen to Meme and Pepe or your father ever again. The axe murderer? No, the axe murderer is the son of my mom's current husband. But he isn't an axe murderer. He was an almost axe murderer. He didn't successfully kill my mother and his father. So he only got arrested for attempted. Husband, no, yeah, she's actually married. I went to the wedding. It was back in like fucking 2016, 2017. Axe murderer OCD. Is the axe murderer or the Yahtzee? The Yahtzee had two sons. One of the sons was like the clinically insane one who would stand over myself or my mother when we were asleep with knives and just stare at us. He was really creepy. They finally put him in a mental institution after he smeared shit all over the walls of the bathroom in the school that he was going to. I don't know why they had him enrolled in a normal school with a normal sped program, because I feel like he should not have been around the general population. She's still married. Yeah, she's still married. Not to the Nazi guy, though. What the fuck is with your mom? Dunno, Kier, if he tried, it's enough to call him an axe murderer. Look, I held his hand. He didn't murder anyone. It's called art. Your family missed their calling as a reality TV show. I know. My mom loves attention. I really wish she would have gone the reality TV show route. But also, if she had, man, there'd be so much more shit about me online. And I was kind of cringe as a kid, you know, I was a weeb. I loved my anime and video games, so, like, I am so glad that, like, I don't have my childhood online. My mom is where all the missing chromosomes go. It's like that scene in Dumb and Dumber. I used to watch that movie a lot. Now, did I ever have my mom on stream? I would not trust my mom knowing I'm a streamer, much less having her on stream. How is my mom hanging on? I don't have to talk about it if I don't want to. I don't know. The last I talked to her, remember, she was trying to claim that she died. But, like, I haven't been able to find an obituary. My dad hasn't been able to find an obituary. So I'm like, 99% sure that that was her pretending to be her weed guy husband, claiming that she was dead, and then getting mad when my brother and I weren't buying her shit. She died, but she got better. So every time you watch a stream, you learn another equally fucked new thing about my mom. Oh my god. What if I wore a sailor suit and sang a weeb song? Is my dad a sane individual? I love my dad. My dad is a wonderful man. My dad is a wonderful man, and I feel bad that he's also dated shitty women. The mom who cried wolf. I mean, this is like the 4th time she's tried to claim she died. Those of you who are here when I went on vacation to visit my family last year will remember when her Facebook, like, changed all of its imagery to her being dead. And my brother called me while I was, like, on the drive up there, and he was like, hey, so a mom's Facebook, says she's dead. Do you know if she's still alive? Like, I don't know how I would feel if she died. I don't know if I really care, but, like, I at least want to know. And I was like, oh yeah, no, I talked to her a couple of days ago, so I mean, maybe she died. I don't know. Let me text her. Let me text her and see if she's dead. So I texted her, and she was like, oh no, I'm not actually dead. That was the Nazi guy. He hacked my Facebook profile, and I can't get back into it, and he's convinced all of my friends that I'm dead. And this is the same Nazi guy that she said she stopped dealing with years ago. And I thought she was just happily married to weed guy, but I found out through my brother that she actually, like, fakes how bedridden she is. And so, like, she pretends to be bedridden so the weed guy takes care of her and, like, you know, makes her food and like, changes her diapers and shit. But when weed guy leaves and goes to work, she gets up out of bed and she drives to the motel that the Nazi guy lives at now, and then she has sex with the Nazi guy. So I was like, what the fuck is even happening anymore? There was, like, an entire side story arc I was completely unfucking aware of. I even thought she was bedridden because when I went to visit her last, she wouldn't leave the bed. So fuck me, I guess. Wait, actually transabled. Diapers? I don't know why she wears diapers. She has a fuck ton of medical conditions, so it could be a medical thing. She could just be really fucking lazy. I don't fucking know. When I was there for her wedding, she was only wearing diapers some of the time, and I was really grossed out because she wouldn't wear pants in the house, and then she came to, like, sit on the bed that I was sleeping in for, like, the night that I spent there, and I was like, ew, mom, please do not put your diapered bottom on my bed. I have to sleep here. Old friends, please hug the new friends. I'm 64, but I ain't fucking Kirsche's mom, please. Mom jokes don't work on me, man, because my mom is worse than any joke you can come up with, dude. What a story to arrive to. Welcome! My life is wild. The irony of a real liberal weed guy getting cucked by a real-life Nazi is kind of funny, though. I mean, you know. This is revolting. Didn't the Nazi guy live at the motel because his meth lab blew up? Yeah, he blew up a meth lab, and then he needed to find another line of work that, I don't know, wasn't illegal. I don't know how he's not in jail, but he lives and works at, like, a long-stay motel now. The Aryan nation continues to represent the best. At least he's actually white, right? Like, we found an actual white Aryan Brotherhood person. It's all for you new folks. Oh my, he blew up a meth lab. Not on purpose, it was on accident. They were trying to make meth. And I guess he had been successful at it for like a couple of years, but then I don't know what happened, but it blew up. I found out about this on accident. Because I was trying to look up something else, and then I found the news article live on stream, and I was like, what the fuck? And so I had to ask my mom about it to get more information. Actual divine intervention that I ended up relatively normal. Oh, there are 2 terrible timelines, right? This is good timeline, Kirsche, even though, you know, I was still incredibly poor and riddled with anxiety for many years, but I could have turned out to be some, like, weird fucking Nazi prostitute on my mom's side, just riddled with drugs and AIDS. And on the other side, I probably would have been some like blue-haired screeching liberal because I went to a fucking incredibly liberal school. I would have been severely bisexual, demisexual, like a trans speciesist, fucking pronouns z, zim, zer, right? Like that could have been the other terrible timeline. I'm gonna turn into that woman who fucked 1,000 guys online. Oh my god. I don't like thinking about the dark timeline, Kirsche's mad. It makes me sad. Scary that this is the good timeline. I'm a VTuber! Given all the gay men you dated, you might as well be bi at this point. Fuck you, buddy! Only one was bi and I punched him in the face! Kirsche avoided the metamorphosis timeline, thank god. Fucking truly, thankfully. Motherfucking, oh, this is what fucking... I literally lost my fucking tab. I opened a tab and then I fucking closed it.
Twitter, Kirsche. Go to my Twitter.
What? It opened in a different window, not the one that I wanted. Hold on, chat. I opened my Twitter like 3 times to thank the beautiful anonymous man and also say fuck him for not telling me who he is. You bitch ass. But then I got distracted multiple times. You know, it's just it's my brain. It's very small. Please ampersand. I have small brain.
Mr. Anonymous, thank you for cute little Eevee bowl. Look how cute it is. Look how cute and lovely it is. I got so excited when I saw this. I actually, the Le Creuset pots that I have bought on like super fucking giga sale, they're the blue chromatic color, so this will actually match. Mr. Anonymous, sir. Thank you for the 5 gift subbies. Thank you. My only concern about this bowl is that the handle looks a little light. So I don't think I should ever pick this up by just the handle. I should like 2-hand this bowl, like grobe it like a giant tit, you know? Thank you, Anonymous. And to go along with my beautiful mixing bowl, Anonymous, either a different Anonymous or the same Anonymous, I don't know, because you didn't tell me who you are. Thank you for the storage bowls that match the mixing bowl. Thank you, Evie, very cute. Thank you. You like how my throne is always empty? Because everyone buys it before you can get on it. I also don't put much on my throne. Like, I never put much on it, and the things I do put on it, like, normally never exceed, like, maybe $150. Grobe it? Is that what you do to your grobies? Absolutely! Got grobe the grobies! Kirsche uses 2 hands, confirmed. Extend the pinky. So thank you, Mr. Anonymous, for the bowl set and the mixing ceramic bowl. Thank you, very cute, very happy. We'll get to see all of the dishware I've used eventually when I can finally fucking move out of my mold hut. Well, I can get the fuck out of here. Motherfucking, where's my stream elements? Censor Duck, thank you for the 317. Do you live in the Breaking Bad universe? I might as fucking well, unironically. When I first watched a show called Shameless many, many years ago when it came out, like, watching the 1st and 2nd seasons, I was just like, this is just my life. Someone literally, unironically, just sold the rights to my life and made this TV show. Because, like, so much of the shit that happens in the 1st season are, like, shit that I had to witness when I was a child as well. Like, it's actually crazy. Do not grobe the bread. You hate flattened bread. I hate flattened bread, too. You gotta hold the bread like a baby. It's like a baby. Don't squimsh it. We're looking at dishware. Cool. Your mom went through a bunch of her antiques last weekend. Oh my god. This Shameless is actually Kirsche's biography, unironically. Oh my god.
that she was crazy. You knew some people like that too? Or the show? Yeah. Do I ever worry about dropping the bread? I mean, sometimes. Sometimes I worry about dropping the bread. Sometimes I grope the bread. Axide, thank you for the $4.99. Kirsche is going to have the best-selling book in years called A Nazi, an Axe Murderer, a White Fox, and Losing My Mind. Get a comedy show. Netflix should reach out to me, to make a Netflix series on my life. They'd probably make me black, though. Hey, Foxy, want to be my assistant Fox secretary today? I don't know if I could do that. The secretary lives rent-free in my mind. James Spinner, thank you for the 20. Your mom's life is more interesting and insane than 90% of the shows on TV. Yeah. According to chat, the only based thing my mom ever did was get arrested for illegally selling firearms. She fucking was dumb and accidentally sold to an undercover cop. Netflix can't do that. They only make bad shows. Archive 81 was a really great show, but they canceled it because they hate fun. And Having You, true. Having Me was also based. Malcolm Liang, thank you for the 127. Your mother sounds like the people I evict. This is another thing that breaks my fucking brain. How did my mom continuously, rent places? I'm sure her credit score was all kinds of fucked. I know she used mine and my brother's occasionally. My brother got fucked with debt when he was 18. Thankfully, my dad would check my credit score because he knew my mom was a piece of shit. And when he found out that I had debt attached to my social, he was like, look, man, if you keep doing this, I'm going to fucking report you. You have this one time I'm telling you to stop. And if you don't, I'm reporting you. So my dad gave her you've got your one warning, woman. All right. So thankfully I didn't get fucked. Unfortunately, my brother was not so lucky. But yeah, she's kind of fucking crazy. Do you know how? I don't know, man. Because it's I can't fucking afford anywhere to live. How the fuck did she afford shit? She's been on, government assistance and child support her entire fucking life. Actually, that's not true. She did have a job at a porn shop at one point, but I'm pretty sure she was paid under the table so that she didn't have to pay taxes on it and could keep collecting fucking the government assistance. Because I remember her leaving me in the hot car for hours at a time and me playing my Pokemon games on Game Boy while she was working her shift at the porn shop. Dad should have given many warnings. No, a one and done warning, man. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 2. Wait, the Chinese have labor laws? Oh my god. Under the table, Monica Lewinsky moment. Oh my god. She probably paid the landlords under the table too. I mean, maybe. Maybe she did. I don't know. Panicked Battle Droid, thank you for the 5. Enjoy a cookie as we force the POCD people to watch as we delete their download of Poku no Pico. Demons Ate My Dog, thank you for the 2. No counseling site would ever suggest watching CP. That was wild. I did not expect them to literally fucking say that. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. Food shops, isn't that one of the people the fat Canadian simps for? I have no idea. I have no idea. Hylian Juggalo, thank you for the 5. Kirsche, you didn't designate a stream safe word. Not cool. No safe words here. To create context, thank you for the 5. 600 likes on that post in the screenshot. Yeah, some of these people. Sparky, thank you for the 174. A thought experiment. If they want to spin pedophile as a mental disorder, let's roll with it and lock pedophiles up. Clearly, their capacity for decision-making is impaired. What do we call that? Jail? For life? I feel like that's wasted tax dollars if we jailed them for life, you know? Your past life was deadly and extreme. Now I stream as a white fox woman on the internet. I fucking love a boring life. I don't want to get into a relationship and have a guy that wants to go mountain climbing or fucking hang gliding or fucking shit like that. I just want boring. Let's stay inside and watch movies. Maybe we can go out to a comedy club. Maybe we can camp at a campground, enjoy a leisurely hike of not Mount Kilimanjaro, okay? Just nice, boring things. Cliff diving, no thank you. I was I had too much excitement in my childhood with my mother. I only want boring. I want boring, safe, stable. The most excitement we get is when our favorite restaurant adds a new dish, right? What about cosplaying at an anime con? Yeah, maybe. Did I see the iPhones now autocorrect racist to Trump? Oh, is that kind of like when I typed fuck Obama so often in my phone that my autocorrect would autocomplete Obama after the word fuck anytime I typed it? That was a fun time. Hylian Juggler, thank you for the 5. Chat, what's this dude's name? Please go check his registration status. Yeah, that video guy got a fucking... John Burt, thank you for the 5. Accidentally molest. So this isn't something you do by accident. He can't accidentally grab a swimsuit area or rub themselves on the same area. Yeah, I don't know what these fucking people are talking about, dude. Brian Winters, thank you for the $4.99. Their addresses are registered, offenses are listed, they can't own weapons. Time to make peds scared again. For legal reasons, this is a joke. From a super chatter. Young Arn, thank you for the 2. The internet was a mistake. I think about this all the time. Claudex, thank you for the 4-month member. Woman shows you a photo of her child. Isn't she gorgeous? Yeah. Oh no, what have I done? I don't think I've ever heard someone refer to a like baby photo as gorgeous though, right? Like usually they're like, oh, it's adorable or cute. Voice dictation, yeah, thing be broken. Moinya. Red flags, women say stable is boring. I mean, like maybe, but like for me, with my history, man, like I don't want to deal with anything I had to deal with as a child. I want someone that's not gonna lie to me, that's not gonna cheat on me, and that just fucking loves me, man. You know? That's why you push their boundaries in the bedroom. Yeah, exactly. The only place you shouldn't be boring is in the bedroom. Don't be boring in the bedroom. I feel like I'm a boring person, chat. So like when I say I want someone who is boring, I also think of myself as boring. I might have like crazy fucking thrilling stories of childhood, but like in current year, chat, what do I do in current year? I am an anime woman on the internet. I barely leave my home. Like the most exciting things I talk about are like how fucked up the housing market is, you know, like I am a boring person. Well, the fact that you want kids makes you more attractive than most women who don't want them. I just don't understand what the point of like your life is if you don't have children, right? Like the whole point of humans is to procreate, is it not? You want to bring people into the world, you want to raise them to be functioning members of society, and you want to hope that they contribute something. Right? Like, not everyone can contribute, but that's like the thought, right? That if you have a child and you raise them correctly, that maybe they can make a lasting impression somewhere in history. You want them to be a good person. You want them to be a benefit to society. That's just kind of how it is, you know? At current year, you just have to survive in a corner hugging the gauge and yelling, I hate the Antichrist! That's kind of how it fucking feels, man. That's kind of how it fucking feels. You'll see, thank you for the 10 months of prune. Thank you for pruning! Hylian Juggler, thank you for the 5. You've got a groinal response as well. It involves sharp things in the groins of the people at this company. What the fuck is this? Yeah, if you want any of those articles that I read as well, I'm sure KB has posted them in Discord. In the stream suggestions channel, there are threads, and one of the threads is articles read on stream. And so you can find absolutely everything I've covered on any stream in that channel. Always gets posted there. Hermit Status, thank you for the 10. Thank you for your work, Kirsche. Lord knows I don't have the willpower to weather this insanity. Again, like, I didn't bring it up before because I'd only seen the POCD stuff occasionally on Twitter as like a defense, and I was like, okay, maybe this isn't going to be a change in language, but it's still weird enough that I wanted to like learn about it. But then, like, after I posted that clip to Rev, and then there was a bunch of people that immediately started being like, no, you guys don't understand what POCD is. I was like, okay, all right, it's time to bring out the tabs. It's time to bring them out, man. Guess they're content with living their lives for themselves, which you think sounds kind of lonely, but, well, to each their own. I mean, not everyone will procreate. Right? Like, there's always people whose bloodlines are going to end with them. It is inevitable. Not everyone can or will. But, like, I feel like if you are someone who has the capability to reproduce and isn't going to be a net negative with the way they parent their children, I just don't see the reason, like, why people would not want to. And we've had so much, like, anti-child propaganda pumped into us. Like, I almost fell for it, dude. I almost fell for it when I was a teenager. And then I spent all of my 20s trying to find someone that I could build a marriage with to have children. I was an abject failure, but that doesn't mean that there's, like, no hope yet, you know? I still have many, many more years to find someone to have children with. And then, you know, maybe I don't and I hit 40 and then I just kill myself. You know, it's just that easy. It's just that simple. Rex Tenors, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Brian Winters, thank you for the $1.99. You also have panic attacks. Never been hard for that one. Dude, panic attacks fucking suck. I like joking about it, like them being the fucking evil cousin of orgasms, because you just lose control, right? You have no control over your body or what's happening. But like, if they don't feel good, and I can't imagine anyone getting fucking aroused during one. Like, that just doesn't make any fucking sense. Should definitely want to. You feel like something is broken in the people who don't? Yeah. It just feels like an incredibly strange way to live with the people who are resoundingly, like, anti-child. And it's like, maybe they realize they would be a bad parent, in which case, I mean, that's good that they're not going to have children. But usually it's not that they think that they'd be a bad parent, it's just that they think having children is pointless and that they would rather have, like, their money to spend on themselves. But when you get old and everyone you know around you is either dead or dying, like, who's gonna be there for you, you know? You think antinatalists are generally victims of propaganda? Yeah. And I mean, it's like, it's very easy to fall for it as well. Like, when I was in high school, the fucking, you want a career, you want to be a boss bitch career woman and have your own money, you don't want to have a man, you don't want to be beholden to anyone. That shit was laid on thick, dude. That shit was laid on thick, and I was like, I mean, maybe, right? Like, why would I want to have a man who, like, controls things that I do? Yeah, I do want my own money. Maybe I can be a boss bitch, dude. I was like, I wanted to do, like, investigative stuff. But I also, like, I came to the realization, like, I really wanted a relationship like what my grandparents had. And in my brain, I couldn't rationalize having a relationship like my grandparents have and not having a husband and children. Because implicitly in the relationship that they have, it is a partnership. They worked together, they built each other up, and they loved each other. And, like, sure, you can love someone without having children and without having a traditional relationship, but I wouldn't be able to be a stay-at-home mom if I didn't have children. And I feel like a stay-at-home wife is kind of silly. Like, what are you going to do as a stay-at-home wife if you're not striving to even make money off of a hobby? Or, like, even if you're dating someone that can afford to have you stay home 24/7, like, what are you doing? What are you striving to do, you know? You can be a boss bitch and a family woman. Yeah, I mean, I know one doesn't preclude the other, but that's what the propaganda said. They were just like, you can't have a career and a family at the same time. And it's very hard to do. And I think it would be very bad in a way. Because if you're striving for your career and you're spending a lot of time at work, who is going to be there to raise your children? And I don't want to outsource childcare to people I don't know, to daycare centers, to government workers. My children are going to have enough propaganda pushed into them in a school system, right? I want to raise them with standards before propaganda gets the chance to touch them. And the only way to do that is to be a stay-at-home mother. And this is like, when I started doing streaming as well, it was to help with my anxiety because it was so bad I couldn't even really leave the house at that point. But when I started thinking about, like, my future, it was like, yeah, this actually works out. If I keep doing this, if this is something that could be viable as, like, even tertiary income, when I find someone I would like to date, I would like to marry, I can always, like, once I get pregnant and have a child, I can scale back streaming because I'm not beholden to a boss. Like, I am my boss. So I can take as much time as I need to make sure I'm caring for my child and maybe do, like, a 2-hour stream every once in a while or some shit when I get the time to do it, just to be like, hey, I don't know, well, let's fucking talk about shit, man. Like, it's easy tertiary, like, hobby kind of stuff you can do. It's the same as, like, housewives in the past. They would find hobby stuff that they could make tertiary income off of. Stream your childbirthing. I would never put my child on stream. That is incredibly irresponsible. Recipe for family building is both complicated but also very simple. Don't be a piece of shit to your potential partner. Don't cheat. Be a good example to your kids. Yeah, exactly. You work for a family where both parents are programmers. The kids only eat shit that's ordered online. Yeah. Yeah. I saw how my grandmother raised me, so I kind of, have a what not to do from my mom and a kind of, like, what could be good from my grandma and also a what not to do from my grandma. I feel like I had a very nice, robust circle here. Fair being fair, we also had the being a drug-dependent male whore that uses people as they please propagandized to us men as peak male life. Look at the people that still fall for Andrew Tate's grift, for example. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. There's been propaganda pumped into both sexes, not just women. I'm curious, you're going to break the VTuber glass ceiling of not pretending to be single. True and real. True and real. Sewing, farming, gardening, arts, pottery, very common housewife hobbies back in the day. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's like adding salt and pepper to your cooking, so incredibly basic, but can be a treat. Do not cheat. Do not cheat. Don't think your grandparents had a dom and sub relationship. I mean, I don't know what their sexual proclivities are, and that's the way it should be. I should never know the sexual proclivities of my family members. I don't know what my dad likes. I don't know what my grandparents like. Unfortunately, I know what my mother likes, because I was basically an FBI honeypot. She would use me to talk to men online in AOL chat rooms when she was in the bathroom or ran an errand. I don't know why she couldn't just wait until she got back home, but you know what? Like, fucking... What the fuck? VTuber moms having a Yap collab while their kids have a play date? Oh, that would be cute. That would be cute. How many housewives thrived by competing against each other in the annual quilting competitions back in the day? They still have quilting conventions in current year, actually. Too bad she reported them. I wish she had reported them. I wasn't a real honeypot. That's my joke. She was talking to the men because she wanted to, you know, ERP or find one to date. Marmalin, thank you for the 10. Guys, I'm so scared. Look how hard I am. It just doesn't make sense to me, dude. Doesn't make sense. Not an FBI, thank you for the 317. What do you mean you don't have a wang? I know. A coach in lunacy, thank you for the 5. Unfortunately for these people, you have CWPD, compulsive wood chipper, the pedophile disorder. John Bird, thank you for the 5. You know, if we round enough of these things up, you might be able to use them as meat shields, preferable to getting blown up by Jet Dragon again. What is Jet Dragon? Not an FBI, thank you for the 317. Another curse news, they made a life-size Gardevoir. You know where this would go. You know where this would go. Why don't they? I bought the life-size Gardevoir. You guys bought my Gardevoir wife. She will come to me in July and I will love her. Valmore Vladius, 343423. Thank you for the 4 months of Proom. Thank you. Scoot. Thank you for the 5. Your daughter's 4 months old and it's completely unfathomable to conflate your child with that nonsense. The idea itself is repulsive beyond belief. It really is. Like, I genuinely do not understand the weasel wording these people are doing. Like, I understand why they're doing it, but it's just such a level of depravity to my brain that I just have to repeat I don't understand in just confounded exasperation. Stream dates with your Gardevoir. You have no idea. I was so jealous watching all the JP people post their wholesome Gardevoir wife pictures. I can't wait to do that, dude. John Bird, thank you for the 5. So they're trying to say, I'm not a pedo, not a Chester. Get the heavy flammer, lads and ladettes. What's a Chester? I don't know what that means. Jorshly, thank you for the 10-month resub, my guy. Jorshly, thank you for the 10 months. 1 month in the dry ager. That placenta's ready to cook and eat. Oh my god. That's a handy guy. Toast Engineer, thank you again for that $25 doodles. Yeah, I remember the TTS on that one. Country Bumpkin, thank you for the 14-month resub, dude. King E, 3500, thank you for the 4-month resub. I have a condition. That's cool. Face the wall. Chester the Molester. Oh, okay, I get it. Thank you, chat. The Devil Armor, thank you for the 3-month resub. You saw the name of the stream and thought I was playing F-Go, but instead of reading left-wing pedophile sympathy, still deciding which is worse. It is always amazing to me how much, like, people on the left want to defend just abject monster behavior. It makes no Speaking of abject monster behavior! Where's this article? Connecticut man accused of cannibalism and murder is granted conditional release. How? A man accused of cannibalism and murder has been granted conditional release according to the Connecticut Psychiatric Security Review Board. The board granted Tyree Smith's release after a careful review of his clinical progress, officials said. He's currently at Connecticut Valley Hospital in Middletown. Smith is accused of hacking a man to death with an axe in Bridgeport and eating part of the victim's brain and an eyeball. The PSRB said Smith has demonstrated long-term stability, remained engaged in all recommended treatments, and consistently followed his care. His conditional release requires that he remain under structured supervision and that he continues to receive necessary mental health services. Before being granted conditional release, a person is first placed on a temporary leave status. This means that they are still confined to the hospital, but have privileges that generally start with daytime passes to receive treatment in the community, including overnights and weekly check-ins at the hospital, the board said. Rehabilitation, not punishment, is the goal for all individuals found not guilty by reason of insanity, the PSRB said in a statement. State GOP leaders said the decision is outrageous and mind-boggling, and I agree with those GOP leaders. His victim's family raised objections about his release. What about them? Where is the justice for them? Senators Heather Sommers, Paul Cicerella, Henry Martin, and Stephen Harding said in a statement. This terrible decision puts public safety in jeopardy and is yet another terrible message to send to Connecticut violent crime victims and their families. This person should never be out, the statement continues. We are dumbfounded at this injustice. In what universe is this okay? I really feel like the bleeding heart people that are set on rehabilitation really need to stop taking not guilty by reason of insanity seriously. Because whenever I hear not guilty by reason of insanity, I hear this person is guilty, but they had a really good lawyer, is basically what that means. They didn't need to state their GOP. They can just easily be inferred from their opposition to cannibalism. But chat! The left claimed that now is the time for ethical cannibalism. And he was just hungry. You know, if stealing from stores that have millions of dollars wasn't a crime, he wouldn't have had to kill this man for food. Do you ever think about that, chat? We need to decriminalize thievery because these people are hungry. And if you don't want more people on the street to be cannibalized, you just can't be arresting these nice youths who just want to eat bread and fruit. I'm tired, boss. What if he eats the POCD people? Okay, that's fine. Do you think we could do something like that? Like people who have like a conviction for serial killing? What if we just bought an island and we put the convicted serial killers on the island with the pedophiles? And then we could see who wins, because whoever wins, I mean, like, we all get something fun to watch. And the pedophile's probably going to be evaporated at the end anyway, let's be real. Socioeconomic factor driven cannibalism, got it. That's just Australia. Oh, I have an Australia article. I have a tab for that. Hold on a fucking minute. I have a tab for that. I was looking for that tab earlier because I knew it was Silly Goofy, but I couldn't find it. Silly Goofy. Silly Goofy, where's my tab? No, not that one. Not that one. Doop 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 doop. I don't know what NT. Northern Territory businesses are being told to remove hand sanitizer because locals are drinking it. They took Don't Be Rama Rama seriously and now they can't huff petrol. So now they're drinking hand sanitizer, chat. They've improved. We have evolution. Health authorities in the Northern Territory have asked businesses to remove hand sanitizer from public areas over concerns people are drinking the germ-killing liquid for its alcohol content. Northern Territory Chief Health Officer Christine Connors sent a letter to retailers this month where she warned that, unfortunately, a small number of individuals can misuse hand sanitizer. I now encourage you to remove supplies of hand sanitizer from publicly accessible areas, Ms. Connors said. And my question is, why does everyone have to remove hand sanitizer because people are stealing and drinking it? Why can't we just do something about the people stealing and drinking the hand sanitizer, right? Like, also, fucking what, dude? And like, even if they're buying the hand sanitizer to drink, how is that the store's problem, right? Like, that's not my problem if they want to be retarded and drink the hand sanitizer. Never knew Aussies and Romanians were so similar. She added that it was not necessary for businesses to supply hand sanitizer now that COVID directives had ended, but those that did should ensure that it is properly secured. The territory's police have backed the letter due to long-held concerns about locals abusing sanitizer as a cheap substitute for booze. I'm hearing they're drinking hand sanitizer, Northern Territory Police Commissioner Michael Murphy told NT News. They're actually buying hand sanitizer and zero beer and mixing it together. Nice image. Hand sanitizers contain a large amount of alcohol and can cause alcohol poisoning if a person swallows more than a couple mouthfuls. Bro, even the smell of hand sanitizer is strong. I could not imagine trying to, like, swallow that shit, dude. Last year, Mr. Murphy called for shops to place sanitizer under lock and key, along with deodorant, which can be abused for chroming, and glue, which can be sniffed to get high. Chat, I'm so tired of living in society like this, man. I'm so tired. I know I'm not Australian, but, like, we know how much shit is locked up in the United States as well. Like, there was a fucking article recently that showed Doritos being locked up at a shop, man. Like, what the fuck is chroming? I only know chroming from, like, Mad Max, where they, like, spray the fucking chrome on their face. I'm assuming, since they're talking about deodorant, they're not spraying the deodorant on their mouths. I'm hoping they're at least smart enough to ingest it like Whippets, where instead of spraying the deodorant in their mouth, they'll, like, peel back the little nubbin on the bottom of the can and then just ingest the, like, air, right? But maybe they're dumb enough to spray the deodorant in their mouth. I don't know, man. They're drinking fucking hand sanitizer. It's just huffing spray paint. In Alice Springs, some residents are reportedly mixing sanitizer with orange juice or Coca-Cola. Bro, they're making even worse lean. How is this possible? How did they possibly make something worse than lean? What the fuck? I gotta contact Gamer Subs and let them know we need a new flavor. We need fucking sanitized orange. It's quick, it's effective, it's cheap, and it's easy to have access to it. Michael Little from the Central Australian Aboriginal Congress told the ABC. It would be from the Aboriginal Congressman. They choose to seek out hand sanitizer in preference to alcohol because it has more of a kick. Blair McFarland, last year's NT Australian of the Year, said that sanitizer had twice the alcohol content of vodka. Chat, what the fuck is Australian of the Year? What the fuck is that even? Orange Gamer Subs would be perfect Billy Mays territory. Oh my god, you're gonna love my nuts. I always put those two guys together because they're both silly. It's super dangerous and really bad for your kidneys. It just catapults you more quickly into a state where you're incoherent and unreasonable. Mr. McFarland wants NT Health to put hand sanitizer on the list of prescribed substances, making it more difficult to access. I hate this planet. Whomever is the best at shoeies. You're Australian? That's the first you've heard of Australian of the Year? Yeah, I've never heard of that, man. Never even heard an Australian mention that. Australian of all time goes to Mr. Democracy Manifest. Common for Northern Territory, it's the natives who do it. I mean, how dare the government let people suffer the consequences of their own actions? I feel like we've had way too much intervention, right? There's way too much intervention preventing people from getting Darwin Awards. I think we just need to let nature take its course nowadays, you know? I just need to let it take its course. Let him find out, you know? Zek Jala, thank you for the 38-month fucking resub. God, you're old. You are old. Thank you for being old, friend, dude. C. Thomas the Peasant, thank you for the 200 biddies. The Super Mayor makes a solid case for legally barring certain classes of people from even being allowed to vote, let alone hold public office. It'd be interesting if we started requiring, like, IQ tests for things. I feel like that's a very dangerous route, but at this point, I don't know if I'd be opposed to it, man. Uruskan Goldbrick, thank you for the $1. Your disdain for that woman could power the world for 10 million years. Yeah, I also hate the Super Mayor, man. Night of Nights 2, thank you for the 2. Pirate Nation retweeted an account that highlighted 2 possible apps on Android that Google installed that could possibly scan your photo gallery. Original post here. Can I click on this? Can I give it the clicker? Change browser tab. Wow. Google had secretly installed this app on various Android devices without user permission. It can reportedly scan through your photo gallery and occupies 2 gigabytes of space. Google Play Store Android System Safety Core by Google LLC. I don't know how it has a fucking 4.5 stars. It says it's 14 megabytes. It has no pictures and information on exactly what it does. That's kind of spooky. That's kind of spooky. And this is a review here from February 20th. I'm with the other users. This app was downloaded without consent or permission. The bigger problem was going out of the way to make sure the download never shows up in your apps unless you searched for it or have someone lucky enough to find the link to this. It feels intentional. The other issues are the way the app works, scans images, and the possibility to blur not safe for work without permission. Even if the photos are private, it feels really like spyware and trying to get everything 13 plus inclusive. Well, my not safe for work images aren't censored in my gallery, so I guess my phone doesn't have it. I'll have to search for it later. I don't know what this is. That's interesting. App released a month ago, has 1 billion downloads. Don't think people even know about the app. That's crazy. Another one, Android System Key Verifier. I would want to read a lot into these before I just like panic uninstall them, right? Because this could also be some sort of weird psyop to like make your phone more vulnerable to attack. I have no idea. I have no idea about this shit, so I would want to read way more about it.
You've been a bad girl.
Google grabbing your uncensored not safe for work from your phone and replacing them with safe for work version. Oh, I guess to be clear, it's like not safe for work people have AI generated of me. You guys make some nice shit in those hidden channels in the Discord. It's about the Google Messages app. I don't use Google Messages, so I don't know what that. I don't even know what that is, dude. Google has been slowly cutting pieces out of Android to make them proprietary blobs. Thanks, I hate it. The anti-Azehara app. The joke's on them. You use custom security Android OS. It sandboxes all of Google's crap, so it can't access your data. Hell yeah, dude. But if you guys wanted to read about this yourself as well, because again, I just pulled this out of a super chat. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how much of a fucking security breach it is. There's the tweet, so you have like the Play Store links and the names of the apps. I wouldn't click on Play Store links randomly on Twitter. I would look it up myself because I don't trust links. That's how I haven't had my YouTube account compromised yet. When I saw like HoloLive VTubers getting their accounts hacked, I was like, oh no, it's only a matter of time before I'm dumb enough to get my account hacked. Because if they're getting hacked, like there's no way. Like I fucking anxious as hell over that shit, dude. Mystic Matt, thank you for the 100 biddies. If you did your research, you would have known, because feel me, we won. We get by you. Toasty, or Losty Love, sorry, Losty Love, thank you for the 4 months of Proom. Thank you. Dan Zeri, thank you for the 3-month resub, dude. Noble Ghost, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. The Honorable Quad Muffin, thank you for the 100 biddies. It's ironic that the Super Mayor sounds like the handyman from In Living Color. I feel like I've heard of In Living Color, but I can't think of what it is. White Fox Breeder! Thank you for the 4-month resub. News alert, FBI deleting Epstein list. I hope that's not true. Man. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Playing Pal World after getting burned out on Factorio. Does Kirsche like pineapple on pizza? There's now bounties in Pal World, and one bounty does. Ew. I love pineapple. Pineapple is one of my favorite fruits. I love pineapple with meat. Like pineapple with steak and pineapple with chicken. It's so fucking good, dude. I love pineapple with meat. I don't like pineapple with any kind of bread. Like, I don't like pineapple pastries. I don't like pineapple on pizza. I think the pineapple flavor and texture with like a bread flavor and texture is just really bad. I just don't like it with bread. Zachary Rollick, thank you for the 2. A pedo actually ashamed will take it to the grave. Marmalin, thank you for the 10. POCD, exposure therapy. So exposing to minors, isn't that a crime and deserving a wood chipper? That's what I'm saying, man. I don't understand all this subversive nonsense, dude. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the 199. SOCD, the fear you might accidentally send a super. You guys have a lot of SOCD in the chat, dude. Danny D, thank you for the 499. You're expecting the whole, if you have a random violent font, this is a whole nother level of what the fuck. It really is. Julio Iceus, thank you for the 5. A film threats guy said Gal Gadot in the new Snow White looks like a dominatrix. I can't think of anything but that, like, fucking huffing her own vagina queefs lady when I think of Snow White. I don't even remember her name. She's just fucking insufferable. The one who's like, weird. That one? I don't know her name. Jabe Spinner, thank you for the 10. Do I have a deck in the VTuber trading card game? Which one? There's like fucking a gajillion of them at this point, but also, no, I'm not in any of them at this moment. Oh yeah, Rachel Ziegler, that lady. Marmalin, thank you for the 10. Just joined stream, first word, stand on the other side of the subway so I don't grope the 6-year-old. Yep, enough stream for me. Oh, it got way worse, man. We read some shit. Gabriel Campos, thank you for the 499. Accidentally stumbling on pedophile content, aka browsing FBI databases. Like, I feel like it'd be very hard to do that. But, like, if you do somehow accidentally stumble on something that you think might be illegal, that's when you, like, go to a tip line and you fucking report it, right? You just are like, this is highly questionable. I found it doing normal activities. Here you go, FBI. You take care of it. It's in your hands now. Jub8891, they give it 317. Did I accidentally buy round-trip tickets to Epstein's Island? I don't know how those tickets got bought, man. Must have been the cat walking on the keyboard. Straight to jail. Burritos 19, they give the 19 cents. Advice, never click on a spoilered post in 4chan that has dozens of replies without checking the replies first. Very fucking true. Kaiser Asteroth Vermilion, thank you for the 13-month member, thank you. Hello brothers and sisters of chat, glory to the fox woman and her yapping. What are we spiraling about today? Got dark for a minute there. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. Great, you have OCD, you hope you don't have the kind that gets me jailed. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the full fucking year of remembers. You have OCD and intrusive thoughts. Best example you can give is, I'm gonna kill them, and later I'll be like, why did I think that? Am I a danger? Interesting perspective. Thank you for saying something, because I don't have OCD, so it's nice to have people who do, like, kind of give a little bit of insight. Zenik, thank you for the 190. That's a lot of words to say. It's normal to gaslight yourself into being a pedo for fear of being a pedo. I mean, again, there were people who defended -8 by being like, oh no, the people who didn't like him, they gaslit him into thinking he was a pedo. That wasn't real. He didn't want that. It's like, you can't fucking gaslight someone into saying shit like, yeah, I'd fuck a child if I could afford their therapy after. Like, that is insane to me. Brave SJ, thank you for the 5. You don't understand, Kirsche. They said no chomo. That's true. That's like the bro version of no homo. If you say no chomo, then it was fine. You just had a mental disorder. You don't gotta get arrested. All women have OCD. It's called neuroticism. I don't think I have OCD. Gnome John, thank you for the 10. You found a published study suggesting POCD is not a real classification from 2012 on the NIH National Library of Medicine. The myth of the pure obsessional type and obsessive compulsive disorder. That's interesting. So sometime before 2015, when I could find Jordan Levi's works on it, I guess someone was also trying to propagate POCD, and you found something in the National Library of Medicine basically saying POCD is schizobabble bullshit. That's nice. I hope you linked that somewhere so I can read it after. I would love to read that. Sparky, thank you for the 87 cents. All the mental gymnastics to escape a goat pedophiles, yet weebs get the label for free. Pete Clown World, he won out. Good morning, Kier. I know. It's really sad that, like, pedophile is kind of going the way of the word Nazi and, like, racist, because so many people are applying the word pedophile to those that it doesn't fit. They're just like, I don't like this person. They're a pedo. It's literally the same as people calling them a Nazi. Jonathan Perry, thank you for the 634. Is that pure OCD similar to, or pure OCD? Similar to intrusive thoughts when you walk over a tall bridge and get the call of the void where your brain wants you to jump. I have no idea, because I feel like everyone has, like, those, you know, like, in the moment thoughts, right? But then you're just like, oh yeah, whatever, dude. You just go on. Silly fox woman syndrome. It makes her flail wildly and occasionally say, Munya! Absolutely. You guess the difference is hopefully most people won't just say, okay, I guess I am. Jesus Christ. God hates taxes. Thank you for the 2. Pedos should get the Gary Plouch treatment. Hard agree. That man did nothing wrong. The best badness, 420k. Thank you for the 5. Whoever said spake is archaic, I'd fight you right now. But ow my hip and knees and back. We need an old people version of my neck, my back, just about all of our broken joints, man. Dragon Master Zero, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Fiesta Cat, thank you for the 7-month member. Used to put our crazies in asylums. Now we elect them to public office. I'm fucking sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. Brian Winters, thank you for the 199. U.S. shouldn't have participated in slavery. I agree. Slavery bad. Hot take. Brian Winters, thank you for the 499. Accountability is racist. Why should their actions have consequences when they can't perceive them? Her speaking makes my eye twitch. I don't know what the fuck that woman is on, but like if she manages to get reelected, those people are not going to get saved. Lich Life 622, thank you for the dollary doodle, man. Thank you. Anthony, thank you for the 10. There's 336 hours in 2 weeks. So either that person only got 33 hours of sleep with doing nothing else across 2 weeks, or something stinks. I'm gonna go with the stinky. I'm gonna go with the government stinky. Dan Zeri, thank you again for that 3-month resub, dude. Scooter, Mr. Scooter Man, thank you for the 5. You're from Detroit. You had a hip-hop mayor that you impeached and sent to jail, but God almighty, at least I could understand Kilpatrick when he talked. Oh my god, if she gets reelected, let the town suffer. It might not be their fault though, right? What if she fucking fudges the numbers? What if she like, you know, democratically elects herself with some hidden ballots after midnight? They built the pyramids. A T1S, thank you for the 5. Superman Lady's giving you the Idiocracy flashback. Should totally watch that sometime. I love Idiocracy. It's been a hot minute though. Should probably rewatch that. That could be a fun time. Random Dude, thank you for the 5 member. Thank you for the 5 gift members. Scooter, thank you for the 5. We're not gonna make it, are we? People in general, I mean. Zach Ulysses, thank you for the 10. Ruckus, Uncle Ruckus, no relation. I'm running for mayor on the platform of throwing these escaped zoo. We apologize, but the prior statement has been shortened and cancelled from publication. Honorable Crud Muffin, thank you for the 100 biddies. It's ironic that the Super Mayor sounds like Handyman. Oh, I remember reading that. Douglas Miller, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Brian Winters, thank you for the 199. She can't even speak properly. Who elected this? See, chat? Everybody says that I should run for a government seat, but I'd be a fucking terrible politician, man. Synchro Max, thank you for the 5. Stop letting my people in office. I'm black. I can say that. Nightmare, thank you for the 11-month resub. Thank you. Oh, hell no. Hold my weave. Bullet Hail, thank you for the 100 biddies. The crappy rap has the same energy as the whole Jesus Christ is I. That's a fun song. That song could not be made in current year. Bless those ancient skeleton people. Ice to 259, thank you for the 10. It's a real shame that this is happening because it's just going to make Asian people dislike black people more. Really wish your race didn't have to endure this crap. Well, I got some hot news for you. It's not only black people that are being obnoxious assholes in Japan. The white streamers have also joined them in being absolutely reprehensible, unfortunately. This seems to not be a race thing when it comes to Japan and acting like an asshole. It just seems to be a Western entitlement mentality. Pakistani National, thank you for the $7 doodles. Conspiracy theory, the globalists are responsible for the streamers messing around in Japan to get Japan to close down the whole country and have Western freaks go after their entertainment so they stop exporting it. And PayPal has been deplatforming indie projects for years from the West. Hey, yo, this man is eating the same tinfoil as me. We got those tinfoil ice cream cones going on. Pakistani National, thank you for another 350. Oh wait, no, I added those together. I'm sorry. Thank you for just $7 total, my guy. Sigrun A. Turna, thank you for the 10. I think it was Johnny Somali who was told that he couldn't record and stream in an establishment, and he angrily told the person he stopped recording, and he didn't stop recording. There was another streamer recently, and like I don't want to dig on this guy too bad because like I feel like he was just really fucking dumb. Maybe he did it on purpose because he wanted attention, but like I would prefer to think that maybe this guy is dumb. I don't know him. And I don't remember his name, so I can't even say the streamer's name. But it was like some white guy with like a girl, and they went to a Japanese restaurant. And they had like, I guess accidentally shown the menu or some shit for like half a second when they were looking at it. And so people from his stream started like mass calling the restaurant. And so he got up to leave, and he like acted like he was upset with his chat, right? It wasn't ice beside him. It was a Kick streamer, and I didn't recognize him. And he actually sounded upset. He was like, we just wanted to like come to this restaurant, but now, you know, chat is ruining it. They're calling it. Like, he could have done it on purpose because fucking streamer for the content mentality, but like, I would like to give this person I know nothing about the benefit of the doubt, right? I could be wrong. Maybe he was an asshole, but it felt like he was upset with his chat for causing an issue in the restaurant. You saw that on Twitter recently? Yeah. 50-50. It was Action Man. I don't know who that is. I've never heard of Action Man. Real and true attitude to have. Yeah, like, I get it. I get it. Chat likes to be trolly sometimes, but fucking, if people are in a public place, that's so fucking rude. That's so rude to just, like, fucking spam call them and make other people, like, waste their time and shit. IRL streaming as a whole is bad news. Seems like a dumb move, but yeah. You garner your own community, you wouldn't hold your breath for them. I mean, it's like, you guys are a wonderful community, right? Like, I fucking love, like, 95% of you, yeah? And I wouldn't call the people who hate watch, like, part of my community, right? But if someone is following my channel, if they're following me on Twitter, they get pigeonholed into being in my community. And I'm sure those people would call a restaurant if I was doing a stream in public, right? I'm sure those people would. I think the majority of you, the people I would consider, like, my actual community, and not someone here to, like, just cause shit, I feel like all of you are, like, very good people. We get a bad reputation because we're not bleeding heart, you know, progressives. But I think you guys are good. Fuck that prick. My country is going the UK route of censorship, and he's in favor for it. Fuck that asshole. Again, I don't know anything about Action Man. So, like, maybe he did it on purpose because he wanted the attention of all the other shit streamers doing shit in Japan. I don't know. I would rather, you know, since he seemed upset with his chat, think that it was an honest mistake. We aren't as black as we're painted. That's right. You guys are brown. A chat would pay for your meal. Aw, that would be cute. Brian Winters, thank you for the $4.99. If only it didn't affect all tourists and only those of the complexions that have been doing this, making it glaringly obvious. I mean, again, it's not just black people doing it in Japan either. It's just a Western entitlement attitude, unfortunately. And Johnny Somali was, like, the biggest one. And I think all of these streamers that go and purposely be obnoxious, like, it's crazy if they don't face repercussions to me, because this is, like, they're doing it on purpose. I'm Olive, thank you very much. Oh, a fellow Italian. Ghoul Natick, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy, thank you. Jim S, thank you for the 5. If you don't know where to invest, just put money in the SPY ETF. It tracks S&P. Don't waste your time with managed funds. They never beat it. I don't even know what that is. Apparently, I should just follow, like, whatever Nancy Pelosi does. Mighty Hendershot, thank you for the subby bubby. Video Gamer 25, thank you for the 225. Kier, please start with a money market savings account and or CDs to get some money for having money. For now, that's just FDIC insured banking stuff. So unlike investing, the gains are guaranteed and decent while interest rates are high. I don't even know what that is. I don't know how to do that. Fighting Foo, thank you for the 22-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Kunder, thank you for the 7-month resub, dude. Thank you. Infernal Paladin, thank you for the 2. Bland and Beige, sounds like old millennial women run the housing market. Many men can imagine transforming what is already there to what they like, while preserving the essence, like with customized model kits, cars, motorcycles, and so on. I got some bad news for you. Most of the boomer landlords in the Northeast who have destroyed Victorians are men. But yeah, there's a lot of women content creators who also ruin nice houses. Video Gamer 25, thank you for the 525. Made Gamer Subs order with code Kirsche last night, saw they have limited time cat ear lids. It looked perfect for a certain upcoming cup. Pinged me in the Discord channel with instructions on how to sharpen pictures in PCSX2. Hope it helps. Oh, thank you. I'll have to hunt for that. Also, I won't be live again until after the sale ends, but until Friday, the 28th at 2 p.m. Eastern, code Kirsche will get you 21% off all of your Gamer Subs orders. After 2 p.m. on Friday, it will go back to 10%. So if you are wanting to stock up on Gamer Subs flavors, if there's anything you're wanting to try, if there's any merch you are interested in getting from there, 21% off until Friday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Cup when? It will be in March. I still cannot release the date publicly yet. I am waiting on the contract to sign, but I will be able to release more information soon. I'll be able to tell you soon the exact date. We have a date, but as of right now, I can still just tell you in March. Still just tell you in March. You're waiting for the cup? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You heard gamer subs make you impotent? Actually, gamer subs gives you big comes if you buy their AFK. The AFK comes with magnesium in it, and magnesium gives you the big comes and the big sleeps, my guy. Been waiting for the cup. If only the 21% was for my drop, I know. If only. Hopefully I can do some kind of a giveaway at least. Gabe Ostroff, thank you for the dollary doodle. Gamer subs flavor name ideas. Kirsche's PT, personal training. Pineapple and tangerine flavor. Kirsche's PT, and you'll become Kirsche's ideal man, a himbo. Ooh, pineapple tangerine. That sounds kind of good. Ooh, I wonder if I could do some sort of like blue raspberry pineapple. Ooh, maybe. Moomy playing games, thank you for that 4-month resub, my guy, thank you. Archangel Dynamics, thank you for the 7 months of Proom, thank you. Shadow Ryu Pimp, thank you for the 25 months, dude. Final Player Ryu, thank you for the 9 months of Proom, please enjoy your placenta steak. Cosmic Panda 19, thank you for the gift subby, or sorry, I read it backwards. Dat Mexican Panda, thank you for gifting a sub to your fellow Cosmic Panda. You know, all pandas look the same to me. Thank you, Mexican Panda, for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. It's your boy, Skinny Boopus. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Foxy's back to make this terrible week better. Well, thank you. Oh, yeah, that's very cute. That's very cute of you. Thank you. Griffin 2002. Thank you for the 10-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Smug Goat, thank you again for those 100 biddies. I remember reading that. Master Breadloaf, thank you for the 22-month resub. 2 more months for 2 years of Foxu content. That was such a fun ride. I hope the fun ride fucking continues, baby. Binary Mind, Mr. Moderator Man, thank you for the 30-month resub. Time flies while listening to entertaining Foxu yapping. Thank you, Binary Mind. Johnny Littlejohn, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Lord Brown Bear, thank you for the 5. Here is your lobotomy spike, Kirsche. I think it worked. Ooh. Thank you, Mr. Brown Bear. Loot God Orange Jesus, thank you for the 10-month tier 3 resub. Yeah, help, thank you. I am the squeamsh of my Foxu. Tabs are my body and courses are my blood. I have seen 1,000 glowies, but my chat will never tolerate them. So as I pray, unlimited Yapworks. Thank you. Thank you for leaning into my joke title. Doku Ven, thank you for the 3-month resub, my guy. Thank you. I think I caught up here. Let me refresh. A Fate Stay Night. Do contractors count as glowies? I don't know, maybe. We'll have to see if they glow in the dark, and then you can hit them with your car. David Greener, thank you for the $4.99. You knew a talking fox girl like you back in Vietnam. She's always talking about the DEI people in the bushes before she would dust some VC dude. Yeah, get rid of them Charlies, man. Kaiser Vermilion, thank you for the 5. As a black man, I must say, all this black on Asian hate is saddening me. Asia had brought me much joy as an otaku. Yeah, I genuinely don't understand why people just act like assholes when they go to a foreign country. Like, you can be an entertaining streamer without inconveniencing everyone around you. It's fucking... What the fuck, dude? Based Soda, thank you for the 25. How many Kirsches fit into a pigeonhole? No, they're kind of like a cat. They're very fluffy, you know? Lots of fluff. They're like 70% fluff, 30% body. Sorry, I couldn't figure out the quick math. Low speed boot, thank you for the 20. Good afternoon, Foxu. Your phone died on the job site today, so you missed most of stream. Can't wait to catch the VoD. Hell yeah, you're about to be disgusted with some shit we found earlier. Magnus Lord, thank you for the 6 months of Proom. Thanks for being a based VTuber. What do I think about death or black metal? I think they're pretty good. I listen to some of the metals. Jimmy Jams, thank you for the 6 months of Proom. You have class in 45 minutes, but you wanted to resub. Have a good evening. Have a good evening. I hope your class goes well. Michael Turner, thank you for the 5. Pineapple upside down cake is more like candy than cake. Still not a huge fan. I don't know. It's something in my mouth. I just can't handle it. I feel like the day you go to Japan, it's gonna be tough as a Dominican. I mean, like, you're gonna have probably the people who are just racist against foreigners in general, but I think as long as you're, like, trying to speak Japanese and trying to not be obnoxious, right? Like, just acting like a normal human being while you're there, you're not gonna run into too many problems. Based metal enjoyer. Hell yeah. Dowell1, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Orismador, thank you for the 690. Australian of the Year is an annual thing done in cooperation / collaboration with the government. Massive fluff piece and propaganda factory. I've been asking Nim to turn on my fucking 690 alert for weeks now. Nimothy, please, I beg. I miss the spanking. The man who stole the shadows, thank you for the 3-month member. Thank you. Fun fact, most of Australia didn't have indoor toilets until the 70s. What? Smee 23. I sucked in air too hard when I went to Shmee. Smee 23, thank you for the 20-month resub. Oh my god, Smee's trying to kill me. He's the assassin. He's the assassin, man. Wow, thank you, Smee. Canis Lupus Rex, thank you for the 100 biddies. Jim's new Rama Rama Part 2 song, Inbound. Weed. Jesus Christ. Morwenna Nix, thank you for the 7-month resub. Thank you. Please throw me back into the womb. The world isn't worth it. You got 2 more months. 2 more months and you're getting fucking evicted. Sergeant Buck, thank you for the 5. Hey, pal, can I get you a Patron and Purell? A little P&P at the bar? Not the ATF. I just don't believe you. Thank you for the 4-month member. Thank you. Don't have some water? I drank some water. I drank some water, chat. Brian Winters, thank you for the $1.99. All cultures are equal. But some are more equal than others.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Oh my god! Nimothy was here! He heard me! He heard my wishes!
How did he do that? How did he do that? Don't kill yourself, I love you. It was already fixed earlier. Wait, really? Have I just been like fucking mind gapping when they were going off? When did he turn it back on? Love the Nim. Yes? What? Has that been going off during stream today? And I just like fucking memory hold it? Yes? Mods say yes? Chat says yes? Clueless. Went off once today. Holy shit. Chat, my brain is potatoes. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. It's okay, you're pretty. Chat thinks I'm pretty. Piro AU, thank you for the 317. As an Aussie, it's a specific kind of people, you know? Oh, I know. Cold Acid, thank you for the 100 biddies. Once a prison colony, always a prison colony. Metal Murderer, thank you for the 5. Give them a stronger hand sanitizer. The problem will solve itself in no time. Demons Ate My Dog, thank you for the 5. A hot take liberals need to hear. You can't rehabilitate cannibals or the Epsteins of the world. You can only wood chipper them. I agree. I agree with you. This is making me think. I stopped using like liquid hand sanitizers because I don't like the way liquid hand sanitizer makes my hands feel. Like the jelly ones. But I started using spray hand sanitizer. So I have like a spray that makes my hands like very tiny bit wet. And then I rub that in and then it's just gone. Like it feels like there's nothing there, right? So I use that hand sanitizer when I'm out. What if people were to drink the spray hand sanitizer instead of the jelly one? What if they mixed the liquid one with the jelly one for more flavor? You hate being wet, to be honest? I do. I just don't like wet things touching my skin. It's gross. It's really gross. You love the lotion hand sanitizer? Regular ones dry the fuck out of your hands? Well, I moisturize my hands every night before bed. And sometimes in the morning when I wake up if I'm not too late for stream. D7 Origin, thank you for the 5. Have the Bridgeport cannibal eat the people with POCD. 2 birds, 1 stone. He gets to eat people and children are safer. We just need to start putting these kinds of people on an island together. All of our problems will be solved. And we get entertainment. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. Just because you find Ashley from the coffin of Andy and Lele hot does not mean we should just let cannibals out. Jesus, no. Eating people should pit them in a perma jail.
Magnesium contributes to volume. I thought it was just L-carnitine and selenium.
No, magnesium also helps, and it makes your combs go faster. You get a faster ejaculation. Not like you last less time, but like the actual, like when you come, it's supposedly like a more force behind it. I don't have a penis, so I can't test that, but there are some people in chat who have confirmed that their combs have gotten bigger, so you know, it's working. It's working, man. Based Soda, thank you for the $69 doodles. Thank you. Thank you for the buttered dogs. I need someone to butter my dog. Kick back like a cannon. Zinc also, and yeah, zinc is also good. If your woman really loves the Kumis, you're gonna want to be eating some magnesium and zinc supplements, baby. Speedy Cake 582, thank you for the 1268. Should call the flavor Himbo Seek and Foxu. Help with the Sunny and Philly fan art for the art. Oh my god. Little conspiracy. I'd have to get that redone. I think using AI art is like fine most of the time, but like when I sell a product, I don't want to sell something made with AI art. I only want to pay like real artists for that. You know? Real artists, no AI when I have like merchandise and shit. Don't take too much zinc, you'll get constipated. Yeah, there's always a such thing as too much of a good thing, so you know, moderation, chat. Rubbish Soldier, thank you for the 5. You don't understand, Kirsche. He suffers from OCD. Cannibalism OCD. Your Honor, you just don't get it. I have MOCD, which means I fantasize about Moida all the time. I couldn't help it. Spider Bro, thank you for the $4.99. Where did you buy your Gardevoir? Asking for a friend, which is yourself. Pokemon Center. I'm pretty sure is the website. PokemonCenter.com. I'm sure it's still on there, right? Because it was a complete pre-order for us in North America. Like it's not shipping out until July. It's a pre-order, and it's like $450, I think, and then you get free shipping on it. 4K screeches soon. Jesus Christ. Darth Uzix, thank you for the 4 months of Proom. Thank you for Prooming. Star Phoenix, thank you for the 2. Wait, Middletown. I'm a town over from there. Oh no, you're in the danger zone for the cannibals. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Jet Dragon is a legendary pal on Mount Obsidian that wrecked you, but Google won't let you spell its name correctly. Why? That's weird. Also interesting. I have like super special legendary pets now. I like that. Brovenair, thank you for the 5 months of Proom, my guy. Billy Yauki, thank you for the 6 months of Proom. Just want to say you love Kier Dad. I also love my dad. My dad is a wonderful man. I was talking to him about like if I did get like a temporary house. Like I know him and his girlfriend have been looking for a new apartment because like their rent keeps going up. They hate their landlord. Everything around there is fucking expensive though. So it's very hard for them to afford a place. And my dad doesn't want to like be locked into like a mortgage himself, especially because mortgages are also crazy expensive right now. And so I was like, if I end up getting like a temporary place, like I'm perfectly fine if you guys want to come and live with me because it would be much cheaper than where you live now or any apartment you could possibly get. He's like, yeah, you know, if we did that, like I could help a bit with the mortgage and you know, would you like mind like living, you know, with us again? And I was like, what? I wouldn't mind, dude. Like you're gonna have to deal with me fucking screeching, as long as you're okay with that, because like, I yell a lot for work. And he was like, okay, but I mean, like, what about like, you know, when you move out? And I'm like, you can just keep living there. What do you mean when I move out? And he's like, well, I just, you know, I don't really want to have a mortgage to pay. And I'm like, no, I didn't say sell you the house. I said, you just live there. Like, all you'd really have to pay is what, like property taxes and utilities? Like, it's fucking way cheaper than anything else you could get. And he was like, if you want to do that, then okay. As long as you're sure. I'm like, of course I do. Fucking, of course. I felt really bad when I was younger and my dad had to sell his house because it's like, I wished I had like a job at the time so I could have helped him keep it, but like I couldn't. So I feel like I wanna help if I can, you know? He'll need to be on stream occasionally. I'm sure you'll hear him in the background occasionally. Can my dad and my grandparents combine money and get a house together? No, my grandparents have a house. They have a house, they just are full right now. Maybe dad and grandparents combined? No, that wouldn't happen. Invest in soundproofing. Don't think you want to hear your dad and, you know. I mean, probably, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna soundproof my stream room, obviously. Kier Dad and Papa can collab when. That needs to happen. Like, I don't know how it would happen, but like, my dad and fucking Pippa's dad would so fucking get along. They would have a good time together, I think. Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 5. Today, you unironically encountered the headline of what Elon Musk's war on federal workers owes to Gamergate 11 years later, and they haven't recovered. Jesus Christ. You're looking forward to Cure Dad so fucking much. Same. What's my dad's best dad joke? You gotta prep him for Popakin? I don't know. I don't know what my dad's best dad joke is. He just always made fun of me for being silly. First dad VTuber stream. Let's go. The dad tubers, man. D7 Origin, they give you the 20. Your wife came back from her doctor's appointment today. Daughter could be born tonight, tomorrow, or in 5 days. It's happening! Kirsche, you would be a good mom. Your wife and you believe in me. Thank you. I hope your wife goes through labor with no complications and everyone is happy and healthy after the birth, man. I'm keeping you in my thoughts, dude. I hope everything goes well. I know it's gotta be fucking painful. Dynaside 13, thank you for the 20. Value the creation of family, but based on what you've been through in your early years, statistically, it would be almost impossible for you to have a happy marriage, despite your best intentions. So you're content with finding your peace. I don't know what you mean by that, right? Like, you don't become a statistic unless you feed into that behavior, right?
Spicy cat raid.
So it's like, I don't exactly know what you mean by, like, statistically it'd be impossible for you to have a happy marriage. That's like your choice, man. Dad tubers, your dad will be a pioneer in content creation. Unironically, though. Unironically. Fucking Reap Tour, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. T-Mac Burninator, thank you for the 3 months of Proom. Glad you found me. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it here, dude. Based Soda, thank you for the 25. New executive order signed today. What will he do next? Oh, I don't even know what he signed today. Peppa Wolf, thank you for the 2. Yoshikage Kirsche, just want to live a quiet life. A quiet life with delicious hands to nibble on before bed. Young Arn, thank you for the 2. I'm too boring and ugly to cheat. Oh my god. I think I've caught up here. Marriage is about putting in the work, even if you have to fight yourself to do the work. True and real. Always be doing the work, but not the ones the commies want you to do. Not the commie work. Let me see. Silent Alto, thank you for the 5. Oh, femdom foxu of the ketchup, what is thy wisdom today? We've gone through a handful of tabs here. Today. Let's see, what else do I have? I'll do this one DEI article, because I have a bunch, but the title of this article triggered my brain cells, and I was like, what the fuck are they even talking about? What the fuck are they talking about? So, this is a Forbes article. I don't know who Maggie Warrell, PhD, is. As DEI is cancelled, women need to own their worth, not prove it. I don't know what they mean by this. Like, if you're a DEI hire, yeah, you absolutely have to prove your worth, because most of you are fucking worthless, right? Like, women in leadership have always faced a higher bar, yet amid the pushback on DEI, pressuring women to validate their worth again, they need to boldly own it, not prove it. And there's a quote here that says, I feel like I have to prove myself all over again from no one. There's no name attached to this. That's what a senior female executive confided in me recently. After decades of delivering results, mentoring others, and earning her seat at the table, oh, with that language, I doubt it. She now feels renewed pressure to validate her worth. With growing pushback against DEI initiatives, she's not alone. Across industries, accomplished women are facing intensified scrutiny. Not because their contributions have changed, but because the narrative around who deserves a seat at the table is shifting. You can't use that like 2 sentences away from each other. Fucking please. The merit of women and other historically underrepresented groups in leadership is being questioned in ways it hasn't been in years. And that questioning can feel personal, frustrating, even exhausting. But here's the truth. We don't need to prove our worth. We need to own it. I've said this before, and especially because I got my job in insurance with literally zero knowledge or background in insurance. Like, it makes you feel like, was I hired because they think I can do this job, or was I hired for them to check a box and get some tax kickbacks? I can understand that feeling. But also, if your response to that feeling isn't, I'm going to work hard and show them I am not a box check and that I can be a valuable asset, and instead Well, I don't need to prove my worth, actually. My worth is just being here. I deserve a seat at the table because I am a woman. Like, what results have you brought? What have you mentored, right? Because if you are some like DEI hire who is preaching DEI nonsense from the Marxist playbook, and you're not actually giving skills in your mentoring, and your decades of delivering results are actually just bunk like the McKinsey study because there's no correlation between diversity and results in the business sector, I would say that's fairly fucking worthless then, right? You're fired. Entitlement and narcissism, absolutely. And it's like, I would say there's a problem, right? Where if you have the data-driven results, like I did at my insurance company, I became like the highest output of anyone at the company. I had incredibly high numbers, which is why I kept getting promotions and cross-trained in other areas. I was like, I brought results, and they saw my worth. I was not just a simple fucking checkbox, right? So it's like, if people see those results and then still treat you like you're a checkbox or like you're garbage, then yeah, the problem is with the people. Because you have the proof on your side that you're capable of giving them actual results. If they're so great, they can go start their own company, blow all the misogynists out of the water. Ooh, I love that article of like the all-woman purse company. That's an oldie but a goodie, baby. Oh boy. Speaking of which, and the data's on our side. A 2023 McKinsey and Company study. Wow, I'm sure that's not bullshit like the original McKinsey and Company study. Found that companies with diverse leadership teams are 39% more likely to outperform competitors, a statistic that remains consistent across industries. Similarly, Harvard Business Review research shows that women consistently score higher than men in 17 of 19 key leadership capabilities, including emotional intelligence, resilience, and collaboration, qualities that drive long-term success. I'm gonna punch X so fucking hard here. There is no way that they're claiming women have a higher emotional intelligence when they're in a highly stressful situation. Just no fucking way, dude. Men have like tempered themselves to be like callous and calculating when it comes to making business decisions and not letting their emotions get in the way when they might have to make a decision that's not the best, right? Like they're just like, this is going to look like a bad decision, but it is for the best interest of the company, for the portfolio, for the shareholders. This is something that we're going to have to do, even if we might not like it. Right, like this is typically something that men can compartmentalize. Not to say that women can't do it, but the amount of women that can is rather small. Only a 39% chance to surpass other businesses. And this is a 2023 study. So this is after their original study that touted diversity being able to bring business results, which means after they stacked boards and leadership rooms and bench tables and shit with all of their diversity hires, it's still only 39% more likely. And it's not even a correct causation here. When they say emotional intelligence, as sociologists, they understand empathy and emotions better. They could be exploited easier. Yet, despite this overwhelming evidence, women still face an uphill battle. The broken rung in leadership pipelines remains a persistent barrier, with only 87% women promoted to management for every, with only 87 women promoted to management for every 100 men, according to McKinsey's 2024 Women in the Workplace report. And this should never be one-to-one. This should never be one-to-one, because you shouldn't be placing people in management positions or in positions of power based on whether they have a penis or a vagina. You should be placing them there because they have the ability to make hard decisions. They have the ability to lead because they deserve a management position. That is 87% though. Shh. It's just like, I'm tired, man. We talked about, I can't remember the lady's name, but we talked about some lady when we were talking about Reuters as well. And she has an entire consultation company that is built around advising corporations on which women and how many women to place on their C-suite management teams. I forget what they're actually called. I know it's C-suite something else. But like her whole company is just based on getting women into these positions of power in companies. And it was a crazy thing to talk about. I don't know. Deanna Oppenheimer, that's her name. Deanna Oppenheimer is the name of the lady who runs the consultation company. I don't know if we have like a standalone clip on my channel about her, or if that is just in the VoDs. I cannot remember. I've spoken about too much DEI nonsense, man. It all blurs at some point. Oppenheimer? Yeah, Oppenheimer. And now, with increasing skepticism towards DEI, the pressure to reprove ourselves has ratcheted up again. But here's the thing. This is not the moment to shrink, retreat, or waste energy justifying why we belong at the table. Instead, it's the time to push forward more boldly, more visibly, and with even greater conviction in the value we bring. The fate of DEI programs does not define our worth. We do. That's true. Once the DEI programs are gone, as long as you just keep doing the work, it doesn't matter that the programs are gone. It's part of your company's DNA now. History shows that progress is never linear. Periods of pushback have always followed periods of progress. The women who broke barriers before us, from Fortune 500 CEOs to Supreme Court justices, didn't wait for validation. They stepped up, spoke out, and owned their worth, even when others questioned it. So rather than letting this moment pull us down, we must use it to push forward. We have earned our place, not because of any initiative, but because we are damn good at what we do. This is some crazy false bravado, man. While structural changes are critical, women can also own their catalyst for change. Here are 3 ways to accelerate action. The theme for this year's International Women's Day, and get started. Number 1, own your difference. It's your strength. Women often second-guess themselves, downplaying their unique strengths while overvaluing the qualities they think they should have. They overcredit their teams, undercredit themselves, and underestimate their competence, even when their performance is equal to or better than their male peers. I don't know if this has anything to do with, like, comparing to men, but, like, yeah, I have this all the time. And rather than, like, just act based on my instinct, I, like, go to my mods and I'm like, hey, I have this thought. Am I being retarded? Or is this like correct? Like, am I crazy here? Am I the crazy one? And my mods are very fucking blunt with me. If I'm being, you know, anxious for no reason, they'll just fucking tell me point blank. Otherwise, they're just like, no, you're not crazy. These people are fucking crazy, right? Like, it's not a weak thing to get a consensus. It's not like a weak trait to be like, oh, you know, I'd like a second opinion. I'd like to see, you know, how other people view the situation. That's not a weakness, man. And this whole article is a therapy session, pep talk. What a waste of time. The most effective leaders leverage their differences, not suppress them. As Jane Fraser, CEO of Citigroup and the first woman to lead a major Wall Street bank, put it, your difference... Or sorry, I like skipped the quote out of habit. Jane Fraser said, I lead with humility and humanity. That's how I build trust. That's how I get results. Your difference is your greatest asset, not something to downplay. When you own your value, you magnify it. And it's like, yeah, I guess it could get annoying if you need to have fucking, you know, a group session for every single decision. You got to be sure of yourself making some decisions on your own, you know? But just because you, like, second guess yourself sometimes, that's not a weak trait, man. Toxic positivity and pride baiting, it really is. Number 2, jump in. Don't wait to feel 100% ready. A common obstacle I see among female leaders across all sectors is self-doubt. Even the most accomplished women battle it. Indra Nooyi, former CEO of PepsiCo, admitted that after decades of experience, she still encountered moments of uncertainty. But she also shared this hard-won wisdom. If you sit around waiting for the perfect moment, you'll never do anything. Jump in, figure it out. Isn't this normal? Like, you can't be 100% certain all the time, and I'm sure men deal with moments of uncertainty in decisions as well. But it's also like... Ooh, hold on. Ooh, my stomach just lurched really bad, and I felt like I was gonna vomit. That's correct all the fucking time. Yeah, what I was going to say before my stomach interrupted me with the feeling of vomitiness was like, this is why there is a quote-unquote wage gap to begin with, right? Women are naturally less of a risk taker than men. And a lot of women will not try to negotiate for a higher wage in an interview. A lot of men will try to negotiate for a higher wage if they feel they have the catalog and the resume to deserve a higher wage than what is being offered. Women sometimes will negotiate it took a while for me to feel comfortable negotiating, and I talked about this on stream as well. Like when sometimes sponsorship people come to me and they're just like, oh, hey, we'll offer you, you know, like this much for like a 2-hour gameplay segment. And I look at my numbers, and obviously I have to ask my mods because I'm bad at, you know, averages and shit. Of numbers hurt my brain. So like I go to my mods and I'm like, hey, what is like my, you know, month to month rolling CCV right now? And then I go back to them and I'm like, hey, I appreciate you reaching out to me. I'm excited to work together. However, what you're offering is a little bit low in comparison to what I usually charge for a 2-hour segment. Would you be okay with, you know, X amount instead? And the majority of the time, I've gotten back a positive response, especially from companies like Sega, for instance. Sega has been wonderful when I've worked with them before. Sega and Atlas both. And I've had, you know, smaller indie companies who have been like, we're not sure we can afford to do that on marketing. Would you consider this number? And it's something in between what I wanted and what they said before. And since they're small indie, if I think the game looks interesting, I'll be like, yeah, okay, I'll do it for a little bit of a lower rate. It's still like a game that I think looks fun. Let's go, man, right? Like it's all about bargaining, and it's all about doing like the negotiations for what you think you're worth to this company or to the job recruiter, right? And it is terrifying to do. And I'm sure men also deal with anxiety around that as well, but men are just inherently more risk-taking than women are. Your offer's too high, lower it. Kirsche, how do you view the walkout of the National Park Services over the Musk email? Over 700 have quit, by the way. That seems really fucking weird. Seems really strange. Good buddy says I'm his favorite VTuber. It's his birthday. Can I sing him happy birthday? I don't sing, but I can say happy birthday. Happy birthday, fucking Psychic's buddy, dude. I don't know your name, but I hope you have a good birthday. Hope your cake's delicious, dude. The art of negotiation is mainly a lost art. It is. It is, and it's terrifying to start, but once you start doing it, even if you have some people who like either just ghost you or reject you, you still get used to doing it. You still build up that habit, and it just comes with experience, you know? If you don't ask, the answer's always no. Exactly. Yet many women hesitate, waiting until they feel 100% ready before going after new opportunities. A Hewlett-Packard study found that men apply for jobs when they meet 60% of the qualifications, while women wait until they meet 100%. I just don't believe you. Women are also more likely to attribute success to luck or external factors, whereas men credit their own abilities. Again, I would be willing to bet this is mostly affirmative action's fault. If affirmative action didn't exist, women wouldn't have to question if they were getting a position based on luck or based on them being a woman. They would know resoundly, just like men, that they got their position because they were qualified for it. Right? Like, I don't... How do they not see the... I mean, I'm sure they see the connection and they're just fucking lying like they usually do, but it's still obnoxious. You've seen this pattern play out countless times. I read that like I was reading a super chat. I'm sorry. I've seen this pattern play out countless times. I've rarely met a woman whose confidence was writing checks. I've rarely met a woman whose confidence was writing checks her competence couldn't deliver on. I cannot say the same of men. Okay. I just wanted to make sure she looked like what I thought she looked like, and, you know, she looks like an AI demon, so it checks out. Checks out, man. Women hesitate not because they lack capability, but because they feel like they have to be 150% competent before they even apply. That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. The hesitation, again, is because so many companies are incentivized to hire women who don't know what they're doing simply because they're women. And so it instills a natural anxiety in women who get hired for jobs that they might not have all of the qualifications for, because they can't be sure that they were hired because the company thinks they're competent and can do the work. Yet, if you knew exactly how to do a job on day one, it wouldn't be worth taking. She fucking retard? If you're like a specialist with decades of knowledge in one fucking sector, why would you not take a job that you know how to do? If you are like an expert at it, like what the fuck does that mean? As I wrote in The Courage Gap, any goal that isn't stretching you beyond what you can already comfortably do isn't worthy of you. I mean, like, yeah, you want things that can challenge you, and you want to do stuff that's like helping you grow, and you're not just stagnating. But like, if you've already got a gajillion qualifications and you're basically an expert, like, you're still going to come across challenges occasionally, but the job is going to inherently be easier for you. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this, man? Confidence isn't something you wait to feel, which risks you spending your entire life in a waiting room. Rather, it's something you build by taking action despite fear. Hey, that's what I said. That's what I said. Often, whoop, 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 whoop. I don't know what the fuck that was. Often the best opportunities come when we decide to take the leap before we feel fully ready. Behaving our way into believing. She's trying to like repackage fake it until you make it into like some sort of women thing. Why am I dying? Why am I dying? What's happening here? What's happening? Chat, hold on. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. My fucking... Oh, my cat. Oh, no. Oh, no. Cheems ball. Oh, no. We might be giga dead. Hold on. Your computer knows it's 8 p.m. and it's rebelling. I think Cheeseball might have unplugged my webcam. Let's see if it turns on. Nope. Okay. Cheemsball has unplugged my webcam. That's... Oh, I know it's working now. What the fuck? I guess maybe he just jiggled the fucking cord. He's a cord jiggler. He jiggles them cords. Munya! Alright, you fucking cat. Don't knock me out here. Don't knock me up, man. Classic cat shenanigans. He was hopping off of my feet and onto my PC tower because it's warm there. It's warm there, man. Number 3, bet on yourself every day. The space between what you're capable of and what you actually do, that's your courage gap. The only way to close it is to step forward even as your fear urges you to pull back, play it safe, and stay right where you are. Courage precedes confidence. Marcy Barra, CEO of General Motors, transformed the company and redefined leadership in a male-dominated industry. Her advice, do every job like you're going to do it for the rest of your life, and demonstrate that ownership mentality. Isn't this just literally do every job to the best of your ability? Like, don't fucking half-ass a job because you believe it to be beneath you, but do the very best that you can to show how competent and good you are at whatever it is you're doing. Orange-flavored train wreck. Is that why GM parts suck now? When was this bitch at GM? I have no idea. A core theme in Korn Ferry's Women's CEO Speak study was the importance of taking on stretch roles, even when they feel intimidating. The truth is, women who break barriers don't wait until they feel fully ready. They give themselves permission to step up and figure it out along the way, just as men have always done. By the way, this is not a criticism of me, it's a rally cry to women. Take Michelle McKay, who became CEO of Cushman and Wakefield in an industry long dominated by men, or Mary Barra at GM, or Jane Fraser at Citibank. These women didn't have all the answers when they stepped into the top job, but they backed themselves to find the best solutions to the challenges their businesses faced as they went along. Do these people that, like, do they think that when men take a position, they already have all of the answers? And that, like, men are just naturally inclined to be able to solve all of these problems, while women have to struggle through it? And if that's the case, if they just believe that men innately have all the answers, why are we not only hiring men? Why would we hire people who have to struggle to find solutions to problems if men are just some sort of all-knowing gods? Like, I fucking... What did they mean by this? Who's the real misogynist here? Putting our energy into proving our value robs energy from the impact we can make when we own our value. Women in leadership had never had the luxury of waiting for the playing field to be even or for things to be fair. But we do have the power to decide how we show up, regardless of what's trending around us. We can stand tall in our worth and embrace our unique feminine leadership strengths. We can defy the doubts that would otherwise leave us a victim of imposter syndrome, which I've written about before. We can make the most important bet we ever need to make on ourselves, even as our fear is urging us not to. What? Her fucking grammar broke way the fuck down, dude. After all, courage isn't about being fearless. It's about refusing to let fear dictate the future. So whether you're looking to take the next step in your career or reach the very top, consider this your permission slip to stop proving and start owning. When you trade proving yourself or backing yourself fully, boldly, unapologetically, you reclaim the power given to naysayers and start leading with courage the people and world around you truly need. That's the starting point of your greatest impact. Dr. Margie Worrell is a leadership advisor and international speaker who's passionate about advancing women to decision-making tables. Her latest book, The Courage Gap, provides a roadmap to do just that. Follow me on Twitter. What does she fucking post on her Twitter? Corpo slop. She got 19.7k followers. Holy shit. Best-selling author, speaker, leadership advisor, courage catalyst. Braver leaders, braver world. When fear rules, it restricts our freedom to take the very actions that would optimize outcomes. With the firing of DEI, women are feeling like they have to prove they belong at tables yet again. As I write in Forbes, our energy is better spent owning our value. Oh, this is the article we just read. Grateful for the thoughtful conversation. Navigating uncertainty demands courage, owning our agency, embracing discomfort, and being willing to get it wrong on the path to getting it right. President's Day. Many will critique POTUS and those in power, yet very few will step up to lead the change they want to see. It's easier to throw stones and wait for others to fix problems, but to quote Abraham Lincoln, it takes more courage to dare to do the right thing than risk doing wrong. I hope my article on LinkedIn is the nudge you need to step up. Leadership takes courage, not a title. Dare to step up and do right. Whatever side of politics you sit on, it will always be easy to find fault with those in charge if you're looking for it. There's no shortage of criticism about what should be done differently. But when it comes to creating better leadership, the first person we need to focus on is ourselves. In the Courage Gap, I share how we can close the gap between what we do and what we could do. Not just in our own lives, but in shaping the world around us. Too often we hold back, waiting for someone else to step up, someone else to make the change, someone else to set the course or take the risk. But leadership isn't about waiting. It's about choosing to act, even when it feels uncomfortable or uncertain. This is reminding me of that story from the DEI After 5 video, where the fucking lady was like, oh, there was a man at a meeting, and he was telling me about how, like, the speaker was about to make a joke with racial undertones, and he had to think to himself, like, oh, do I stand up and make myself, you know, a pariah in front of all my coworkers by saying, hey, you can't do that, don't be racist, or do I just, you know, stay shutting up and just let it happen? But think about all the people who would feel bad if I let it happen. I'm the change, right? I gotta stand up for what I believe in. Penis envy is something else. As like creating a
You've got to decide what's at stake.
Oh, she's
Not
Australian.
Just live from why, but lead from why. All good leadership, all real leadership, extends from the inside out. And it's about something that's bigger than yourself, something that's bigger than your own safety. Train the brave. If every day between now and next year you did something that was a bit uncomfortable for you, maybe something's really uncomfortable, but just a bit uncomfortable. A year from now, you would be a whole...
This thing behind her. Lead from why. Something brave. Learn, unlearn, relearn. Build your currency?
A whole lot more confident in yourself. And you would
Build
feel
your
a whole
currency
lot
of
braver
trust.
to take even more risks than you do today. Challenge your story. Be willing to step back from what you think you know and go, you know what, maybe there's a better way. Maybe my best thinking needs an upgrade. And be willing to challenge those beliefs that you're operating under. Build trust in every encounter. Think about not just what can I get from this, but how can I be of greatest service to those around me? How can I add as much value as I possibly can? And if that sometimes means having a conversation that's awkward, lay your pride on the line for a more important cause. And finally, own your power. You have no idea what you're capable of doing. And together in this room, I mean,
motivational.
The collective IQs, the brains, the ingenuity, the creativity, the passion, the purpose, the knowledge, the expertise, if you really got all of that pulling together what you can do as an organisation and the impact that you can make on the people that your work impacts and the ripple effect of that. On and on and on it goes. Actually, it would defy what you can even imagine.
That was the longest 2 minutes of my life. I don't know how people listen to that, man. It's so hard. Today, ask yourself, where do I need to step up to the leadership plate more boldly? The world doesn't just need more leaders at the top. It needs more of us leading where we are, with the courage to make the difference our difference makes. What the fuck? The courage to make the difference our difference makes. I hate these people. I hate these people, man. What the fuck does that even mean? The collective OIQs. Small thought experiment to start off the week. Think of someone whose presence lights up a room and makes everyone feel a little brighter and stand a little taller. If they were to step into your shoes right now with the challenges you face, what would they focus on? What story would they tell? How would they stand, walk, talk? Like, see, not all of her advice is terrible, right? Like, some of this makes sense. But she repackages it in this, like, weird women empowerment drapery that's just kind of strange.
The day of love. But let's face it, relationships can be hard work, and often the conversations that we most need to have are those we least want to have. We don't want to hurt someone else's feelings. We don't want to feel awkward or be rejected ourselves. And it's why it takes courage to foster truly meaningful, rich, deep relationships. If you're afraid of speaking up and sharing what's really on your mind, your relationships won't be richer. They'll be poorer for it. As Brené Brown says, vulnerability is the truest measure of courage, and nowhere.
Yeah, but I don't want to be too vulnerable online, right? Because then, like, people will try to cancel me, you know? You can't do that shit. I don't know why I hit home button. I don't know why I hit that. Fuck me, dude. Oh, I wanted to look at that other video in the fucking article. The archived article. That's what I wanted to do. Her eyes look soulless. I mean, yeah. This is another 2-minute video. This looks like a different one than the one we watched 4 years ago. Global leadership speaker, best-selling author, and founder of the Brave Women Rising Leadership Program, Margie Worrell is an internationally renowned authority on women's leadership. Videos from her opening keynote at Program Eve Women's Leadership Conference Asia. James Ball turned off my camera again. I'm just gonna turn that off for now. James Ball. Let's play this fucking video.
Power has no gender. It is not male, it is not female. Yet we are so conditioned to associate power with masculine leadership traits. Yet every single one of you have value to bring. And it's not by looking across and saying, well, what is that person good at and what are they good at and where am I deficient?
I'm a Kirsche now.
Because we often make negative comparisons and go, oh, but I'm not a strategic thinker, or I'm not brilliant with the numbers, or I'm not, a gifted, charismatic speaker, or I'm not, versus what are you? Every single one of you have valuable traits to bring to the table. And too often we talk ourselves down. We compare our weaknesses with other people's strengths. We compare what we're not yet a master of, what we haven't got a big skill set of, with what other people are masters of, because maybe they've been doing it for 15 years. We tend to look at we're scurrying away furiously underwater, just keeping our head above, and we look at others and go, oh, she has it so together, that woman. Look, she's just smooth and poised. We don't know that she was actually looking at us, maybe thinking the same thing.
Don't men have those same thoughts, right? They're just like, oh, man, I'd fucking crack under that pressure, but I'd like to figure out how he does it, man. I don't think this is a uniquely woman train of mind.
So being mindful of where you don't own the value that you bring, and what would shift if you owned that. And don't compare. I was talking to last night with Jane Horan, who was here, and I was saying to Jane, she's saying, I love doing research. And I'm like, I'm actually doing my PhD, but I'm not, didn't feel I was born to be a researcher. And it's easy, I found myself, to kind of compare, oh, this person's really good at that, or they love that. I'm like, that's fine. We all have our unique value to bring, and we do ourselves, and we do our team, and we do our organization such a disservice when we get stuck in this negative comparisons.
What? I don't even know what I just fucking watched. What What did she even say here, man? What are these 1 month ago? Fear creates the gap between thought and action. Fear creates the no-do gap. Be bold, embrace change. Amid your not-so-merry moments, extend grace inward. Does she have shorts? Does she have anything shorter than this? Oh, we watched this one. We watched this one on the fucking Twitters. Holding the courage gap. It's launch day for the courage gap. The courage gap has hit the shelves. That's her fucking... But what is this suit?
I am very excited to say that the Courage Gap is here at Barnes & Noble, 555 Fifth Avenue, New York City.
I didn't know that you could wear Vera Bradley bags. That's a very weird outfit. What's this one?
If we're going to be brave with our lives, how we lead, how we live, we have to be clear about why would I bother? Why would you bother to risk your reputation, to risk your money, to risk being rejected, unless something more important is at stake? If we don't have a clear North Star of what it is we want...
The North Star, chat! They all use it!
...governed by moving away from what we don't want. I don't want people to criticize me. I don't want to look silly. I don't want to put up my hand and ask a question in case it's not a good question. And so being clear about...
You really have to internalize there are no stupid questions. Like, even if you feel silly and you want to preface it with, like, I kind of got a stupid question, right? Like, you just fucking push through that, man. You're not gonna learn anything if you're like too worried about looking like a silly butt. I fucking look retarded all the time. I gotta ask you guys shit all the time.
What is it that you stand for? What is it that you want? Who is it that you want to be? Helps to act like a compass to guide our decisions, because it's so easy to be reactive. And there's so much change right now. And obviously at this particular moment in time, you don't even know where to start with the level of disruption going on. And so just for us to look within ourselves and go, when there's so much uncertainty around us, there is immense agency we get when we can go, but what is it I'm certain about?
She says so many words to make herself feel like much more of an authority. An authority. That was a terrible article. And none of us are more intelligent for having read it. Mr. John Burt, thank you for the 5. The video where you heard Do the Mario was showing Super Mario Kart cheating computer racers. I still think of that when you hear Do the Kirsche. Oh no. Self-help yourself, thank you for the 100 biddies. If you have to reaffirm someone this much for them to be able to do something they're getting paid for, there might be a reason for it. She's right on this, but she twisted into a woman power thing. It's cringe. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, she's not, like, not all of her advice is just retarded bullshit, right? Like, she has, like, nuggets of knowledge in there. But she's packaging it all as some sort of, like, weird woman empowerment. Men just innately do this, but women have to struggle, and you have to push through that, and it's like... no, everyone kind of fucking struggles with these things, man. DRT is king, thank you for the 5. You in a misogyny contest against a feminist. I'm so cooked. True. Hustle Hoppa, thank you for the 10. You've been involved in hiring 2 people. One was a woman that horribly oversold her ability to use Microsoft Office and computers in general. So many hours wasted. 100% qualified, she was not. I had to train a lot of those people when I was promoted to manager at my insurance job. And, like, I don't remember the entire story at this point. I know I've told it in the past, like, when it was fresher in my brain cells. But, like, there was a woman who, like, called me over because she needed help. And, like, through email wasn't help enough. She was like, I put this window in front of the other window, but when I move the window, I can't find the other one again. It's missing. And, like, I had to ask her, like, several times to sort of, like, better explain what the fuck she meant. Because I was like, what? And so I went to her taskbar and I clicked on the thing that she wanted, that she thought was lost. And it brought the window back up again. And she was like, oh, how did you do that? And I was like, oh no, man. Oh no, dude. She doesn't know what minimizing windows is. Kirsche is gone, but you hear her voice. Am I going crazy? I've turned into a gingerbread Kirsche. Sheamsball keeps fucking with my webcam cable, so it's kind of loose right now. I'm gonna have to fix that when I get off stream. Boguslawa, thank you for the 2. Husband, home, and 3 children seems happier. I don't know how many children I want, because I don't know what it feels like to give birth, so I don't know how I'm gonna feel after having one, but, like, we'll see. Hopefully the first one will be a son. I would love to have a son. I'd love a daughter regardless, but, like, you know, I just prefer having a boy, I guess. Dynaside 13, thank you for the 5. Pardon the black pill phrasing. I'm just trying to build a better life alone, so if you get into a relationship, it's more likely to succeed. No, that makes sense. I get you. You wanna make sure your life is just as improved as possible. Winchester Lock, thank you for the 28-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Broken Noodle, thank you for the 4 months of Peroon. Arismador, thank you for the $1. They don't hesitate due to a lack of competence. They're incompetent enough, or they're incompetent though. They're just timid. Be an awesome mom to a boy. I hope so. I hope so. Ryder1964, thank you for the $4.99. Hey Kirsche, did you hear the Assassin's Creed Shadow physical copies have been leaked and out in the wild? People have been leaking gameplay. I have not. I did not know that. Solomon Akamu, thank you for the 5. It's sad to see them push like this, using identity politics as a weapon. Why aren't women like Virginia Hall to be put up as an example of excellence? Because if a woman got there through her actual, like, skill and prowess, she's not someone to aspire to be, because she didn't subvert the system. She played on the same playing field as men. Silent Alto, thank you for the 5. Oh, Femdom Foxu of the Ketchup, what is thy wisdom today? We've had a lot. We've had a lot of wisdom today. This is also to say, going back to Solomon, I don't know who Virginia Hall is. I don't know who that is. So I'm just, my statement afterwards is assuming that is why they do not put her up as an example of excellence. Her name does not ring any memory bells in my brain, I'm sorry. Finally started actively looking to start a family, got shortlisted for a cool job that demanded a lot of travel and had a high divorce rate. So you have decided you will just be married to your career. I knew someone like that. He is very miserable and very depressed and very medicated. Virginia Hall is the badass one-legged spy from World War II. Oh, okay. All right. Sure, he'll raise a great guy. I hope so. Hi, Miss Kirsche. Look, but I'm a delicious snack. I'm a delightful Christmas snack. Let me see whomst I can raid today, because I did go a little bit over here. I'm gonna go a little over time. You know, it happens occasionally. It happens on occasion here. Amunya. I don't know what a VTuber relationship chart is, but I'm gonna raid into Bao. I'll raid into the whale roo. Please handle with love. Fragile, thank you. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's really cute. I like that sticker. I like her little head sticker. I am the fluff of my Kirsche. Oh, that's a good fucking message. Squatch Hammer, thank you for the 5. You never like changing babies for the poopies and the smell, but you love happy babies and can be silly while changing diapers. Yeah, I was like, nobody likes changing diapers, but it's just something you gotta do when you have a kid. And eventually, hopefully, they'll be out of diapers, and hopefully they'll be out of diapers in a reasonable amount of time, because the parents didn't scare them into being afraid of the toilet, you know, like... Christmas decor in February. Look, shut up! I love gingerbread! I actually have a gingerbread ornament that hangs in my kitchen year-round because of how much I like gingerbread, chat. Alright, okay. Alright, okay. No making fun of my gingerbread love. Fucking chat. We're gonna raid into the whale lady. Thank you for hanging out with me extra late again today. I think I managed to get everyone, but if I did miss your super or your resub, we will get to that this weekend. Sunday being a licking day with some video games has worked out pretty well. I like how we've been doing that. Tomorrow I have a collab at 6 p.m. I think it's at 6 p.m. on Valiant Renegades channel again. Gonna be on Valiant Renegades channel tomorrow at 6 p.m. And then this Saturday, I'll be on Wicked Virtues channel for Saucy Saturdays. Apparently it's the 69th episode. It's gonna get very saucy. I don't know what we're gonna do in there, but it's gonna be very womanly. I'm sure. Oh, I tried to raid without putting a name in because I have brain damage. I have brain damage, dude. I will see you guys tomorrow on Valiant Renegades channel, or back here on fucking Tangent Friday, baby. Big tangent hours. I hope you guys give Bao some love. Don't be degenerate in her chat. Have a great rest of your night. Bye bye. Bye bye.